Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. My apologies, y'all. I couldn't make this as reckless of a reckless stream as I wanted it to be because, you know, things to do, right? So, shout out to everybody in the chat. What's going on, y'all? I'm sorry for pushing the time back a couple of times. My apologies, but we're here now. We're here now. Mind playing tricks on me, or welcome to the mind of a maniac? Because delusion is the solution. Shout out to my title. I should be having a panel up, hopefully. So stay tuned. But let me get my monologue in. And so here we have Tone Talks, and we have Miss what was her name? Tiana. Speaking to Kendra G, and of course, heavy set, cute face, cute enough face, lighter skin, right? Two kids from one man. That I think if I'm not mistaken. So I was she with this guy for 11 years, or was she with this guy for 7 years, right? And she realized he wasn't gonna marry her, so I guess she left, right? So she has two children from one man. I think they were together for 11 years, and then she was engaged for 7 years. Is that what she was saying? Right? If I'm not mistaken, maybe they were together for 11 years and then they were engaged for 7 years, but he never married her, right? Um, Much of the reason why I said delusion, right, is because this young lady is prime example of patriarchy by feminist specifications. What do you mean by that, Z? She wants a hyper provider, right? And that protects, right? She tried to shame men a couple of times. She mentioned haram, which is Muslim practice where the woman's money is her money and your money is supposed to feed the house, right? So your money is supposed to pay all the bills, take care of the family. Her money is her money. This is a woman, let's shout out to Els Active. This is a woman with all her cleavage out, exactly, right? She got her cleavage out, but she's talking about haram. She had two kids outside of marriage, but she's talking about haram. Um, right? So, and she said there's certain things about the Muslim practice that I like. Once again, pick and choose. As I said, patriarchy by feminist specifications. Mr. Z knows what he's saying and why he's saying it, right? I'm glad these women are talking. Let them talk, as Mr. Z says. Let them talk so you can see the hypocrisy. Pick and choose patriarchy, pick and choose feminism, patriarchy by feminist specifications, partnership patriarchy, right? Yeah, you heard right. Delusion. 31 years old, two kids from, okay, the same man, in a relationship for 11 years, engaged for 7 years. Left him because essentially what she was saying is he was too controlling. He made her a stay-at-home mom, even though they weren't married, but he probably had rules and regulations, and she didn't want to follow it. And then she left. And she wants the next man to sign up for that, knowing that even if he made her a stay-at-home mom, she would want to go to law school to run up the debt, and then whatever. So, by the way, I want you to understand, you would be paying that student loan debt. If she went to law school, you would be paying that student loan debt. But whatever money she makes and whatever practice she starts up, whatever she does, is her money, her and her kids' money. She says she's not opposed to having a child with the next dude. So the whatever money she makes is her money, and maybe that one kid she has from you money, but it's for the kids. So the two kids from the previous relationship, the one kid, if you're lucky, that she has from you, if you're super lucky, maybe two, and hers. You don't get to touch that. You gotta love it. These women say these things with bold ass faces, bro. They say these things with a straight face, right? They say these things and they mean it. They're not. This is not a joke. She meant everything she said, right? She meant everything she said, huh? You gotta love it. I also tied um Tone Talks stream, and I might be reviewing that Cam Newton Corey Holcomb stream Shout out to Corey. I saw him when he came down here to South Florida a couple weeks ago. Got to see him. Absolutely hysterical. Just as funny as his podcast. Hysterical. Corey Holcomb. He really is that funny. He really is that funny. So I might be reviewing that. So y'all stay tuned. Let's see. Haven't listened to it yet. But we'll be doing so. Okay, continuing. I put up Tone Talk stream because he was speaking to the delusion of black folks. In this case, namely black men. He wasn't sniping at us too bad, but I actually do agree with him that there's an unusual amount of fanfare behind Trump concerning black men in particular, mainly because if you're an X or a millennial, you grew up hearing rappers laud Trump, right? Speak positively about Trump. If we're going to be honest, and I want to take this out of Donald Trump, it's bigger than Donald Trump. Pause. This is about priming black men for this sort of aspirationalism, priming black men for this sort of like, I break the rules, but I'm so rich that nobody could touch me. Right? We never talk about the white part, not that part. We ain't nobody want to talk about that because that'll deflate that balloon. Right? But I'm so rich that it makes me untouchable. Right? Once again, ain't nobody want to talk about the white part. Huh? So it's not just Donald Trump. Donald Trump is like human manifestation of this particular mindset. But it is a aspirationalism. It is a machismo and manhood thing. And yeah, that brings about some delusion. Obviously Tone Talks gets into like the aspirationalism of black people, and once again, we're not downing being aspirational. We are speaking about a delusional type of aspiration, you know, the one where you don't factor in anti-blackness and white supremacy and the fact that, yeah, you just ain't gonna be able to move like Trump. That part, did you hear me, Kanye? Anyway, right? Yeah. So I think Tone makes some good points here. This is where I part from Tone Talks. And I know Tone is not necessarily talking to me as being a child of immigrants. I think Tone really, I don't think he appreciates that even though he's been on this road for some years, even with his podcast, even with his streams and his videos, Tone and Yvette, and I think Tone more so, but Yvette also, don't appreciate that they're on the cutting edge of like talking about the decadent veil. And it's not so much that they're on the cutting edge, but for a couple generations they are. And even though the people that have been keeping up with them understand what they're talking about, even if you disagree, I don't think they appreciate that most black people are not where they are when it comes to speaking about a toxic form of aspirationalism, delusion, being primed to be like fake capitalists, right? I don't think they appreciate, like, a lot of people are not where you and many of your subscribers and followers and some of the ADOS folks are. They're not there. They're still talking like we're in like 99, 2000, '05. They still talking the, you know, the biggest problem is, you know, we spend our monies in Jordans and weave, and that's our problem. And, you know, while I'm still trying to be hyper aspirational so I can afford the Jordans and weaves and big rims. That's where they are. So I get Tone's frustration. I understand it. And I think he does himself in somewhat the ADOS movement a disservice by harping on the fact that it's Charlemagne and maybe certain folks that aren't college educated, who don't have the advanced degrees, who are doing a lot of talking. And I would like to remind Tone, but you forgot about Angela Rye. Remember? You know, we mentioned her once. I don't know who Trump talking about. All me and my girls are good. You forgot about that? No? Ebony K. Williams, right? Calling black men mediocre, talking about black American men for the most part, ADOS men. Did we forget about that? These are college educated women who are also attorneys, right? Who also have their JD. I'm just saying, right? And Charlemagne, fortunately and unfortunately, does represent a lot of the everyman. Yeah, he's college, I mean, excuse me, a high school dropout, right? GED, but he does represent in many ways the everyman when it comes to black men that it had to learn things in a different way, autodidact. And I would argue Charlemagne's fame and the circles that he is now able to move in and the access he has to people that actually do know some things makes him just a little bit different, a lot of bit different, and can be informed way faster than your average black man, right? I just I don't think that Tone appreciates how I think he knows that black people are aspirational and they've been primed that way, particularly, younger boomers, Xers, millennials, the oldest of Gen Z. So pretty much the people that listen to me, right? That particular age cohort. I think Tone knows that, but I don't think he appreciates like, yeah, you've been having this conversation and you and Yvette have been making these moves since about 2016-ish, 2017. And for those of us that know, we know what you're saying, whether we agree or disagree, but your average black American is just not there. And your average ADOS is just, they're not there. And I would argue that's much of why you weren't allowed to speak at that Revolt summit a few years ago. Yeah, Diddy and his people probably heard you chastising him, and that's why you were invited. But it was also because black leftists on this, we talk about leftist, economic leftists, not these, rainbow flag wearer leftists that their main conversation is about who should be allowed to have sex with who and who shouldn't, who should be able to delete their unborn children. Not those leftists. The leftists that talk about economics, the actual socialist, the actual communist, the actual leftist, yeah, they're not gonna have you talk. No, they too busy selling capitalism to the people with no money or startup capital. I don't think Tone appreciates like how much and much of the reason why him and I didn't see this critique from him and Yvette when they went to war and back and forth with Tone Talks and Jason. I said Tone Talk. Sorry, when Tone Talks and Yvette had a back and forth with Jason Black and Tariq, I don't think they appreciate like y'all are true leftists. So of course, like the Tariq and Jason Black, y'all would end up in this cat fight because y'all are leftists and they're not. Y'all are talking about black people's lack of wealth. I want to make it clear. I was here with the our issue is that we're spending our money on Jordan and Weave talk that was coming from Jason Black. Yes, Jason Black used to engage in that. Jason, tell me I'm lying. And I think Tone doesn't appreciate like how ahead of the game he is on that respect. And so he has this level of anger, and you saw it when because I think Tone has a certain timeline, and I appreciate it. There's a certain sense of urgency from him and Yvette, but particularly from him, where it's like, yo, this has to happen like this so that you can press people at this time in this way. And we have to be a cohesive unit in this way so that when these type of people get in this type of position and then they need you for the next step, now you have leverage. I appreciate that. I understand where he's coming from. And because we're not there, and when I say we, I'm talking like I'm AOS, but because we're not there, and y'all talk amongst yourselves. Reckless Dreams, and we're back. Yeah, so I get Toad's frustration. This, by the way, tied to the subject, because I think I don't think he appreciates like how delusional your average black person is when it comes to like the temporarily embarrassed millionaire thing, right? Like that, if you notice, particularly even for black women, but if you notice how black people jump on any one of these like get rich quick schemes, this is where Jay Morrison comes in. Like the brothers that swear by Bitcoin, not that they actually have. I'm not saying, we know brothers in these spaces, so y'all deal with Bitcoins. I'm talking about the people that talk about it, and some of us will remember, we're what 20, we're in 2024, back in like 2018, 2017, right? 2019, the brothers that was talking about Bitcoin, like it was the currency of liberation, right? Like this, like you would become a millionaire overnight. Like the government can't do nothing. So now I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna invest in Bitcoin, and somebody tells Z he's lying. And so I don't think Tone really appreciates like you're talking about systemic issues and a slow, arduous lift upward where it's gonna take many hands. Black people, like other Americans, have been sold on hyper individuality and get it how you live, particularly black men, right? And like, yes, they still have concepts of community, right? Yes, they're of two minds when it comes to community and individuality, hyper individuality, right? But I think Tone really doesn't appreciate like, like from the obliteration of unions really starting in the early 80s, like this idea of like collectivism, people talk it. It's gonna be difficult to get people there when you spend, and I'm talking about the system, spend a good 4.5-ish decades crushing organizing, not just when it comes to the workplace, but everything from Black Panthers to, um, like I said, unionizing efforts. We already know with Reagan and the air traffic controllers. Yeah, when you're trying to sell that to black people, and yet they do a lot of talking, but when it comes to actual practice, that's going to be hard. That's going to be hard. And it's going to be easy for those people to get discouraged when things don't go right the first time, or when things aren't moving fast enough, or when things fall apart the first time. And so I get the frustration, tying this to the topic, but I don't think Tone Talks appreciates how delusional people are, right? I think he knows that people are delusional, but he doesn't appreciate how delusional people are. Black people are, and how black people are sold on delusion. And you would think Tone gets it. He deleted about 2 of these streams. Tone reviewed Kevin Samuels a couple years ago. That stream was up for a couple days and he deleted it. I don't think it was maybe a week, and he eventually deleted it because the women in the comments was acting a fool. Then there's the stream that I was on that I called in, where he kind of covered, this weirdo hyper, consumerism coming from black women once again. BGS covered that. Tone deleted that. Once again, there was a heckler that called in, black women that called in after Z. Sounded absolutely insane. Tone, that's what you're up against. Delusion. Delusion is the solution. That's how these people think. The dark skinned sister that said it, right? She said, what's wrong with delusion? Who is it hurting? It's not hurting anyone. They really think like that. Huh? So I get Tone's frustration, but I think that Tone doesn't appreciate how many black people live in delusional land. Black men and black women, namely black women, clearly, because black men can't live in it too long and too tough because the world is going to kick you in the face and like it and get off on it, right? Something, right? That's something to consider. So, um, going back to Miss, what was her name? Tiana. And us actually read this because this ties in with it. And Vince is debt demons. Oh, yeah. So we already talked about it. And like I said, I'm going to have to do that stream. Swaggy begging, arrogant begging. Shout out to LAR, right? Aggressive begging, right? Angry begging, all of it. We're going to have to do that stream. Y'all see what Miss Tiana is on? All you see on Kendra G show, and especially because she's not as she lets a lot slide. We'll say that. She's not Kevin, right? She is catching certain things. We will say that she is catching certain things, but she's not Kevin. And so the women feel freer, and because she's a black woman also, to sound more delusional, right? And so y'all give me a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Zia be back. Reckless streams. And we're back. And as Vince said, debt demons. Yeah, so we already know it's really these women are dealing with financial issues, and they are too, once again, arrogant, angry, right, to actually say that. And as a matter of fact, one of the brothers off of Single by Choice has said that if you broke, just say that, right? If you're broke, just say that. They can't say that because of the power dynamic, right? Or even if they're not necessarily broke, right? If you if you're looking for a man to protect, provide, and shut up, then just say that. But they know they can't say that. No woman is coming out of her mouth. Well, very few, let's say, overtly saying that. Even black women. That's now, by the way, that's the goal. The goal is to get you to protect, provide, and shut up, right? And not exercise any of the power that comes with your provision. That's the goal. But they can't say that to you. That's the goal, right? So it's funny because I think Vince is Vince. I think you try to give Trell a run for his money, and maybe even Ed a run for his money with the one-liners because it's really good. Dead Demons is really funny and it's accurate. And when you heard Miss Tiana speak, like she really was emphasizing this. My money is my money, and your money is my money. Right? I really wanted to say our money, but no, it's really, and she might say that my money is my money and your money is our money. Really, your money is my money and my money is my money. Huh? It really is arrogant begging. Shout out to LAR. It really is. Right? And Compassionate says, tones are extra, I think, which is common blind spot amongst that cohort. Yeah, no, I agree with this. And Compassion also says they haven't really accounted for neoliberalism and its second, third, and fourth order effects. Yeah, right. And y'all give Z a second. And we're back. My apologies, y'all. Y'all are reckless streams. It ain't even. I don't want to even. You know what? Let's not even do that. Let's not do that. Anyway, and we're back. Right. So, and I really want to continue to emphasize this. It is arrogant begging. It is arrogant begging. And to what Compassionate was saying, yeah, no, I think Tone doesn't appreciate that. Yeah, what neoliberalism does, and that's why. Okay, you know what, Compassionate, I gotta find the day, bro. I'm gonna put the link for the stream yard up in a minute, but I gotta find the date because we have to have that conversation with everyone about the power memo and about neoliberalism and yeah, because I think and what Mercer Baradaran, that's the um Persian lady that wrote Color of Money, right? I think yeah, we're gonna have to really get people to understand, black people in specific, to understand how they were primed for the market, right? And like what that means for their politics, for their concepts of race, for their concepts of upward mobility, community uplift, all of that. And how you essentially, like as you said to BGS, and that quote will always stay for me with me because it's accurate. Millennials were raised asked out to the market, asked out to the market, and like if you're a non-black millennial, yeah, maybe because of your economic or wealth position, it may not be that deleterious for you and your people, but for black people, oh God, that did a number. How you capitalists with no money? What? Huh? So yeah, right. And and then for black men, there's like a certain level of perniciousness selling black men on this because because it's challenging your masculinity and your manhood, right? And as a leftist, like you get this often, like we're the real men over here. We're the toughest nail men. We're the ones who fight other men, and we kill sharks and yeah we swim with the alligators and yeah we start businesses and watch them fail and then start again. Yawn, right? But that so there's a special type of perniciousness directed to. I'm saying that wrong. It's even worse for black men because women aren't supposed to be the builders. Women aren't supposed to be the ones out here slaying the dragons. That's the man's job. And so that's how a neoliberal assessment of blackness harms black men in specific. Because you're still expected to perform well like a man, right? And so are you calling yourself a victim? Or are you weak, pathetic male? Not man, male. Are you saying that the system is against you? Oh, that's yitch talk, right? Just get up and do and win. And if you can't, then self-delete and move the hell up out the way. Isn't that what the system tell you? Isn't that what some of the women tell you? Oops. Huh? If you can't perform, go ahead and jump off the bridge and then, make space for the next man, you male. Huh? It's this, and why is Mr. Z bringing this up? Because yeah, you know that the women subscribe to this. Yes, you know that non-black folks subscribe to this, mainly white folks. Um, but if Mr. Z is going to be honest, somebody tells Z he's wrong. A number of black men subscribe to this too. My title is Delusion is the Solution. I chose that on purpose, right? Indigo, you smoke crack, don't you? They gotta be. They gotta be, right? But it speaks to it. I get it, and that's why I'm often frustrated with black people, but I don't know how mad I am at them. That includes black women. I'm often frustrated. I don't know how angry I am with them. Disappointed, yes. Right? Frustrated, yes. Angry with the money and the resources and the time that this society spends harming black people. We already know economically, right? But politically, socially, mentally, emotionally, yeah. I'm frustrated. I'm disappointed. I don't know how angry I am, how mad I am. Disappointed that for the life of us, we can't get it together, right? But angry, no. Disappointed, right? And the way that this system targets black folks, you see that in Miss Tiana. You see that in the different clubhouse conversations. You see that in the way women have been talking on social media for the past decade and a half, right? Black women in specific, obviously. You see the fallout of that, and you see the delusion, the absolute damn their straight jacket level. You need to be in a psych ward level of delusion just so they could cope. Just so you see that with the way the women, this is, race neutral here, the way the women speak when Courtney Ryan, that's a white woman, interviews them. White women sound crazy, Latina women sound crazy, black women sound crazy. They all sound absolutely effing nuts. But of course, because when America has the cold or a cold, black people have the flu, it hurts black people even more because you can't afford to be delusional, namely black men, of course. I told y'all these people can't count. Then I corrected myself and say they refuse to count because it hurts. 17% of men earn over $100,000, something like 9%, 8% of women. It hurts when they count, right? It hurts. So they just refuse. They want you to be the one to count, right? That's why they want you to make some exorbitant amount of money. That way they don't have to count. You just earn so much, it don't matter if she buys something for thousands of dollars outside of her budget. You'll cover it. That's what you're here for, right? You're not so much a human being. You're a human doing. You're a walking wallet. You're a walking ATM machine. There's a reason why Mr. Z says walking wallet and overglorified guard dog, right? Do men have humanity? Right? Oh boy. So the delusion is there. It's clear. From the macro to the micro, the delusion is real. And you're seeing certain black folks become extremely frustrated. That's where Tone Talk comes in. That's where Yvette comes in. They're frustrated. I get it, right? And for the life of us, we still haven't seen. Okay, fine. It's not going to be Yvette and Tone. We still haven't seen anyone in their same vein of understanding of money and blackness and black people's lack of wealth, and we haven't even seen anybody get close to their no one that speaks like them get anywhere near the Breakfast Club. Anywhere near. Have y'all heard anybody? Maybe I missed it on the Breakfast Club or on Hot 97 on Ebro or anything like that. Have y'all heard anybody that sound like them? That's black. That's talking like them or advocating it anywhere like it. I'm not even saying you have to be lockstep with them. Okay, fine, cool. What I'm saying is a different understanding of black people and money outside of, okay, first you start, so what we gonna do is sound like Dame Dash, you gotta hustle. Dame, how did you and Jay-Z hustle? Oops, right? You gotta hustle, and then you take your money and then you flip it. What do you mean by flip it? And then you flip it, and then then you gotta start a business, and then Huh? Oh boy. How's this supposed to work? And Compassionate also says, we're post-structuralists at our core, Z. No one operates under the premise that one's outcome are directly linked to the underlying system and institutions. We think self-determination is a great look. No, we do. Huh. Yeah, no, I don't think most people have a systemic analysis of much anything. I think Armio Frimpong brings this up, the funky academic. He brings this up when he mentions Marco Rubio. And Marco Rubio is, I think that's another reason why. Yeah, he's a Republican, and yeah, Florida, and yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, but he does have a systemic analysis that makes him a little different, right? He's more, he would more be in that same JD Vance lane, and I think with the ascension of Trump, if I'm not mistaken, and the funky academic brings this up often. Well, maybe not often. I've seen him bring it up maybe 2 3 times at this point, where Marco Rubio kind of sat down and was like, "Oh, people don't understand government. People don't understand essentially that societal mechanisms. Oh, that's what it is." And like, I think Army was like, "Duh," and so Mr. Z is also like, "Duh," right? Yeah, that's how you get here, right? Yes, that's how you get here. And y'all made sure that's the elites to put us here. Y'all don't want people to appreciate the societal mechanisms because you want to continue to run things. Cool. Until those people start voting for the clowns. Oops. And you think your electoral college is going to stand in the way. We'll see. Huh? We'll see. Right? And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? So you see that playing out with, well, for Z, the way everyone's speaking, particularly on social media, but the way the women speak, I think that's where you really see this play out. You really see this play out in that. And the conversations about men and women's relationship is where you see that individualism play out. It's where you see that neoliberal assessment of men play out. Is when you see that myopic view of society play out, the classism play out. That's when you see that. That's when you get to see the hyper individuality, right? It's beautiful. You see that on, well, you saw that on Kevin's show, but now you see it on Ashley Dalton and you see it on Kendra G. You see it. Women that look at men like walking ATM machines. And it's your job, according to these women, as a man, see, this is the part, they don't say it like this, but this is the way they need to say it, to come and fix their life for high mileage vagina. It's your job to paper over, literally money paper over, all the mistakes she made with a crap ton of money. The student loan debt, the luxury car debt, the condo or apartment or house debt, the 1 and 2 kids she can't afford. Right? or 3 kids. That's when you see all of these things play out. There's a reason that Mr. Z entered the Black manosphere speaking like this. I kept saying to everybody, Mr. Z number one issue isn't the women. The women are in the way. They're in the way. Their attitude makes them in the way. The way they're speaking, what they want, the delusion, they're in the way, but they're not the final boss. They've never been the final boss. They're annoying. They're childish. Gives you a second. Talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. But yeah, so oh yeah, that's what I was saying. The For Z, the women are in the way. They're in the way. I want to continue to emphasize this. The women are in the way. They're not challenging anti-blackness and white supremacy. Your LGBTQ lifestyle is not challenging white supremacy. Stop it. Unless you flipping more white women, unless you getting more white women to eat vagina and not do nothing with white men, especially have their children, then your LGBTQ lifestyle is not challenging white supremacy. I'm not saying that's why you're doing it, but for all of you that speak like that, it's not. Huh? Your matriarchy you operate in your house or the black overall gynocracy is not challenging no goddamn white supremacy. Putting Kamala in the White House is not challenging white supremacy. Definitely not white patriarchal supremacy. She'll be there for her 4 years, maybe 8 years. They'll move along. And yeah, none of this is a challenge to that. Y'all are just in the way with your goddamn feelings. Once again, delusion is the solution. Putting Lizzo on the cover of a magazine as if this type of, different type of desirability and challenging the European beauty standard is actually challenging the European beauty standard. It's not. Huh? It's not. If I recall correctly, maybe Demetrius will remember this, or anyone that remembers this quote. Um, it was a young lady that was on the Grapevine. I don't want to say I don't recall her being on the Grapevine often. And they were speaking about black men and black women and whatever. And black women always say this dumbass shit. Yeah, we using profanity. Um, which was like, yeah, but the black men, they want power. They want power. They don't want liberation. And I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. Lady, how do you think you're gonna get your liberation? How do you think you're gonna get your liberation? Ma'am, I'm a heterosexual man. I don't practice knee pad diplomacy. Pun intended. I don't know about you, ma'am, but I don't practice face down, ass up diplomacy for white men. Whoopsie. How do you think you're gonna get your liberation, ma'am? She said liberation or freedom or whatever it is. That shit sound nice. Black men want power. Black women want freedom and liberation. That sound nice. Nice little hashtag. Nice little one-liner. You get the snaps from other lame-ass black women and LGBTQ black men with that. How do you expect to get your liberation in America? Huh? I remember the young lady saying that, and for the first time in a while, I had to pause Grapevine and be like, whew, all right. Oh, okay. All right. Z could look, I'm a masochist, but goddamn. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna have to take my breath. And I think I was working at the law office at the time, and I think I had to go for a walk. I had to go for a walk. You know when you hear something, it's so you're like, oh wait a minute. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get up. I think I'm gonna leave my phone at my cube, and I'm gonna leave it charged. I'm gonna go for a walk. I need to think, right? Oh man, I'm gonna go for a walk because what scares me is that it's these people that have the ears of influential and powerful white folks. It's these people that work for you, as I said before, that work for Hot 97 or that work for BET, that work for that work for Revolt, that work or that work in these Fortune 500 companies all across New York and all across the country in LA, et cetera, et cetera. It's black people like this, right? Better use it. So you do have limits. Better use this is remember this is like 2015 type era. So yeah, 20. Yeah, it had to be like 2015, maybe 2014. I don't think this was 2016. This was no because I was in a completely different environment then. But yeah, when she said that, I was like, whew, okay. Now my threshold has like I'm to be honest with you, I've gotten better, right? I think I'm my bar for masochism actually has went up, believe it or not. Um, because this is before Cynthia G was talking about deleting unborn black children, and that just don't even mean nothing to me. Z. So I think my bar for masochism, it's gone up, right? So yeah, but when she said that, I was like, and these people say that, particularly these women and these LGBTQ black folks, these black women and black LGBTQs folks say that, and they think they really saying something. They really think they're saying something. That sound nice. No wonder for all of us that remember after Charlottesville when Grapevine recorded and they sounded insane. Shout out to you, Doug. Y'all think y'all got how many militias in New York and in New Jersey? From Connecticut to New Jersey. That's just the tri-state area. Because I made a comment and no, Doug made a comment. I replied to it and then he made another. I'm like, bruh, why y'all think y'all safe up there in New York? Shout out to all the black Northeasterners. Why y'all think y'all safe in Massachusetts, in New York, in Vermont, in Connecticut, in New Jersey? Why y'all think y'all safe? Oh, because you're not in the South and in the Midwest, you think you safe? Because you're around them fake ass white liberals, you think you're safe? When Charlottesville happened, I remember Ashley be like, but these white men, the way they look at, I thought, yeah, oh, Ashley, you thought anti-blackness racism was something the old white men were on, not the young white men. Ashley, you live in New York. Them white, what's the interracial marriage rate in New York? What, them white men are really marrying black women like that? Uh-oh. What, it's a bunch of Bill Burrs running around New York, huh? Huh? Cut the crap. It's a bunch of Bill Burrs running around New York, huh? Marrying all the brown skinned and dark skinned black women, huh? Y'all on drugs. The drug called delusion, once again. Delusion is the solution. And it's people like this. That's the movers and shakers behind the scenes. You never see them. The young lady, I think she would called into Kendra G also, Single by Choices covered it, and she worked with who? Jill Scott? Which one of them she worked for? Delusional. These are the people that's the movers and shakers in the background. And like I said, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? And I'm just reading through your comments. Compassion says ZB taking months off his life every time he entertains these 304s, right? Better you says gotcha. That was before you went Super Saiyan. Hysterical, right? Man, wow. Carlton says these women are the most free, even more free than the Becky, thanks to all the socialism you voted for. What I will say to that, Carlton, is the women were going to be free anyway. I don't know about you, but I'm not about making laws to put women in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. Now, I am about her having to eat all of those consequences. Not to mention, I'm not about slowing up society because women can't get right. Right? If we want a freer society, then you got to eat everything that come with that. The difference is I'm not about subsidizing her because of her bad behavior. That's the difference. Giving everybody a chance, a good starting point. So what, we not gonna give everybody a good starting point because if the women get it too, then they'll tell you F you, I don't need you. No, you give everyone a good starting point, and the women that don't get in line, you let them starve to death. Right? There's consequences for you not playing the game the way we told you to play the game. My leftist critique is not about the women, it's about overall society. It's about me knowing if you leave it up to the wealthy folks at the top, they're gonna buy the politicians and close the door on your face, in your face, which they're doing now, and there will be no upward mobility, like they're doing now. Everybody talking about the corrupt politicians. Ain't nobody talking about who lines the corrupt politicians' pockets. Which you're gonna swap out the politicians and then what? So the new set could get bought out again, right? I'm not about putting the thumb on the scales against the women just to put the thumb on the scales against the women. Huh? My leftist critique of our society is not about the women per se, right? I know the women are going to try to find little loopholes, little escape hatches. I think Jason Black said the realest thing ever when he said, essentially these programs, yeah, your mom could, and I'm paraphrasing and I'm adding in my own thing with this, but yeah, your mom could plug these together and you know be impoverished with them, but without a man, you're not making it into the middle class. As a black person, for the most part, as a black woman, for the most part, without a man, you're not making it into the middle class. You're not. And so my leftist critique is about saying that to women. We have grants for people that want to go to college and university. We have grants for people that want to do the blue collar thing, learn trade, right? We'll make sure to have YMCA centers for the kids and for the elderly, et cetera, paved roads, et cetera, all of that good stuff. But yeah, if you don't get married, that's your ass. We're not raising taxes to make up for all you single a-hole women that were florists making $32,000 your whole life. And now you're retired and that little, you know, $400 social security check ain't cutting it. Right? And from Africa, I came says Delulu is the Sululu was trending on TikTok a few months ago. See, I remember that. I remember that actually. I remember that. I didn't follow it, but I remember seeing that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Huh. Just because the women don't have a systemic analysis, or they think that they're going to be able to like tax the men into oblivion to go start their like same-sex loving coven funded by the men. Uh, just because that's the goal of theirs doesn't mean that I'm going to screw over everyone just to keep the women in line. No. Right. The funniest thing in the world. They think they're going to tax men into oblivion just so they could do their Golden Girls thing. Okay, yeah, that's it. Right. So in Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. In Detroit says, so a real man gets to handle 38, 644, 345 pounds of woman. So beating Doc Ock and Green Goblin ass is masculinity. Got it. You look, yeah, no, that's the man's job. The man's job is to and compassion says drop the link, bro. I'm gonna drop it in 1 minute. 1 minute. And a man's job is to deal with everything women in society throw at you and eat it with a smile. Pun intended. Right? Take all of the crap that they throw at you with a smile. Because aren't you a real man? Right? That's a man's job. And they get to challenge your masculinity, question your sexuality and your manhood. And it's good because I think I saw a light skinned brother say something along the lines of like, whenever a black woman mad at you, get ready because you're going to be on top of gay. I'm so glad that we're here now. FD said it, Z say it. I'm seeing a couple more brothers say it, like the light skinned brother I just told y'all about. And I've seen also more and more brothers say this in comment sections and on video all across social media. And y'all putting women in a pincer move. Because now we're slowly killing the sassy thing. They're not gonna be able to say that soon enough. We already on them with the sassy thing. Goddamn, men, how are women gonna be able to shame you after we take sassy away from them? And that's not gonna take too much longer either. How is she supposed to shame you into doing for her and shutting up? Right? How is she supposed to question your masculinity because you're not kissing her ass or other black women's ass, or you're not regurgitating some anti-black male bullshit? Right? How are you supposed to do that? Oh, sorry, said that wrong. How is she supposed to do that if you won't get in line, and if she can't, shame you with implying, suggesting, inferring, right, that you're some type of LGBTQ because you have the unmitigated gall to talk back, huh? You gotta love it. So yeah, delusion is the solution. From Miss Tiana, 31 years old, 2 kids, in a relationship for 11 years, engaged for 7 years, right? All type of my money is my money, his money is my money talk, to what Tone was speaking about also. Yeah, no, delusion is the solution. Excuse me. And there's a lot of people, they just can't deal with the reality of like, no, this is not cakewalk, this is not gonna be easy. Y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Reckless streams. I might as well just start saying reckless stream tax and effect. Reckless streams, because goddamn, right? So we're back. We're back. Right. So I lost my train of thought. You see, just like that. Goddamn, that phone call killed me. Um, no, yeah, no, there we go. Delusion is the solution. Delusion is the solution. And I think that's why I kind of got a little, besides myself a little bit when I mentioned the grapevine and what that young lady said and the episode they had after Charlottesville, because it was like, wait a minute, look, man, Mr. Z is a child of immigrants too. Ashley and them are all children of immigrants. If I'm not mistaken, even for the non-ADOS folks that were on the grapevine, most of them were born in the U.S., raised in the U.S. So what's different with my experience in South Florida and their experience in New York? Was it that vastly different? I guess because I was raised working poor, and luckily my parents like dug themselves into working class, and pretty much that's where they've been, right? So half a step up. Maybe that's the difference. My parents ain't come here with boatloads of money and PhDs, right? Maybe that's the thing, or they didn't acquire their PhD when they got here. Maybe that's the difference. But y'all have a reading of black folks and white folks in American history that Z just don't have. Don't ask Z where the hell these children of immigrants come from. I don't know, right? These other children of immigrants, I don't know what they talking about, right? And y'all gives you. Oh, I heard you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, right? But yeah, um, and I think that's once again, delusion is the solution. I think that's why I have these takes, because it's just delusional. I keep on asking, who are these people? These people are outliers. I don't know what upbringing they have. This is my same assessment of these people in these bubbles that are anti-patriarchy, anti-systems of oppression. Then when you show them what it looked like, wait, so black men, are you saying if we don't have sex with you, and if we're not in a relationship with you, you're not gonna be there for us? You're not. Yes, that's what we're saying. Yes, delusional ass. Yes, that's what we're saying. We're telling you to get it from God. That's what we're telling you. Yes, we're telling you that we're not your community eunuchs. That's what we're saying. Yes, you're right. Go find it from the white man. I think that's why my take is that, because if you truly believe in community, then you have to believe in it all the way. You don't give people your ass to kiss and then demand that they play community with you. Absolutely not. You're not condescending to people and then think they should play community with you. Once again, delusion is the solution. Huh? Absolutely. So when I saw that grape, and I'm once again tying this to everything, and it's so messed up. I can't give y'all the link for the grapevine episode I'm speaking about. Some of us who saw it know what Z is speaking about, but the rest of you, I can't give you the link because they deleted the goddamn channel. Or I think the channel might still be up under that name. Or if you type in the grapevine, you'll see people reviewing different videos, but you won't see the video because they deleted everything off of the channel or whatever. Yeah. Huh? Man. And that's what it is. And Gil Gabby says she's 31 years old, was with a man 22 years, has two sons with him, began an acting career but stopped at 19 and stayed home. She now works in insurance but wants to become a lawyer. Yeah. No, I think she said no. She was with him for 11 years and they were engaged for 2 years. Gil Gabby. She was engaged with him for 7 years. Yeah, she was with him for 11 years. They were engaged for 7 years. So 11 years, 7 years, and she has 2 children with him. And now she's looking for a paymaster to pretty much clean up all of that. And she got an okay looking face. She's all right looking. And then she stood up. Oh boy. It ain't even like the belly ain't even like, the little fluff, a little fluff. It ain't even a little fluff. The everything neck down is okay. That's what you're working with. Alrighty then. Everything neck down. It wasn't even like a little, a little jiggle. Because with her sitting down, you could tell, like, okay, how bad is it when you stand up? And then it don't even look like there was any shape to it. It was just blah. It ain't no lightweight muffin top. This is whole ass muffin top straight out the oven. Jesus Christ. Right? Absolutely not. Nope. Delusion is the solution, clearly. Delusion is the solution. LAR said arrogant beggars. Let's modify that. Arrogant, aggressive beggars. It's not just arrogant beggars. No, they're arrogant and aggressive beggars. They were arrogant and aggressive on Kevin's show. Now they're arrogant and aggressive on Ashley Dalton and Kendra G. Right? Oh boy. And for, you know, okay, fine, you have 2 children. Okay, fine. Right? You have 2 children, cool. But there's this idea that a man is just supposed to eat all of that. Right? Eat your arrogance, eat your attitude, eat the 2 children from another man, eat whatever lifestyle you talking about, eat this delusion where your money is your money and his money is your money, while you pick and choose which parts of religion you want to play and practice. Haram, what? Delusion is the solution. And too many delusional women is how you get here in America. What that birth rate say again? Oops. Huh? Shout out to all you educated women thinking you can make your delusion come true with a degree. Okay, yeah, whatever. You just made yourself more in debt. Why would a man subsidize your college education, your law school education, when the money is still going to be it ain't our money, it's your money. Absolutely not. Hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. Once again, delusion is the solution. Right? Yeah, that's the game we playing. Right? Absolutely insane. Vince is funny, and Vince is sassy moochers. It really is. That's what they are. That is what they are. Sassy moochers. Sassy moochers who frame it like it's not mooching. Because aren't you a man? I, we're we're already there, but I suspect within the year, because I want you, these conversations are not, they're happening offline more and more too. The women are just gonna get to the point where they're like, "Yo, what's the point of even having you if you're not paying everything? If you ain't paymaster, why would I even entertain you?" We're there, by the way. We're there through action. Look at that marriage rate. Look who's getting married and look who's getting divorced. The women are already saying that through action. Shout out to all you men who are married who think that's not why your wife is with you. I'm telling you, that's why she's with you. See, does that apply to you too? It applies to all of us. Well, damn. Some are just worse than others. Huh? The women are showing you through action. We're already here. We are already here. But I suspect they start saying it more and more. That includes the white women. I'm not just talking about black women here. I think the black women are already saying it on the fringes. But yeah, they're just like, to be honest with you, if you ain't a walking wallet, a walking ATM machine, why are you even here? Why would I even entertain you? Right? That's hysterical. And Charles says Cafeteria Christ and La Carte Allah. La Carte Allah and Cafeteria Christ. Hysterical. Calvin says, is this the new 12 Years a Slave? Right? That's funny. Els, there's such a but that joke is right there. I'm gonna say it. And Elle says, she's trying to widen her pool and get the brothers' attention by mentioning haram in her mind. She better not. She better not got the Middle East talking like that. She better not go to the Middle East talking like that. Look, she's already wide in her pool. Look, man, lady, look. I don't even make fat jokes. I don't even make fat jokes. But ma'am, Jesus, it's and the fact that these women got the unmitigated gall to say it's the audacity for me or Z Wusa Z Wusa Wusa. The fact that the XX chromosome of the game, especially the black ones, have the audacity to say it's the audacity of men. That one thing black men got is audacity. I know y'all ain't talking. Black women of all people on planet Earth, of all people on planet Earth, I know black women ain't talking. It's the audacity of black men for me. Elson, it's a knife. It's a knife. Shout out to Forever 20. I said Forever 21. Shout out to 21 Savage. Look at Z. Right? Shout out to 21 Savage. It's a knife. Right? It's the audacity for me. Oh, wow. And you keep meeting these people. It's the same situation like I bring up all the time. The heavyset sister with the chest tattoo. You keep meeting these people over and over again. You meet them in real life, then you see the same type of characters, maybe not the exact same person, but the same type of characters online. And these people have all the sassy ass one liners, particularly, obviously, women, black women in particular. All the sassy one liners, every single sassy one liner you could think of, they got it. And it's all coping mechanisms. It's all cap and it's all cope. Kendrick said, is it the braids? No, it's the goddamn hair glue. That's what it is, Kendrick. It's not the braids, Kendrick. It's the hair glue. It's the nail polish. It gotta be. They gotta be sniffing the nail polish, Kendrick. It's not the braids, Kendrick. Right? No, it gotta be the antidepressant pills, Kendrick. It's not the braids. It's the antidepressant pills. Right? It gotta be the cell phone screens. It gotta be that. It gotta be the blue light. That's what it is. It's the blue light. It's the blue light. For women, black women in specific, to have the is there a word in the English language The temerity, the gall, the gumption to say it's the audacity. The one thing black men got is audacity, right? Jason Jason says it's the feminism, right? The audacity to tell black men, it's the audacity. Black men and black women are attached by the hip. Yet one side of us swear they can drown the other side and not die. Swear they can drown the other side or benign neglect the other side, and yet they're going to survive. Yeah, that's it. Goddamn Siamese twins, but one side think, oh, I'll just let the other side die. I'll let white society prop just a few of us up and let the other side die, and I'll be okay. Okay, yeah, that's it. But it's the audacity of black men. Yeah, okay. Sunny hosted over here saying crazy, ridiculous black men, but it's the audacity of black men. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? It's the audacity of black men. Okay. Huh? Tiffany Cross telling black men to get in line with behind black women, but it's the audacity of black men. Okay. Simone Sanders, no one asks black men for their unsolicited opinions, but it's the audacity of black men. Yep, you're right. You're right. Mm-hmm. It's the audacity of black men. Yep, yep. That sounds like audacious ass black men to me. Yep, you're right. Right? Yeah. Yeah. And no, this is actually a really good comment. And Compassionate says they see themselves as tied to white people's hipsy, and perception is reality for them. Nah, I think you're right about that. I think you're right. Unfortunately for them, that's not how this works. But you're outgroup women. You're outgroup women. You would think you would understand that, particularly for black women, all of that have any type of lineage to the Americas. When Massa was coming to the outhouse, you would think you would know, or the cabin, better yet, maybe not the outhouse, whole different context, right? Maybe you would think you would know that you are. If it was up to them, you would just be the concubine class, and that's it. You would think you would know that, right? You would think you would know that. That's your outgroup women and everything that entails. You would think you would know that and move accordingly. You would think you would know that throwing the vagina at in-group males doesn't make you an in-group woman. You would think you would know that. You would think regurgitating in-group men and women's rhetoric about out-group men wouldn't make you an honorary in-group woman. You would think you would know that. Huh? You would think you would know that. But apparently not. Being insufferable, mean, rude, condescending to outgroup men does not change your lot. It doesn't change your position in the hierarchy at all. At all. It's that simple. All these college degrees does not change. It doesn't. Maybe for a handful of individual black women, that's really what y'all doing, is trying to play lottery with your life. But for a handful of individual black women, maybe your daughter can marry a Prince Harry. You can marry a white man, gotta have a mixed daughter, and your mixed, almost damn near light bright, damn near white ass daughter could end up with a Prince Harry. 1 in 20 million, 10 million. But isn't there another ADR sister married to one of these princes? Fine. Okay. So that's literally 1 in 10 million. So 1 in 10 million, 20 million adult black women, give or take. It's really like what, 22, 21? But either way, okay, fine. 1 in 10 million of y'all end up with a prince. Sounds like great odds to me. Go ahead. Huh? Was it 6%? I think was the most recent number. 6.5% of black women are married. All black women, right? I think it's all marriageable age black women. So some like 6% of marriageable age black women are married outside of the race. All of that for maybe 6.5%, something like that. Right? All of that. 50 years, more than 50 years since Loving versus Virginia. All of that for 6% of interracial marriages. Wow. Defecating on black men in public, in private, insulting black men, belittling black men. Once again, delusion is the solution. All of that for 6% interracial marriage rate. Huh? Character assassination of black men. All of that for a 6% interracial marriage rate. And 0.5% of white men marry black women. All of that for that. Huh? Ah, Vince. Ah, but that's the whole point. And Vince says all these degrees, but nobody taught them how to be wives. That's the whole reason for the degree. The degree, the way it's marketed, because we have to say the way it's marketed and what it actually becomes. The way it's marketed is she gets the degree so that she doesn't have to rely on a husband. That's the way they say it's supposed to be. That way she could do her own independent thing, and then she meet her independent man, and y'all go ahead and get married, and she doesn't have to follow your every word, or you hold some financial sway over her, right? Like you don't have her by the, I guess it wouldn't be the balls in her case, by the clitoris, because you make that much more than her, or you are the sole breadwinner, right? That's the way it's marketed. But in reality, for the black community in specific, no, she got her degree so that she doesn't have to do anything you say or be on any type of program. So she could give you the middle finger. The whole point of the degree is that. Now, where a lot of women are running into walls, that's all women, white, black, Latina, and even some Asian women, is they really thought that they could educate themselves into a different class and then use that, this pretty much meritocracy, use that to get a higher caliber of man. That's what the young lady off of that morning show was saying, the very attractive black woman off of that morning show, the dating down clip. That's what she was trying to say. She didn't convey it exactly like that, but that's what she was trying to say. We get our degrees and we just hope that we meet somebody at or above our level. Hypergamy. They think if I level myself up, then that allows me to get an even better caliber of man. Nope. Ma'am, you have those looks, you have that degree, you have that access, and you still sounded the way you did. Apparently not. And then you will commence to pouting. Literally, y'all watch the lady pout. This is a grown-ass woman pout when the brother was like, so now it's dating down. And she started pouting. I told y'all, these are grown-ass women in 12-year-old bodies, 7-year-old. Oh, sorry, said that wrong. These are adult-ass women with 7-year-olds inside, or 7-year-olds with a grown-ass women bodies. That's the better way to say it, Z. She literally started pouting in front of her when she put her hand under her chin, and she was like, huh. That's a grown-ass woman pouting live on air Because the brother was like, so it's dating down now, right? Right? And then and the icing on the cake was what, Z? I'll do better by myself. And there we go. And there we go. Because they really think the degree, the education is access to a different class position and different men in that class position. Nope. And Lion says, notice the white woman wasn't saying much. Yeah, she tried her little two-step where she tried to make it seem like, oh, no, it was the men that were sexist, right? Remember, but she was like, well, because remember they were covering economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. And so she was trying to say like it was the men that were insecure and that didn't want to be with the women. Remember, she tried to frame it like that. And the second they caught it, it was like, nope, that's not what it's saying. She backed down. She was like, okay, so what is this saying? So the women are looking for? She tried to play dumb. Let's be very clear. She knew exactly what that article was saying. She tried to play dumb. It was like, so is it the women? What did the women try to say then? Right? So she reverted to damsel in distress. Oh, I don't know. Well, I guess I don't understand it. Okay, right? But not the black woman. Very attractive black woman. Not the black. She couldn't let it go. Huh? Exactly. And Lion said, dude, shut that down immediately because she tried to do it, but that's always where they go. Everyone in this society, everyone who's not initiated, everyone who's not initiated Black Manosphere always goes to it's the men. The men are intimidated by these educated, successful women. They're not on these women's level. It's the men. They're insecure. That's because they don't let people like us in the Black Manosphere put the microphone to your daughter. So we'll let her talk because she's going to initially sound like that. And if we let her talk long enough, that's going to take a while. If we let her talk long enough, we'll get to what the real is. And the real is, no, I want to marry up. Uh-oh, hypergamy. Huh? Hypergamy. Uh-oh. Which, by the way, is a woman's prerogative. We're not actually anti-hypergamy. Now, this hypergamy on steroids crap that these women are talking about, that's a whole different conversation. We're not actually anti-women's nature over here. We're just saying that the elite white folks, elite white men, done turbocharged and supercharged and exploited women's natural hypergamy. That part. Then number two, ain't nobody trying to help your daughter with hypergamy, with her delusions. Huh? That insanity. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Detroit says, I'm a very I'm an expert on the numbers, see, right? And that was with his 1 238 644 345 pounds of woman. Talking about the light skin sister. Once again, links in the description. She had an okay face, right? She had an okay face. She let her face down with that body. Oh, she let her face down with that body. She let her face down with that goddamn body. I don't care how many children you have, ma'am. She had an okay enough face. She wasn't super bad, but she was not ugly at all. God, you let the face down with the body. Once you stood up, I was like, oh hell, this can't be real. It gotta be the camera angle. It gotta be the camera angle. Because I already knew she was going to be a little bit bigger. But when she stood up and you realized how much bigger, you was like, oh, okay, that's not even, I can't do nothing with this lady. I can't even pretend like you aren't as big as you are with this. Not with this. Nope. Right. And Lion is right. Lion says hypergamy has a cost too. It does. The women don't want to pay that cost. The femininity cost, they don't want to pay that. Huh? The kindness cost, the deferring to the man cost. Ooh, Z, say that one more again. The deferring to the man cost. Uh-oh. Actually, it's your money that's his money. Ooh, god damn, Z, you know you wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Oh, Z, you wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Ooh, I'm gonna say the other part. Ooh, this one is gonna hurt. Y'all hold them up. Get ready. They're about to fall out. The struggle love part. Ooh, goddamn. Yo, oh yeah, yep. Oh wait, you thought you were just gonna stand on the finish line and wait? They said that men don't reach peak earnings until their mid 50s. Ma'am, you can't have children in your mid 50s. Guess what that means? You're gonna have to be on this train from the jump, from the beginning. And guess what that means? Struggle love. Uh-oh. And it's not struggle love like the man might be quote unquote cheating, exercising options. No. Struggle like y'all are making this work. Y'all are building together. You don't just get to wake up at the finish line and he's earning 95 and 100 and 150 or even 75, even 65. No, nope. No, man, you're going to have to be there for the part-time jobs. Oh boy. No, ma'am, you're going to have to be there when he's earning $32,000 a year. Yikes. Huh? No, that's the cost. Lion, that's the cost. All these women who think they're just going to stand at the finish line waiting. Ma'am, if you want a transactional, you should have just said that. If you're a mercenary, you should have just said that. Huh? If that's what we are, you should have just said that so that we can move accordingly. Huh? Y'all saw the short. I have a short of where the young lady she doesn't look black but she said, yeah, we do judge you by your money because that's symbolize, and this is see the really good women, this is how they speak. That's why I posted it. This is peak like swaggerlicious, exotical, different type of woman. Yeah, we judge you by your money because your money symbolizes success, and it symbolizes how hard you work, it symbolizes this, so yes, we're attracted to you because of your money. Oh, you gotta love it. I get all you rich Negroes. That's what they be telling y'all, huh? They be telling y'all money is a character trait now, huh? And y'all be falling for it, dumbass, huh? I guarantee. I promise y'all be, especially those different women, those exotic different women. Oh, Tyrone. Yeah, we judge you for your money, but look how hard you worked for it, and yeah, it symbolizes success, and it symbolizes how good of a man you are, and how successful you are, how smart you are, how strong you are, and you fall for that, don't you? Be sitting in divorce court in 7 years, huh? Then they be breaking your stuff. Ain't that right, Safari? Oops. Huh? Then they crazy asses be in front of your house looking like a goddamn crazy woman, huh? The fact that y'all fall for that, Jesus Christ. Black men of all people, the fact that y'all fall for that. No, there's a whole different contract. And maybe I got to come up with that, right? Shout out to the Roger Report. He have his whole contract, marriage contract. Maybe Z have to come up with different contracts for the different period in our life you meet us at. Huh? There's a different contract for if you meet us at 25 years old and we earning 28, $25,000 a year. There's a different type of relationship contract that you get compared to the woman that meets us at 38 and 40 and 42 years old and 45 years old, earning 75 plus, 80,000 plus, and the contract she gets. Y'all don't get the same contract. Huh? And I got to read this one now. And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And I know you good on the numbers. You be cracking me up with the numbers. The trans fat ones would be hysterical. Um, and Eric Denman says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Eric Denman says, Z, they aren't going to come right out and say that they are divorce merchants. Y'all coming with the one-liners today. Divorce merchants, right? Oh, Passport OG. Oh, I'm gonna check this out later. And Passport OG puts up YouTube watch is the US public school system collapsing via PBS. Passport OG, why did I not tag you in that guy? I should have tagged you also. Talking about that Black Lou, did you check out what I tagged you? And I tagged a bunch of people. I forgot to tag Passport OG. I should have tagged Passport OG. Y'all check my community post. It's the thing that I posted the most recent. I'll talk about it when y'all come up when I post a link. But I posted something from Wisecrack, and it was pretty much what JD Vance and I always say I know the last name. I always forget the first name. But Yarvin, which is like the philosopher of all of them. So it's Peter Thiel, it's Yarvin, it's JD Vance. It's they have their whole circle of like tech bro people, and they all kind of play their role. And Yarvin is the philosopher of all of them. But essentially, everything that they're and Barry, you actually commented on this, and I said that's exactly what it is. Essentially, it's all about protecting the white male hierarchy, and that's all they're on over there, right? That's all of the fluff, all of the talking yourself into pretzels, all of the tech bro speak, all of the president should actually be like an elected king. Um, it's all a hierarchical structure where white men are on top. I didn't say men. I said white men. A very specific type of white man. The landed gentry type of white man. Right? So, yeah. Just making sure, yeah. And, yeah. But I thought about that with reading this from Eric when he said divorce merchants. And the women are playing their role. Huh? The women are playing their role in that. Shout out to the brother from Lapeef channel who said, yo, just make what Z says all the time. Essentially, let's make polygamy legal. Let these women go marry, or they could end up with all the rich dudes. Y'all go ahead and take care of them, and we'll save our $200 a month, and we'll go see the head doctor at the end of the month, which is hysterical, right? Let me also read this before. And once again, Eric Denman, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Where's that comment from Black Guru? Wait a minute. I saw. There we go. And Black Guru says, if only 6% of black women interracially marry, only half have white husbands, and only 30% of black women are married at all. That means less than 1% of all black women have white husbands. 6% times 50 times 30% equals 0.9%. This ain't looking good. Right? And Black Mirror, you mentioned this on a previous stream. When I put up the link, please come up because I want to kind of get into detail about what you know about that. And Black Mirror says Vance created a whole program at Yale about recreating the white male order. Right? Yeah. Yep. I'm just. It's a few months ago. It's more than a couple. A few months ago, I spoke on a channel called Then and Now, and they covered Putin, Vladimir Putin, and they covered, or he covered, better yet, Russia, and the different perspective of history and of the world, and very specifically progress and the concept of progress that Russia has and Putin has, and maybe much of the rest of the world outside of like the West and America has, and they don't take progress for granted, right? And I spoke on this, and I think, I think we have a number of us in the West that includes some black people that take quote unquote progress for granted. You can actually tie that back to what I was saying about the grapevine earlier in Charlottesville and how flabbergasted many of them seem to be that 21-year-olds were walking around with tiki torches, 24 and 25-year-olds were walking around with tiki torches, talking about you will now replace us, the Jews will now replace us, and how surprised they were that young white men were this overt, right? That the what's his face again? The goddamn, y'all know who I'm talking about. The young white dude with the Spanish last name. Goddamn, his face is right there. He was on Fresh and Fit. Um, Jesus Christ, I forgot this man's last name. That dudes like that. How old was he at the time? What, 23, 22, 24, something like that. I think he was like 23 at the time, right? Nick Fuentes. There you go. Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. That's how I remembered it. Nick Fuentes, right? They were surprised that the Nick Fuenteses were at these type of events. Smart dude in college, racist as hell, anti-black as hell. Things. I remembered hit flick. Thank you, Nick Fuentes. I remembered, right? Because they took for granted progress. I'm tying that to Black Uru's comment by saying like black women, I think, oftentimes take for granted this so-called progress because they can attend college and university. And because white folks don't immediately insult them to their face for the most part. Right? But aren't these same black women, when you actually question them on why they're, black women are the fastest growing entrepreneurs. Yeah, why is that? Uh-oh. Y'all ready to tell us about them racist bosses? Some of you do. Some of you will be honest about it. Yeah, you got that degree in communications or business administration, right? You have that degree. You went and go get your master's. Oh, cool. You were lead HR and you were making some good money and you were running right into anti-blackness, punching you in the face. And they fired you or you quit. They usually fired you. And then you started your own business. Y'all not being honest about that. So is that really progress then? Y'all taking progress for granted. Huh? So yeah, and Eric, once again, thank you for the super chat. And he says, divorce merchants really are. They really are. And Southern Purchase, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Southern Purchases, 90% of school districts in the U.S. are going broke. The average home going forward after 30-year mortgage is paid will be $765,000 with the interest. Oh yeah, yeah. I think Jason Black covered that a little while ago, a few months ago. And he continues with saying, when I tell women I know they can't understand these things. Yeah, bro, you're not the only one. I actually had this conversation with my lady the other night. Who was I? I was listening to Tone Talks because I knew I was going to cover it, and I didn't have to work a double. I got home, I took a nap, etc., etc. Literally woke up as she was walking in the door, and um, what I think I had just listened to that wisecrack um episode that I told y'all about. No, I listened to wisecrack before I fell asleep. I think is Mr. Z saying this right? I want to say yes, and I think I shared it right before I went to sleep. Something like that. I want to say something like that. Then I woke up and I think I started listening to Tone, which I never finished. I ended up finishing it this morning, and I'm tying this to what you're saying, Southern Purchase, and I'm gonna put the link up in after this. Um, and Miss Z, knowing Mr. Z, we've been together for years now. I know what y'all about to ask. It's coming. It's coming. Hopefully she's not listening. Um, Knowing Z for years now, and she said something along the lines of, did she say, I'm gonna need you to listen to stuff that's a little less it wasn't less serious. That wasn't the word she used. That was the sentiment. It was, but the term was something like that. I'm gonna need you to listen to something a little, not more lighthearted. I can't remember how she said this thing. Goddamn, it wasn't offensive. The sentiment annoyed me, but what she said wasn't mean or offensive. It was like, goddamn, you always were listening to heavy stuff. That's essentially what she was saying. Knowing Z for years now, and I was like, babe, how do you think I get to be me then? How do you think like you get this man you see in front of you? Like the reason why I put in the hours I put, the reason why I have the work ethic, the reason why I'm able to buy you stuff and we go places and stuff is because I listen to things like this, right? It's because these things give me a perspective on where I am and how hard I need to work and strive, right? It's because I don't get to be delusional. And low key, I said, babe, you get to do that if you so choose. I don't get to do that. If she listening, she know I'm telling the truth, right? And the line says, words of the day, divorce merchant, write this down. Eric, put it in the book. Once again, let's read Eric's super chat one more again. He says, they aren't going to come right out and say that. They are divorce merchants, right? And so I'm saying that because of Southern Purchase, going back to Southern Purchase super chat. Once again, like, share, subscribe to the super chat. And because you're right, like about like when you have these conversations, and my lady isn't the only one. It's one of my very close homegirls. As I started to listen to Tone more, I would tell her about some of the things, and we would go through the numbers. And yeah, another young lady I used to date, before my lady, same thing, right? Haitian young woman, same thing. They just like they can't comprehend that the vast majority of Americans are just working class, lower middle class, some middle class, obviously, but yeah, it, men aren't making 150 a year. That's not a thing. 300. Yeah, obviously there are men that are, but that's not common. Once you make over $65,000 a year, you're leaving behind 2/3 of men. Do you understand what that means for your dating prospects when you're trying to practice hypergamy? And not just practice hypergamy like you earn 70 and you meet a man that earned 80, 82, $78,000 a year. No. You're talking about earning 70 and ending up with a man that earns 120, 150. Do you appreciate which the position you're putting yourself in, and the angst and the anger and the resentment that you are going to adopt because you're angry at the world, really men, if you're black, really black men, that you can't optimize, shout out to line, optimize your hypergamy, right? And so it's a mental block. And me and Shay Sade have had this conversation before, right? Like the women they can't deal with the reality. No, this is the reality, ma'am. The reality is 2/3 of men never make more than $65,000 a year in their life. That's the reality, right? That's the reality of life. Now what? No one's telling you to be with a bum, but this is the reality. 60-40 split college enrollment, women to men. That's the reality. Huh? 60% of Americans can't afford $1,000 emergency. That's the reality. Huh? That's the reality. Reality. Better yet, I know I'm pronouncing that real fast. Right? So Southern Purchase, these people, it can't compute, right? The women we're describing, they can't. And Mr. Z, once again, delusion is the solution. We as people have been primed. Young people, I'm really saying under the age of 50, maybe even under the age of 55, but definitely under the age of 50, to see the world a particular way, particularly us as Americans. Oh boy. At least Els is in Britain of used to be empire, right? So it's different being in Britain, right? Post World War II, definitely post, Keynesian economics. That's a different context when you know Britain rides on the coattails of America. And the Soviet Union and the US were pretty much like, yeah, about that British Empire, yeah, no, not anymore. That's that his context, even though English speaking UK former world empire, the sun never sets on the British Empire, right? That's a different context than us in America. That's a whole different context. But as Americans, oh boy, that consumerism as a form of liberation, the delusion that was pushed on all of us, particularly the women, right? As I continue to tell y'all, shout out to Wisecrack, the Gary Marsh from Disney. We sold lifestyle to little girls. Those girls are now women, right? So Southern Purchase, when you have these conversations with those women, that's what you're running into. Decades of programming and propaganda about a lifestyle, right? They can't get off of it. If you're talking to a 28-year-old, a 32-year-old, a 35-year-old, that's what you saw on Kevin's channel. That's what you see on Kendra G's channel. That's what you see on Ashley Dolan's channel. They can't get off of it. It didn't matter if they literally had cable and was watching Disney. No, we're talking about the mindset, the worldview. They can't get off of it. Huh? That's a whole different conversation. And there's going to, let me say this, and I think I keep on saying after this, I'll drop the link. And really, after this, I'm going to drop the link, right? We were still living off the fumes of boomers. Xers had culture and a little bit of money. Millennials, we were still living off of the last bit of we're living off of our boomer parents as a generation. That's all it is, and that's for the ones of our boomer parents that actually had the money. That's it, y'all. That's it. It's done. It's done. It's done. And this is when it gets real. When that wealth transfer, it's already happening. As this wealth transfer happens, and as the boomers pass, and as that wealth chasm between classes, excuse me, I said it the wrong way. As that wealth gap between classes grows into a chasm, and as Gen Z gets older and as Alpha get of age and become adults, you're gonna see some, excuse my language, you're gonna see some shit. Because the concept of upward mobility, which would still exist to a certain extent, but not nearly be what it is now, let alone what it was coming out of Jim Crow for Black people specifically, but for all Americans, you will still have the rhetoric of meritocracy and upward mobility, but you won't have the mechanisms. Right? Oh, that's a great comment. And Calvin says, let them watch Disney, we watch PBS. That's a great comment. Ah, that's funny. That's so messed up, and it's accurate. And Hitflix says, once the boomers are gone, cue the Titanic band. God damn. Talk about morbid. No, that's good. That's pretty damn accurate, actually. That's pretty damn accurate. Man, that's good. Compassion said, "My brothers are Xers. I couldn't imagine being being raised by effing Xer, bro." Right? I mean, extra men still had to deal with a certain level of reality. Extra black men, in particular, but extra women. Oh, it depends. To me, it depends. It depends. I'm not gonna throw all of them away, but if you black and you grew up in that hip hop generation, that hyper aspirational Xers, oh boy. Boomers actually had the mechanisms. So even if they were hyper aspirationalism, you're the children of Jim Crow. The America feels a teeny tiny, teeny. It's not really that they feel guilty. They were really fighting against the Soviet Union, but right? You could actually, there were like little creases. You could actually fit somewhere. You could actually do something for your family, right? Maybe even for your relatives and your loved ones. Your degree actually meant something, right? Um, your master's degree actually meant something. You could be a black man and be able to speak and have a degree and actually be successful without insane amounts of student loan debt. And boomer women, even if they weren't cooperating, their default was at least do something for this Negro. At least do something. Don't just hit and run the money and drop two kids and run out the back door with the whole bag, right? That wasn't their default per se. They might have raised their children like that, and they might have said that to their younger cousins, the Xers, but that wasn't their default. Oh, by the time you get to Xers, all they got is culture, hip hop, aspirationalism, and consumerism. Oh boy. Talk about a toxic mix. Exactly. And Cheryl says, Exerman grew up during busing, seeing white kids with stuff, and they wanted it too. They wanted it too. Yeah. Oh boy. Saint Sir says, nope, Z, my parents are Xers. Go ahead and cook Xer women. Cheryl says, X women as a whole are the worst. Vince says, I assure you, sir, the ship will sink. It is made of iron, right? When he said steel iron, he said, it's made of iron, sir. It will founder. I assure you. Right? Oh, man. Man. Black Ooze says, I have a fledgling thought that Michael Jackson's Billie Jean video started the current social collapse of America. You got to give me that theory. As a matter of fact, let's stop talking about it. Let's actually put the link because I'm gonna keep on saying I'm gonna drop it and I won't. Give me a second. Once again, delusion is the solution, and I gave y'all two different examples of that. And they might seem like extreme different examples, but they're not. Because one begets the other. And here goes, give me a second. And here goes the link for y'all. There we go. And there we go. And let me read this for now. And Leon says, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Leon didn't say that, but Mr. Z is saying that. And Leon says, 2 cities where I live are renegotiating low-income housing. Why? Because these schools don't have children in them. Redistricting and housing can change it. Yep. I agree. All right, I agree. Okay, Lion, you're up. Compassionate, you're up. Vince, you're up. What's going on, y'all?
Yo.
What's up?
What's going on with you?
Out touching grass.
Right.
It's homecoming in the DMV. I'm about to go see if somebody aunts want to settle.
I'm gonna touch grass later. I'm gonna touch grass later myself because I want to see. I'm curious, so I'm gonna put some boots on the ground. I got invited out to this singles mixer.
Oh, Lion, you gotta come back after that and tell us about that.
You're
gonna have to tell us about that.
I will. I will certainly report. I will definitely report. I will definitely report back. I will have a full report, sir.
Collect some data.
You got it exactly. Oh, from this point on, Lion will be our data collector. Oh,
Yep.
right on
Yep.
the ground.
I'll do it. No doubt. I will be there.
And you
I
too,
have
Vince.
no problem in engaging.
All the single men, this is your job, bro. Y'all are
Yes,
boots
I'll
on
be
the
an agent.
ground.
I got
I'm
no
literally
problem
wearing
being an
boots right
agent.
now, dog.
Hey Z, no,
I
Z,
will.
please share my screen. You got to add this video to your Rolodex.
Give me a second. Okay, there we go. All
Y'all
right, there
see
you go.
that? Go ahead. Hold on real quick.
If I could give you one piece of advice, it would be to live in delusion. Live like you already got it.
This bitch can't be serious.
When you walk out that house, please understand that you're the flyest woman on earth. You're the prettiest woman on earth. You're the nicest woman on earth. You got the best heart, the best. You are it. Everybody's looking at you. You're the center of attention. You can have any man you want, any job you want, any car you want, the clothes you want, the bags you want, the family you want, the vacations. All of that is yours. Remember that you're the one. Period. That's it. Don't let nobody tell you nothing. It don't matter where you're at right now. You're the one. You are it. You're a 10. Regardless if it's stuff you got to work on. Ladies.
Delusion is the new religion.
Bruh.
Hey, bro.
When I saw you, I immediately thought of this. Like, yep.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, shout out to the replay gang. I will put the link in the description box for the replay gang. I will put the link. You know what? You know what, Compassionate? Before you leave, I got one question to ask you. Do me a favor. Look up. Type in Wisecrack Malcolm in the Middle, and I'll tell you what I think. I know where it started. I think I know, because I think we're gonna have to just play that for everyone so they could understand what was directed to these women when they were girls. Shout out to all of us, younger Xers and millennials, and the oldest of Gen Z. Yeah. So
Malcolm in the Middle. What?
Yeah. Put Wisecrack in one word, and then put Malcolm in the Middle, and it should there should be a You'll see it'll come up, but I think it starts at God damn, when did this let me do that while I'm doing this. Black Uru, you're up. Leon, you're up. Let me make sure I give you that time. What's going on, Black Uru?
Lunch break.
Other privilege in effect. What's up?
No, I will have a full report. I will have a full report after tonight.
You know that bitch gonna be dry as hell, bro. Just prepare yourself.
Ryan's gonna be the only straight man there.
Nah. I think they do it because the way the sponsors split it up. They do the mixes for the straight people, and then they completely separate it for the other community. So it'll be a bunch of straight people there.
Lion, they gonna smell that red pill.
No. Oh no! Trust me, I am a damn good agent. I can hide it. I'm a damn good agent. Trust me.
You can share my screen again, Z.
Okay.
Video.
Start it at okay. Give me a second. Let me share the screen. Because Black Uru saw this before, but it's that first one. It's the one with Malcolm in the middle. Malcolm literally, it's his class on it.
All right.
Yeah. It's that one, and you can start it at let's do crap. Start at like 2 minutes. Start at 2 minutes, but we're gonna end up going all the way to goddamn 9 minutes. From 2 minutes to 9 minutes. So hold on to your this might get demonetized. So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Yeah, make sure y'all hit the super chat. Hey, share
yeah, right.
You know, you can see.
Okay. Because I need people to see this. And Black Uru, you saw this before, so bear with me. And but I want everybody else to see it so they can understand the women we're running into, what happened to, because this is what Roger called psycho crack, right? So this is what this is, and you could go ahead and play it.
But most notably, it stands out as one of the few shows that took a realistic look at American life for the lower middle or working class. The very real economic stressors of raising 4 and then 5 kids in a working class family are ever present in the show's plot lines. There are the Epicurean ramifications of Lois losing her job.
It's been 10 days since Mom lost her job. Yesterday for dinner, we had macaroni and rice.
Or the grievances the boys have with their student barber.
Then we head over
Put
to
it on 1.25 speed.
a real barber. Because I like to support education.
Besides, it's free.
Sometimes the family is canceling a summer vacation to pay for Malcolm's medical bills.
Well, there goes our summer vacation.
Sometimes Malcolm's being accepted at Harvard, only to learn he'll have to work as a janitor to pay his Ivy League tuition. In all cases, though, the threat of financial devastation looms large over the family and the entire series in a way that you rarely saw on primetime television.
3 or 4. 3 or 4 hun.
This is perhaps best encapsulated by the final line of the theme song.
Life is unfair.
If this struck you as unusual when you were watching the series, that's because it was. In scholar Richard Bush's study of 262 so-called domestic situation comedies from 1946 to 1990 at least, he found that just 11% featured heads of household who were working class, i.e. doing blue-collar, clerical, or service work. Malcolm's father, and future drug lord as you may remember, plays a low-level clerical worker. This is despite the fact that most American workers qualify as working class. Back in 1976, scholars Gerbner and Gross addressed this still relevant trend, calling the exclusion of working class families from television a symbolic annihilation of America's economic realities. The problem is especially that on children's television, where a scant 2% of characters are depicted as working class. Now, this isn't exactly a coincidence. Showing stable middle and upper class families is good for business, especially if you're making a family-friendly sitcom. And the reason is simple: commercials. According to scholars Zieglinde Lemke and Wibke Schneiderman, as a form of mass entertainment financed by selling commercials to middle-class consumers, it seems logical that the predominant mode of representing class presupposes middle-class normativity. That is to say, watching the kids' skins stick to the seat in a rundown car with a broken radiator doesn't exactly put you in the mood to splurge on that cool new vacuum cleaner or a fancy bottle of cologne. In comparison, watching the Huxtables hang out in a brownstone while modeling yet another sick sweater from a seemingly endless pile brings viewers a sense of economic plenty that they might not feel in their day-to-day lives. Now, obviously, Malcolm in the Middle wasn't the first show to peddle an economic angst.
I'll tell you what they're going to pay you. They're going to pay you what all jobs pay. Less than you're worth, and just gonna have to keep you crawling back for more.
We saw this as far back as the 50s with the Honeymooners, while the mid-70s brought Laverne and Shirley, and the late 80s saw the debut of America's most famous working-class family on Roseanne. But for anyone with enough business savvy, it just didn't seem financially smart to make a family or children's show about bringing your leftover egg breakfast to school for lunch.
What do you have? Leftover eggs from breakfast?
Which brings us to Disney. In a moment, that is. First, we have to look at 1980.
Pay attention to this part, everyone.
The Reagan-era loosening of restrictions on entertainment regulations, including advertising during children's television programs.
Hold on, who they say Z? Reagan?
Yep.
Now, after a major crackdown on advertising to kids, you could only show a limited amount of
fool sold us crack in every single
way.
way.
Also required to produce educational and informative content for kids. When President Reagan and co. had essentially signed or vetoed all that away by 1984, things changed rapidly. A year after regulation, all of the top 10 best-selling toys had their own TV show. While child-centric product placement had occurred during television's early days, that was really no comparison to this new reality. The insane proliferation of TV character-aligned merchandising was dubbed the Strawberry Shortcake Strategy by Tom Engelhardt. That's thanks to the 1980 show's explosions of licensed dolls, video games, stickers, lunchboxes, and so on. And that reliance on branding would continue to increase from the 90s and on as corporations realized what a valuable consumer demographic children.
This is what I mean by ass out to the market.
Yep.
And though a 1990 congressional bill had reinstated some restrictions on such advertising, the industry had been changed forever. Increasingly, merchandising centered on children's television characters began blurring the line between consuming entertainment and just plain consumerism. And we're not trying to demonize your favorite Lizzie McGuire lunchbox. It's just a little weird. Which is why families like Malcolm in the Middle aren't the norm for places like the Disney Channel. While they didn't start making original live-action shows until the late 90s, they came in hard, quickly crafting what journalists Julia Borston and Alinda Wheat call a tween machine, in which pre-teenagers, and in this case, primarily girls, were targeted through lifestyle marketing like the world had never seen. A scholar...
Wait, bring that back. Just bring it back like 20 seconds, because I need people to hear that part.
Yes.
I need this video. I need to send my mom this video.
Yep, this answers everything.
While they didn't start making original live-action shows until the late 90s, they came in hard, quickly crafting what journalists Julia Borston and Alinda Wheat call a tween machine, in which pre-teenagers, and in this case, primarily girls, were targeted through lifestyle marketing like the world had never seen. As scholar Morgan Genevieve Blue notes, the marketing was part and parcel with the programming decisions themselves, explaining that Disney Channel personnel worked closely with Disney Consumer Products and Disney Music Group to extend the network's fictional narratives across a variety of media and merchandise for tween girls. This was in order to effectively creep into the lives and life spaces of kids beyond the TV network. And that's according to a presentation given by President and CCO of Disney branded television, Gary Marsh himself. And the way they did it, mostly through appeals to girl consumers. As Blue explains, characters like Hannah Montana promote representations of aspirational celebrity and teen life via fashion and dress up and music.
Oh, so we got to say that again.
He said that real fast.
Yeah, we got to say that again. That's exactly what the zeitgeist is.
Now you see why I said I'm not mad at them.
Representations of aspirational celebrity and teen life via fashion and dress up and
representations of aspirational celebrity and teen life.
Yeah.
These are the psychology women we're talking.
In a word, delusion.
Hey, pause right there. Wait. What, Leon? What did you say earlier? They sold us crack in different ways.
Yeah, they sold
They
us
sold us crack in different ways. It's not the literal crack. It's they sold you mind crack, nigga.
And if you were
They
raising daughters, because I
Mhm.
raised daughters during this
Yep.
era,
Yep.
and if you watch these shows, what the girls were always on top. They were always the featured character, or almost always,
Always
except for Jet Jackson. And my daughters love Jet Jackson. By the way, I'm really
Rest in
sorry.
peace. Yeah, rest in peace. Yep,
happened
yep, yep.
to
I love Jet
that
Jackson.
brother.
Shit.
oh shit, I gotta roll. My lunch is almost over.
But they never talked about how much anything cost, or
Nope.
anybody struggling to pay for anything. In fact, you never really saw the adults talk about a real adult shit, like
No.
real adult stuff, especially anything economic.
No.
Yeah.
Now
ahead,
you
yeah.
imagine raising kids that are watching television show, whether their reality is different. Raising kids watching these TV shows where the financial hardships of life are never a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Imagine raising kids in that.
Z, they
I
tied.
mean, and one show they're living in a loft. The other show they're living in a mansion. The
Yep.
other show
Yeah.
Zach
they're
and Cody
living
them.
on a
Even
cruise ship.
Steven.
Mhm.
It's just unbelievable.
Even
No, but the
Steven's
more
house was big
shows,
as hell.
but even as we got older, those same shows followed us. Remember MTV The Real World?
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Hawaii.
And I used to watch the shit out of that show.
Look
I
at
Hawaii
used to
was
watch the
pretty
shit out of
good.
that show.
look at reality TV show today with the
That's
house.
what I was gonna bring that up
Yeah.
earlier. Yep.
They got
It's
lost
not a
in
reality. It's
it's known
Disney
now.
World.
No, but Z, they
Yeah.
tied it even in this work. They tied it to
Yep.
the neoliberalism
Yep.
with Reagan. They
Hey,
actually ushered in this orientation that would end up just being exploited
Well,
by the market.
if you think, let me say that different because I wanted to say that too. So they raised these women to be delusional and hyper consumers. Then they turned around, instead of hiring real actors and paying them big money, they raised your daughter to play out her role in the future
Yeah.
as a reality TV show host in a big mansion, fighting each other and throwing food across the table at each other and arguing with each other.
That's a hell of a
Hey,
correlation.
Mr. Z. Hey, you don't mind if I touch a topic then, because I got to roll. But when it comes
Go.
to these Gen Alphas and these young kids, so remember I told you about how they voted down having those low income houses come in two communities.
Yes.
The mothers voted it down. Now what you have is these communities are middle class, and all their children are adults now. And these people don't have no plans to sell their houses, so they're used to going to their high school, their middle school that's down the block. But there's no kids anymore, and so they built two new elementaries, and this is all across Texas. So now what you have is a surplus of kids that are growing up in working class of poverty, and there's a surplus of them going to poor schools, and now they're trying to renegotiate building these houses because now teachers have to travel an hour to go educate kids across the city instead of going to their neighborhood school that doesn't have any more kids left because there's nobody
Because
moving
the
in.
houses are too goddamn expensive, and who can afford it?
Yes.
And the older folks ain't moving out anyway.
And the
Yes.
millennials aren't having kids.
So check
And
this
that
out.
part too.
Yeah, 42 million kids. So they are going to shut down these schools, but this is where they're talking about these grants. For example, the city I live in only has one high school. So if you don't make the football team, they allow you to go over to the next town to play on the football team. So when you think about what my town is going to do, they're going to lock in vouchers for the best athletes. Then the leftover kids are going to go to these trash schools. So we're headed into a situation where we have a surplus of teachers, right? And you're going to have to compete to be in these good districts. And parents are going to have to vote to have these kids get these vouchers. And you're going to have to build low income housing to house these women near the school so they don't have to drive an hour to see their kids or go to their jobs. They're going to have to make a decision. And this is global around the United States. Just real.
So Yanis Varoufakis, former Greek finance minister, calls this upcoming environment techno-feudalism. Sarge Willie Pete calls it feudalism 2.0, and he's warning working class white folks like, hey, this is your default. This is European and white folks' default. You keep messing around. you know, to me, it's going to be a techno dystopian future. If you have money, you are going to live the best life with the most insane technology that makes you seem like a goddamn demigod. And everybody else, well, you'll have the jack off machine or the sex robot and augmented reality. Shout out to Trail with your VR glasses and maybe if you're lucky, one Ready Player One VR suit also.
Until some child innocuously is born with a 250 or whatever IQ and a fighting spirit and leads to tearing all that shit down.
Yeah.
I promise you that will happen. That's all.
No, I think you're right.
History. Yeah.
But
I think you're right.
Before that'll happen, Uru, what will also come with that type of wealth disparity and like the future you painted, Z, is by that class you said the people with money that will live an opulent life. What will come with that is a ruthlessness to remain in that position.
Which is why the guy with the 250 IQ will be born, or girl.
Yeah. Yep.
Down.
I agree. That's what's happening now. That's what I was saying. That, as a matter of fact, before Richard Reeves, I gotta do a review of that too. Before Richard Reeves wrote the book of Boys and Men, he wrote a book called Dream Hoarders. As a matter of fact, he got to Boys and Men because of Dream Hoarders, because of all the stuff he was seeing with Dream Hoarders, particularly concerning black boys and men.
Yeah.
He actually mentions this a tad bit in one of his interviews. Yeah. Right? So yeah.
I have a copy of that book on my bookshelf of Boys and Men.
Dream Hoarders?
No, Boys and Men. I need to get the other one.
No,
I'm telling you, so let's do this. Let me read this, and then Compassionate, you could bring it back maybe 20 seconds, and then we'll finish that video, and then we'll continue with the conversation. And Leon said, and this goes to what he was just saying before I had to drop. 2 cities where I live are renegotiating. Oh yeah, I read this already. Low income housing. Why? Because these schools don't have children in them. Redistricting and housing can change it. So that's what Leon was. Well, what he said again. Reiterated. So yeah, no, I agree with Black Uru. I think I said this before. Where I think in the interim, going to what you were saying, Compassionate. In the interim, before the brother with the 250 IQ, it's gonna look dark. When I say dark, the technology is going to be just like now. Think about the gap between, let's say, 1970 and where we are now, right? I think it just continues to pile up on itself exponentially. We're just going to be looking at, cyberpunk, 2077 type thing in the next 30 or 40 years, right?
Because they're going to marshal their resources to thwart exactly who that person.
Yeah, because they know it's going to happen. But it's the same thing that happened with the Titans. What happened with the Titans? The gods still came around and did exactly. You knew they were coming, and you tried to stop them, and they still murked your ass. I'm just saying. That's what it's going to be. The people in power always know eventually. They know this can't stand. They know you can't fool all the people all the time, and they try to create mechanisms to either buy you out, kill you off, choke you out, and that's why you need a 250 IQ and the drive and the motivation, where none of that mean anything anyway. So
you said they try to defy nature.
Yeah, they always try to defy nature. That's the whole point.
The strength of a thing is always also the weakness of a thing.
Yeah.
So the more oppression you bring to things, the more likely you're able to create your most potent adversary. That's all of history.
You're right.
You look at all of any sort of collapse of society or whatever, when anything got particularly oppressive, eventually that usually hastens a level of creativity and genius amongst your opposition that almost inevitably overwhelms and overcomes the oppression. That's just how history has worked.
Your analysis of history is correct, but we're moving into a unprecedented waters now with this technology. Like fucking, they got Tesla robots. Have revolutionaries ever have to?
Here's the other question you all never consider about AI. Who's to say AI is not going to kill off the billionaires too? I mean, it never ceases to amaze me how we assume that there's going to be some superior sentient state of being, and it's going to decide that Bezos is any more valuable than you or I are. Why would
they have facial recognition? Oh, of course, I'm joking. But.
You know what I'm saying? And if anything, an AI might consider the whole notion of a billionaire to be particularly and especially wasteful and
Sounds
destructive.
like Z right now.
That's what I was just getting ready to say. Do you
It
know
might,
how
yeah.
ridiculous it is? Think about the concept of being a multi-hundred billionaire. 100,
Jeff and
200,
Elon and Warren Buffett.
$200
the
billion.
destructive capacity of that human being alone. If I'm an AI and if I'm concerned about the earth, that would be the biggest threat that's out there.
Exactly. And the way this money is calcified at the top, and they're only coming up with more ways to calcify the money even more. You know something? Let me
Yep.
tell you what you were talking about delusion earlier. There, you know who's
Yep.
delusional?
Yep.
These poor or average money making white dudes that keep on voting for the wealthy to widen the wealth gap. You're not gonna be a fucking billionaire, man.
But that
We only have
that's
what
no purpose.
2,000
Yeah.
of them in this country.
Because they
No,
believe
less
in
than that.
race
It's about
loyalty.
800. It's
They're
about
not.
800.
But they're
Because
not.
they believe in race loyalty.
Well, and they also believe in.
Yeah, but
they,
they're hating us more than they love themselves. I
but
said this shit to
have
y'all 6 years ago.
You have to look at the history of the European. They're very aristocratic base. They're very hierarchical base.
Yeah, they
They're
serve.
very big man base.
Yeah.
That's
So,
fine,
I mean,
but
yeah,
what they need to do is throw rocks at the right people, though, because there's
But they
not
won't.
black people out
I'm
here.
just saying though, you have to understand their mentality
William
I do.
Wallace was an anomaly.
to begin to approach any sort of plan to deal with them. You know,
Yeah.
because part of the problem is, you know, we never really have conversations with white men when they tell the whole truth. When we tell the whole truth, because what I would ask J.D. Vance is, well, what I would say to J.D. Vance is, you all simply don't have the numbers. You don't have the human capital to turn back China, for example. You don't, and you'll never have it. And so what? You have nuclear weapons. These guys have nuclear weapons. These guys have nuclear weapons. Once those fire off, we're all dead. Who wins in that scenario? It's just like Denzel Washington's character said in Crimson Tide. You know, in a nuclear war, the enemy is the war itself.
Exactly.
So once you start having a conversation about the logistics of the situation you're in, then maybe you can start talking about having some kind of negotiation of powers. But we never really get in a position because we got all these bitches in the way. We never can really have a conversation amongst men about how we gonna actually decide how this thing gonna go. And by the way, I don't want to fuck all your women. Most of us don't want to fuck all your women.
We really
but
don't.
We never even have that conversation because we know that's a part of the problem. We know the big part of the problem is they think we want to fuck all their women.
You know why?
I want to fuck a few.
You know why that is.
Wait, everyone, wait. Let's do this. Leon, bring it back that 20 seconds. Let's finish this out, and then we'll get to that. And Meech got the first word, then Vince, and then we'll just come around. All right.
Media and merchandise between girls. This was in order to effectively
bring it back like maybe 10 seconds.
Kids. It was part and parcel with the programming of journalist Julia Borston and Alinda Wheat call a tween machine, in which pre-teenagers, and in this case primarily girls, were targeted through lifestyle marketing like the world had never seen. As scholar Morgan Genevieve Blue notes, the marketing was part and parcel with the programming decisions themselves, explaining that Disney Channel personnel worked closely with Disney Consumer Products and Disney Music Group to extend the network's fictional narratives across a variety of media and merchandise for tween girls. This was in order to effectively creep into the lives and life spaces of kids beyond the TV network. And that's according to a presentation given by President and CCO of Disney branded television, Gary Marsh himself. And the way they did it, mostly through appeals to girl consumers. As Blue explains, characters like Hannah Montana promote representations of aspirational celebrity and teen life via fashion and dress up and musical performances. In this way, according to Blue, franchisable girl star personae both reflects and perpetuates a neoliberal turn in the United States, which privileges a performative and celebrity-oriented form of girlhood as the contemporary ideal.
This is what me and Compassionate were talking about.
All the products she needs to look and behave a certain way. In the aughts, this often took the form of...
I think we got to go back. I don't think for the niggas in the back.
Yo, peace to the guys.
Yeah.
What's going on, G?
In this way, according to Blue, franchisable girl star personae both reflects and perpetuates a neoliberal turn in the United States, which privileges a performative and celebrity-oriented form of girlhood as the contemporary ideal, i.e. a girl who has all the products she needs to look and behave a certain way. In the aughts, this often took the form of sparkly clothes, as best seen in Disney's unprecedentedly large expansion into Walmart stores with clothing and lifestyle lines specifically marketed to middle and working class girls. By 2014, Disney was racking in $3.99 billion of revenue in consumer products alone, driven largely by Disney Channel merchandise. The franchise elements of the Disney Channel explains why programmers need to make shows about securely middle-class families. Doing so both doesn't alienate working-class viewers, while also painting a fantasy of magical middle-classdom where money is never a problem and consumption is a high priority. That is to say, the family on Wizards of Waverly Place may run a humble sandwich shop, but their apartment sure doesn't look that way. As Blue puts it, Disney's texts, products, and promotions may allay anxieties over vast systematic inequalities, in large part by painting an image of a world where families aren't struggling to make ends meet. This, of course, requires ignoring reality, like the fact that 14.4% of American children were growing up below the poverty line as of 2019.
I actually am worried about the future because I just want us to be good and don't have to worry about how we're going to get the next thing or how we're going to get food.
Of course, it's not just Disney and it's not
There you
just
go.
teen girls being targeted.
You could end it. There you go. Hey, he said everything he said can be referenced. It's all real.
Yes,
it's all real.
What you talking about?
Go ahead.
No, I think before, not to cut nobody off, but
no, go ahead.
We have to make sure it lands that neoliberalism piece that you've been talking
Yes.
about for so long. If you're not adding that equation into it, that's the orientation essentially you've been marketed to and engineered to be orient around, you're gonna miss the point. Like that was what you were saying with Tone Talks. I don't think Tone Talks actually is putting this into his equation because he doesn't understand why nobody's listening. What is the little tagline that he always says? Like, can y'all hear me or whatever the fuck?
Yeah.
Because
can I speak? No, can I speak? Or can I? Let me say this one more thing. And then we'll get Meech and then we'll get G. So what the thing that got me is the products to essentially, and this is what he was saying is the products to act a certain way. You need the things, you need the products so you could portray a certain life. He's talking about girls, right? This is how it was advertised to girls. These girls are our age now, Meech.
Yep.
These girls are your age now, Compassionate. These girls are Vince's age now.
Yep.
And notice on them shows, the guys are all accessories. They're all
just like the clothes.
So when you think about how girls treat you, you know, they're just you're just an accessory. You're just a part of her overall wonderfulness. You know?
There you go.
You're the guy who the best friend orbiter, you know, on the Hannah Montana show, or you know, the Lizzie McGuire. That's who you are. You're that guy.
And
Yo,
now,
can I comment real quick?
Can I make a comment real quick because I'm about to hop out this car. So, they're talking about the little girls. Who's gonna protect these little girls from stuff like that when their mothers are like that, their aunts are like that, all of the grown women around them are like that.
Yep.
So when you have a 40-year-old, 45-year-old, 50-year-old woman that you know a niece or has a daughter who's 8 and 9 years old, she's being because who doesn't have a damn cell phone nowadays above the age of damn 7, right? And they're being attacked, they're being swarmed all the time with all of this kind of advertising. They don't know any better. You think an 8-year-old understands advertising? They know what the name of a commercial. They may know the word advertisement. They don't understand what it's doing to them. And the mothers don't care enough to even look into what it's doing to them.
Can I
go ahead, G, and then I'll go after. Go ahead.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. That's what the fuck it's supposed to be. Like, I no longer look at the elites like they're bad. I look at them like they're geniuses that there are. Of course, I would market like that to these people so they can't never catch me and my kids. If you're not intelligent enough,
G, I gotta interrupt. Let me interrupt for 1 second. One second. But Minister Louis Farrakhan told us they're evil geniuses. He didn't take away the genius. He told you they're evil geniuses.
So think about this though. If if you're not intelligent enough to figure out that this is fake, we tell you that TV is fake. Hollywood is made in a studio with lights and a script and all of that. If your group of people is not intelligent enough to figure out that this shit is fake, then you deserve everything you got coming.
No, Z. I get where you, G. I get exactly where you're going. What the part that this is leaving out is that, because what you're talking about is essentially just Darwinism, survival of the fittest.
That's what the world really is. Listen, the world is really.
Let me give you this, because this is the part that I think you're missing. The neoliberal piece is where the elites
primed you to be tricked.
Right. It's not the question.
It's not a trick.
No.
The elites, hold on, let me land with this really quick. Go ahead. The elites have always put barriers up between themselves and the population. Yeah. That is a known historical fact. If it wouldn't have been the TV and neoliberalism, back in the 20s, it was capitalism. Back in the 1830s, it was democracy. Back in the 1700s, it was the end of monarchism. Like, bro, this shit is going to go on forever. They're going to, now it's the AI shit, and they're not even close to making an AI that can think for the next 30
years. And I'm
years.
with you, but this is where I disagree with. Of course, the elite always had a barrier. What they did with neoliberalism is put a barrier between you and your family. They dissolved the question isn't, if you're not smart enough to know TV is fake, you're a goofy, and it is what it is. The question is, who's traditionally the only buffer between the market and market influence?
The family.
Was the family.
Namely the father.
Neoliberalism systematically dissolved that family. The elites, the corporate sector, the ones that wanted to sell to you, they preemptively dissolved your family. And then
you preemptively dissolved your family by not leading your family.
No.
No.
That's the trick. That's the trick they want you to believe.
If you set your kids in front of the TV instead of teach them, that's your fault.
That's
not what happened. That's not
family.
I disagree as well, but not because I think you're wrong.
That's exactly what happened. I was a kid too. I'm only 33. I was a kid. Our fucking parents set us in front of the TV and left.
And that's what I'm talking about. How did your family dynamic get to the point where no one's policing the TV? The police and the media.
It doesn't matter. How did they get?
No. Wait, G. No, it does matter.
That's exactly the key.
The fact that mom is tired as hell, she gonna try to get a good 30-45 minute zip on you, right? A little nap on you, and that's why she's planning you in front of the TV. And here you are watching, and especially for the girls, obviously, here you are watching uncut, pure cocaine propaganda straight to your 5 and 7 and 8 and 12-year-old brain,
and
right?
The point is, it didn't turn out like that by coincidence.
Yeah,
it turned out like that by deliberate engineering through the Powell memos, through shit like this, through Reagan he deregulated the media sector. They could basically do any psychological trick. The shit we seeing with iPads and shit now that's basically deregulated. Even Apple is saying, "Hey, yeah, we probably should police this themselves."
And this is stuff that they had in labs.
Policing it. They did that shit on purpose to leave you ass out to the market.
Leave who ass out to the market?
Leave specifically
millennials. Younger Xers got screwed too, but millennials got hit with straight, uncut, deregulated market.
It was a slow erosion. They had to get to a place where they had media. They had the resource, the infrastructure that they could run the play. They ran on millennials.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead and ask that, and then we'll have Vince. Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask this quick question. So why do it matter? If they did this delivery, they knew what they were doing, right?
Yes.
So it worked, right?
Yes.
So they were successful, right?
It worked too well.
So what is everybody mad about now? Just like
no. It works for the elite. No.
Somebody in the office did complain about the people that.
No. Here we go. Gee, think of this. It's not like you were in on it. Number one. Number two. It works for the elite, but it doesn't work for the average person. It doesn't even work for the women that subscribe to this. They're screwing themselves, but obviously they're screwing them in more. Shout out to black men. Right?
Hold on.
So it doesn't. They're screwing them in because the men don't get to have. You don't get to lead your. First of all, whether you have children with this chick or not. Secondly, whether you get to maintain that marriage or not. Thirdly, whether you get to raise those children, namely that son or not. All of that is up in the air because of this.
Yes. They lost control. Well, I said
It
it in the
sounds
comments.
like the men are more Disney-fied than the women then.
Exactly.
We both are a bit differently.
We in
conditioned
different ways. Yeah, go ahead, Vince. But that's what Vince was trying to get at. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me cook real quick because I'm in school for studying psychology and stuff like that. They sat and they got some data and some stuff about how to basically hack the mind. You got think about this. There's two ways and two parts of our minds work. We got the logic and stuff like that, and then we got the abstract, the emotional stuff, and they work concurrently. One of the things I think that's a problem for discussion the other day is we lean towards one and not like weave them both together. I don't even think we're using the whole brain, man, nor woman. But what they did, there's this concept called suspension of false belief, where we know something's bullshit, like a movie or something, but we still go to watch it because why? We want to see those characters act out things. We have
because
things,
it's entertainment. It's to entertain you. It's,
it's not
real.
just that. You got to
wait. Let him land with that.
There's one thing you got to keep in mind too. They use archetypes and things that's in myths. That's part of our human collective subconscious and stuff like that. So when we recognize and stuff like that, we've been on Earth for a long ass time. We have these patterns in our minds and things of how we see things. University, the mother figure, the father figure, the protagonist, the teacher and stuff like that. They use these in these cartoons, and they use certain things of how they know our mind works, how our imagination works, how our emotions work, how our impulses work, and they manipulate the hell out of it so they can basically terraform our minds.
Yes,
that's what they do. So I'm
trying to figure out why did it work on. Because maybe excuse me, I'm from the trenches. I'm from the ghetto.
Wait, real quick. Real compassionate. Wait a minute, G. What were you about to say? Why didn't it work on who?
Yeah, this was good. I'm from the ghetto, so forgive me. Why didn't it work on us like it worked on the motherfuckers not from the ghetto?
It did work on them.
It worked on everybody.
It did work on them. I knew you was gonna say. That's why I wanted you to say it worked on everyone, including the white folks.
It's like maybe I just look at it because I always knew that shit was fake. Like it's like I grew up in such a bad environment in such a bad way. I didn't believe nothing grown-ups told me anyway, because grown-ups do all the lying. So like I just knew immediately that this shit, I never met.
Let me. This is the thing that I if I say it about the elites, I gotta say this to you too, G. You're an outlier in that respect.
Yep.
And what we can't get stuck where the outliers or the talented brothers or the brothers like you coming out the hood and it gave you a perspective. And G, have you ever considered? In many ways, you are the outlier of brothers in the hood. You didn't buy into none of it.
Right.
That makes you an outlier. That makes you the type of brothers that they fear. But you can't make your perspective the perspective. The perspective is what we're talking about now.
I want to speak to that
and
too.
I understand. That's why I always get caught up in the conundrum of, I've always been told that I'm lower class, I'm dumb, and all this shit. Man,
yeah, that's your class position. That's not your intellect.
Doing worse shit.
Yeah, no, that's your.
Is supposed to be intelligent and smart and well trained. How the fuck is you $50,000 in debt? How the fuck do you got two?
No, that's a different type of thing.
Can I speak to that real quick?
But that goes real quick, Vince. But that also goes to the propaganda piece. Remember what we're talking about. We're talking about a people. Particularly, it was marketed to black people also, but working class folks. Screw the safety net. We shredding that starting in the 80s, really the late 70s. But we're shredding the safety net. It's done. Reagan told you that. The era of big government's done. Clinton told you that too. Okay, cool.
There is no society.
There is no society. Margaret Thatcher told you that in Britain. Cool. All right. We're shredding the safety net. But what we're going to give you is we're going to open the doors of meritocracy. We're not doing classism, particularly in America. We're not the aristocracy in Europe. We're not that. So you can merit your way up to where we are. You got to know that was catnip to black people's ears coming out of Jim Crow, and even working class white folks coming out of remember all through the 50s, well, really the 60s, 70s, they're taking factory jobs. In the 80s, they really ramped it up. All those steel mills and all that other stuff, they're closing their doors. So rural white folks, working class white folks, even some Latinos, but definitely black folks, that's catnip to your ears.
Yep.
Then they use the brothers that are making it and the sisters that are making it. This is where Oprah come in. This is where OJ come in.
No,
they use their face as a propaganda tool to manipulate black folks, but also this is a add towards the Soviet Union and towards the rest of the world. Like, look, we know the Viet Cong used to say "Soul brother, not your war." We know that y'all keep on telling us that we're not as open as we say we are because of all the racism and anti-blackness. But look, Oprah, OJ, right?
Cosby's.
Yeah, the Cosbys, Michael Jordan, and later, excuse me, Michael Jackson. Later on, Michael Jordan. Then Mike Tyson later in the later 80s, early 90s. This is how you're able to propagandize all of these folks. So it's not just black folks, it's pretty much
why
America.
don't people use their
Representation
brain? Like,
1.0.
nigga, you know it's only 500 basketball players, nigga.
Nobody knows
No,
that.
we know that. No. Wait. We know that.
Right.
We know that the average person. Exactly what? Okay, G. Think of it the other way around. Why would anybody think that there's more than 500 basketball? You're asking the question. To me, you're asking the question backwards. Why would people think there's more than 1,000 NFL players and 500 basketball players? Why would they think the other way
I don't
around?
understand why they do, and they tell you how many.
No. Because they're propagandized. Especially towards the black community. What happens? Such and such just got drafted. Ooh, they were first round draft pick. Ooh, how much money? What's the contract look like? Because remember that this is how they use community against us. Because if he win, we win. So what they're doing is, look, such and such came out the hood. LeBron is a prime example of this. Such and such came out the hood. Mom is a whole crazy, right? But look at the contracts. Look at the success, and then they use the fact that he's practicing nepotism, which low key is a bad thing, but a good thing for black people, right? They're using that to say, look, you too.
It validates. The
yes. Go ahead.
There's a thing you have to keep in mind. There's two things to keep in mind, G. Right? People have different levels of thinking. Some people they sometimes they go by impulse of what's going on. They don't think past their next meal. And there's people who are thoughtful, creative, innovative. People have different levels and bandwidths of thinking, and that oscillates and go back and forth. Environment, exposure, what you're taught. The other part you gotta keep in mind too is that B word, belief.
Yeah,
belief is very subjective. That's the other part of our brain because we don't use that. It's make believe, it's pretend, but there's parts of our mind. There's parts of our mind. It doesn't take in information and thoughts. It takes in what's impressed on it, and the logic part and what we're exposed to, and the trauma we have, and the environment and our culture is the safety net or the safeguard for that. Now, if all that's taken away, you have people who just took what they give. You just wake up in 1985 and you just have Roots and Bill Cosby and stuff like that. That's all the world you know. That's why I don't know about a lot of things. And people get older and they start realizing, oh, the world is, all this other stuff happens. So that B word, they exploit that. And if you have people who don't read, who don't challenge the narrative and stuff like that, all they won't have is that B word.
Hey, Bane said it the best. Theatricality and deception are powerful agents to the uninitiated. They know this. They understand all the shit you're talking about, bro. Vince is exactly. They understand this science and have understood exactly where to poke and prod, how to leave, basically render the American public defenseless to the propaganda of the market. That's neoliberal. And you can't.
You gotta remember. Go finish that question. Go ahead.
Because you're a neoliberal and you're individual oriented, and all the propaganda you heard your whole life has been about self-reliance and what you can do as an individual. You can't figure out why everybody around you, and yourself included, is so susceptible to these messages and can't just pull themselves up out of a bootstrap and do the opposite of all the cultural and market momentum is compelling them to do. It's literally that. Once you accept the paradigm in which you've been given, and since the 80s, and like you said, millennials, you're cooked in it. This whole documentary just showed our female counterparts have been cooked in this stew for the last 30
sauteed and flayed, brother.
But when you hear them talking, this is the frame of reference they're coming from. This is not a creation of their own. It's not a creation. A lot of the shit, the way you hear black men talk, it's not. It's over leveraging on your own individual merit, like Z just said, meritocracy. You've been convinced of meritocracy. If I just, shit, y'all niggas just some goofies. I'm gonna just figure this shit out on my own, and that renders you. That's exactly where they want your goofy ass.
And that's
the reason I believe that is because it's true. We're not a cohesive group. We're a bunch of individual men moving as a group of FBA men. We are not a group at all. We don't vote together. We don't work together.
See,
we
that's
don't
the
live
illusion,
together.
Z. I mean, that's the illusion, G. I think that is true, that we operate as if we're not a group and we're individuals. And the illusion is that our individuality is where it stops. Like I think it's easier for us to move so individual. I think because we have bought into this, as hard as it's probably believe, that if you're a millennial, you were cooked in a neoliberal stew. You really don't have a frame of reference for any other orientation to see the world through. And neoliberal just means oriented around the individual.
But this is the thing, as FBA men, we are the most individual group of men in the country.
Easily,
we have no united front. We have no united fund. We don't have there's no unity amongst us, other than our camaraderie amongst brothers. But like I remember in high school when I quit playing football, and everybody was like, "Man, why you quit?" I was like, "Nigga, the niggas in the NFL all like 6'3", 6'4". Nigga, I'm 5'10". I'm not going to the NFL." I couldn't understand why, motherfuckers was tripping off me when I was like, "Bro, I'm not about to keep doing this shit because it's not gonna get me nowhere."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm always amazed.
That's why they said that's an anomaly.
Like when we talk about, it's like when we talk about our sisters. I always get amazed at the mind state that dudes be making up all these other things. Like, bro, these bitches like dick, food, and drugs. That is their main issue. Like, that's why either they're fat, they got a bunch of kids, or they broke. That's it. There's no other issues to talk about. Like, I don't understand how we start talking about they're watching the TV. No, man, they like new penis, food, and drugs.
And I guess the question we trying to ask is, I think what Z trying to illustrate is how we got to this place. It wasn't necessarily because we are the author of our own destiny so much. I think we underestimate the level of social engineering that these motherfuckers was willing to have been running on us this entire time. And it got us kind of over leveraging on our own personal agency, which leaves us kind of clueless to when you're getting fucked the way we are. You're clueless.
And guess what? They're so arrogant. So many people so arrogant, or so many people flew under the radar. They gave you the answers in the cartoons. Like, crazy as it sounds, there are some cartoons that grown ass men need to go back and watch because they told how they made the propaganda and exploited us to be.
Let me say this, y'all. My bad, y'all. I had to, wreck their streams. Dominic, thank you for the Cash App, and I'm gonna read this super chat in a minute. And I want to say this before I had to jump off for a second, but we act like we don't know about Edward Bernays and Sigmund Freud and studying the brain and what make us tick and the things that we like and desire. I think another documentary, but it's so long, man. A Century of Self. I recommended it before. I think I might want to recommend it, give y'all the links to watch it, and then maybe review it later. But because to review it on this channel, I saw that long ass stream BGS did last night. I would have to do a long ass stream like that for us to review it, because it really, the Century of Self, Adam Curtis, Century of Self. I think everybody needs to watch that. I think Hypernormalization. Everybody needs to watch that. There's a number of things that kind of speak to how we got here, and I get where G was coming from. If G you still here, but yeah, I get where G was coming from. And as a matter of fact, I get where G is coming from with that, and that speaks to the frustration I was saying about Tone Talks earlier. With that, there's most of us aren't the outliers and aren't the geniuses, right? I speak as if I just got lucky to watching and listening to boring shit, right? So that's it for me. I find these things interesting, and I'm just lucky that this is my interest. Is why people do the things they do and think the way they think, and social science and politics. I'm lucky that that's my interest. So, but I think because I I know I'm just a regular person that like this shit, and so I like, and I didn't finish school, so like I study the shit at my own time, on my own pace, and watch a bunch of stuff and read articles that I can't remember, tell you the last time I read a book. I'm lucky with that. So me knowing I'm not an outlier, and I'm lucky, it puts me in the position to know that other people fell through the cracks. Most people fell through the cracks, right? And it gives me a bit of sympathy for them, just a smidge, just enough.
Most people are mere mortals. That's the reality. Most people are mere mortals.
Most of us are.
We're all, like you said, America sold this shit very good. They branded this, this temporary inconvenience millionaire, this everybody special shit, especially to millennials. They sold that very effectively, that people forget about, the average.
Yes.
They forget about the like you said, like G, you already know, if you from the hood, bro, most people got brainwashed by a lot of rap music and shit. They weren't, they weren't critical enough of a thinker to say, Tupac lying. He went to a performance art school. They didn't say that to themselves. Most people did what a human being, the average human being, will do. And that's what the premise of social engineering is based on. They know what the average human being, not the outliers. And like you say, Z, all the time, we in this habit, in this culture where the outliers are talking too much, and it's giving us
way too much, bro.
Like everybody's vicariously living through an outlier and thinking they're a fucking outlier.
Yeah, that's just like when you on the internet, everybody makes six figures.
Yeah,
bro. Exactly. So that's the example. That's actually a great example of what we're talking about, right? It's like Compassion just said, the outlet, and that's why I keep on saying it. I'm gonna keep on saying it. Thank you, Compassion, for my own damn quote. The outliers in these, and I keep on calling them weirdos. I could do better than to say that all the time, but these outliers in these, I'm gonna say it, weirdos, right? They're doing way too much talking, bro. Do you understand how exceptional you are, and that you can afford to have that mentality and that mindset on certain things, and the vast majority of us cannot?
But this
that should sound. Let me land with this one more thing. As I said, that's why I said that to Delusion Miller. That's why I say that to Kim Foster. All that celebrating the single cat lady crying in her carpet, she can't find a man, because you think that's going to help the Democrats and put them in the position so that these women could, I don't know what, make enough money. Bullshit. And to Delusion Miller, said that, it's great. Now these women, they can afford to not need men. No, bitch, you're an outlier. So you don't appreciate that's never going to be the case for the majority of women, ever.
Yeah, you don't
but
need
it sounds
women
nice and it sounds encouraging. So there you go.
You don't need men until your car flips over.
Well, that part.
So
go
we've been talking for a couple years now, right, Z?
Yep.
Now, since we've been talking, I pretty much been even keeled with the same shit, right? Like, I
would agree. I would agree. Yeah.
Now, that's why it's always amazing to me, because since a young age, I've always looked at shit for what it really was and not the veneer. And I could never understand why people look at the what if shit and not the real thing in front of them. I can never understand that. You know what I'm saying? Even when we used to have arguments on the panel, we used to be arguing with dudes. And I used to always ask these niggas, where's these women with all this fucking money at that y'all keep? Like, I used to ask these niggas all these questions, and everybody used to talk about me like I didn't know what I was talking about. Like, bro, I've dated.
No, remember that me and you, that was our main agreement is bro, they don't got it like that neither. They actually ain't worse than us.
These 89s and these 92s are lying.
But we know that. We know. Listen,
they don't got no car. Most of these 89s, 92s ain't got no car.
Listen, bro.
Or
what's
worse,
your name, bro?
Don't even know their tire size.
Bro, what's your name?
Literally.
Bro? What's your name that was talking?
Lion 917.
Lion.
Listen, Lion, man. One time, bro, I was talking to this girl, man. I met her off the internet, man. On the internet page, they always at a restaurant or, all that shit. Man, I got to this girl house. She didn't have no furniture and slept on the air mattress. I looked at her like she was crazy. I said,
let me say this. We're millennials.
Hold on. Let me counter you with another story. I was talking to this one chick, right? We were talking about guns. She was like, oh, you shoot guns? I'm like, yeah, I shoot guns. I'm like, do you have one? She was like, yeah, but I've had this gun for over a year and I've never shot it. I was like, what? How long you had this gun?
You
I was like, what kind of gun is
put
this?
that
She's like, I
comment
don't
in my
know.
comment section. You put it in my comment section a couple of days ago. I read it to myself. I was like, Eli's gonna bring this shit up because that shit's funny.
Like she's like, I don't know. I was like, what kind of gun you have? I don't know. I think I don't. She's like, I don't know. I think
I
it's a
would
9mm.
wager the majority of single women who have guns have been fired that sucker once. I
Say
would
that.
wager the majority of them, and I would
She
put
hasn't.
it in
Listen,
the if she ain't got no man around, particularly some father or whatever, she ain't fired that gun. She
but
might
black,
have held that gun once or twice, putting it where she put it.
Dog,
but
she
black
was holding.
Uru.
The thing is,
I
she
agree.
had
I agree
a
with Black
state,
Uru on
but like I made her show me the gun. Yo, she pulled that gun out like she was holding a fucking dish rag.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's because she ain't even held it. She put it, or somebody, maybe her brother or whatever, put it in the drawer or whatever, and it's been in there ever since.
Well, here's the cold part. Here's the stupid part about it. Her father's former military.
Oh, it gets even funnier. But Trell says, bro, I only run across broke bitches. You know what's funny about that, Trell? So Trell's an Xer. What I find, and Trell's getting close to 50. Trell, that's what I'm saying. The women your same age talking all this, you know they're on the internet. You know they be calling into Kendra G. And yet them hoes is broke as fuck. That's why they're looking at you, Trell, to save them.
Wait, Troy.
Don't know.
Z, this shit so
Don't
bad.
know nothing.
Wait, Troy. There's no retentions for real?
Man.
This
No,
shit's so
they're not.
bad right now.
I
Z.
mean, they're broke. You know.
Oh wait, Black Uru, wait, Black Uru. I'm sorry, because I gotta throw you under the bus too. And they looking at Black Uru to save him too. Or they really looking at Black Uru to save him.
Oh, that's what
You
they
better
want. They
believe
want
that.
Black Uru. He the
They
perfect candidate.
really want Black Uru. They going after Trell, but they really want Black Uru.
They trying to convince him to
Go
trick.
ahead. Right? Exactly. That's the point. Go ahead, Black Uru. Go ahead.
I ain't got enough energy in me to even be concerned about that.
That's why they want you, Black Uru.
Exactly.
They know that old head. He gonna come on.
They think they're gonna put the fire good on Black Uru, and then he's just gonna shake his wallet in front of them.
You're a
their whole
swaggy
lives
begging
are-
target.
Right.
Their whole lives are constructed, like House of Cards. Whether
That's a fact.
they're on, COVID, eviction, rent, or
all of that.
suspension.
All of that. Uru, that. All
their
that. Uru.
father's paying their car note, the baby daddy or some whatever is
They
paying
got
the house,
3 maxed out credit cards.
phone. They're just a mishmash of supplementation, economic supplementation, right?
Facts.
And so when you're coming to them and you're having a conversation with them, I would recommend you talk to them about certain things that will provoke the truth about their economic situation, socio-economic situation, because it'll help you to predict a lot of other things that's going to happen in whatever sort of relationship you have with them. But they'll tell you a lot. They at a certain point they'll tell you especially after you fuck them, they'll pretty much tell you everything. They'll let
no,
you
Black.
Actually, you don't need verbal. You don't need it verbally from them. You'll see it when you look at where they live.
No, this is what I'm saying. Why is y'all trying to make them aware of the situation? Don't do that.
I'm not making them aware of shit. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not
Go ahead, Black Uru and then G,
disabuse
because I think G got something funny to say. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not trying to disabuse anybody of delusion as much as I'm like, well, what are you trying to get out of this situation? Now, if you're just trying to get in and try to get out, sure, play whatever games you need to play. But I'm talking about if you talk about anything more than that, you better get that information sooner rather than later.
But this is the thing, Black Uru. If we make them aware that they retarded, then we lose the carousel. We do not want to have to marry a bitch to get.
I knew he was about to say that.
We're talking about two different things that maybe we're trying to do here. Because, like I say, if you're just trying to fuck, first of all, I'm gonna say if you're just trying to fuck on girls, you'd be good, probably just better off dealing with hookers, frankly.
No, why would I?
We're gonna really get
money. Like I could.
Well, the broke, dealing with a broke, desperate woman is going to be more expensive than most hookers.
You don't deal with
over time.
Over time,
going to be more. Now, if you the pretty boy, Big Dick Charlie, you know, who have a certain kind of leverage about women, a special leverage with women, you can get away with doing that kind of thing. But I'm saying for the majority of brothers who are going to have to do some manner of either whining and dining or do some sort of entertaining, you want to, and it's more than just about you fucking her. You got to get that information about her socioeconomic circumstances as quick as possible, because that needs to inform whether you even need to continue to be dealing with her. If her daddy's saying this, her ex-baby daddy gave her that, whatever, you know, you got to factor those decisions. You got to factor that information in your decision process very quickly.
Listen, though, Uru, you don't deal with the broke, desperate ones. You deal with the broke, delusional ones that's still faking like they got it. That way, they don't got the pride to admit that they need the help after you fuck. So you know what I'm saying? You got to play the mental game with them. Like, hey, yeah, I know you a boss, bitch. Hit that shit and get on out of here.
Do me a favor. One of y'all read this comment for me. I think it says everything. I can't talk right now. Go ahead.
Let me say it real quick. Z, I know a sister my age, late 40s, working 2 full-time jobs to afford her lifestyle. She had a heart attack.
Damn.
I asked her, do you want the lifestyle or to live? She dead ass said, the lifestyle.
Well,
what else do y'all need to hear? What else y'all need to hear?
What kind of lifestyle are you living working 2 full-time jobs?
Exactly.
How are you living a lifestyle if you're working
the manifest
80
lifestyle.
plus hours a week?
That's the ones you want. That's the ones you want. Them are the best ones.
Well, let's actually break down what this is saying. The lifestyle is the showing off. It's the stunting. It's that luxury car. It's that house. It's that furniture, right? It's that iPhone Max Pro.
But
Here's the thing. You see what I'm saying?
But you want to break down how?
But except for
one of
posting
those jobs,
pictures, hold on, brother. Except for posting pictures on the internet, how you're not even able to entertain people to even show off that lifestyle if you working.
Yes, but I'm letting them know I'm better than them.
But there's ways.
But I'm letting them know I'm better than them.
Yeah, there's ways around that. For one, a lot of these chicks have jobs where they can work from home, so that saves time and energy in itself. Just having a job that works from home that pays good money, that already kind of takes the time and energy and stress of traveling and all that stuff.
I don't know no kind of valid job that you really work, whether you home or not, actual full-time performance job, 80 plus hours a week.
Uru, it's not about.
We talking about women.
We're
not talking about men. If you were telling me a man is working 2 legitimate full-time jobs, whether it's home or on the road, I might believe you. But a woman working 2 full-time jobs, whether it's home or on the road, I'm not believing that one of those jobs or both of those jobs is some bullshit.
Probably. I think what explains that orientation is that it's really rooted in status. They'll actually live a lifestyle of low-key bankruptcy and financial destitution as long as they can keep the lifestyle, which is really just status.
Let me say this. I'm sorry. Black Guru. You can read this too because he clarifies it a little bit here. So go ahead, Black Guru, and then we'll have Compassionate back. But Eric clarifies.
Jim said, Uru, she bought a big house for herself, luxury car, and multiple vacations. And I'm saying that I mean, okay, maybe you're able to have a luxury car and vacations, but I mean, I don't see the lifestyle. If you're telling me that you have stuff, you're able to buy stuff, that to me, that's not a lifestyle.
Not to you, Uru. Not to you.
That's why I say status.
Wait, Compassionate, because I want to say it before you say it. I'm sorry. I gotta pull channel rank. No. I'm doing this on purpose. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Because Black Uru, you were born before neoliberalism.
Exactly.
You don't appreciate what she mean by lifestyle and what Eric mean by lifestyle. You're actually thinking about a life during lifestyle.
Yes.
We're telling you consumerism and staring on these hoes is the lifestyle.
Exactly. What did
that's you? That beautiful view that she's putting on Instagram that she
when she go on her vacation. Exactly.
That is lifestyle.
That's lifestyle.
That's
the luxury
lifestyle.
car, when she pull up to the brunch, right?
Yes.
Because you know all them women are frenemies, they friended enemies. So when she pull up in to the brunch and that 7 Series or that fucking S-Class Benz, that's the lifestyle. Those red bottom heels that she bought for herself, that YSL bag that she bought for herself, that's the lifestyle.
Those pictures, those fake ass walkway, like those walkaway pictures, those like videos.
Oh yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
The look back ones.
Yeah, all that
she's
is
walking away or walking towards you.
Yep.
Clearly somebody's holding the phone.
Lifestyle infers infers some legitimacy. What I say that they're operating off of, and what explains them like working themselves to death just for a lifestyle that they can't possibly be,
actually living.
Yeah, living and actually, enjoying. I think it's because it's actually about, for them, like what the documentary said, representation of aspirational celebrity and team.
Yes.
It's about being able to represent or have the status associated with representing. That's why she had a heart attack, but she bought a Benz and goes on vacations. It's not because she gets to enjoy any of that. It's so she can use it as accoutrement to represent her status position, where she would like to be, how she would like to be perceived, even if she has a heart attack doing it.
Yes, it's called coping.
But did Els Active, real quick, Els Active said she's a luxury hobbyist, nigga. That's the quote. Put it in the book. That's the quote. That's the quote.
Can I ask you
Goddamn.
guys a quick question? Or really, it's a serious question. Okay, in my opinion, men are free now. So why do we want to stop them from doing this again? Like, we don't have to take care of them.
Because there's a societal cost.
Because there's a cost to that.
We already paid the cost. It's already done.
Nope. No, we're not. We're paying the cost.
Exactly. It's already, listen.
The problem
it's already
is,
done.
It'll be a debt we'll
going to
continue to have. That's the problem. That's why we can't say fuck it and just let this shit.
Why not?
Because
there's a cost to that.
There's a cost to that.
Look, I'm a crack baby, bro. So maybe I think about it different. Everybody said,
you know what you're not thinking. There will be so we tell people are doing passport bros because they feel like there's a place outside of the U.S., outside of the West, where the women ain't fucked up. What we're saying is that if you let this go, there will be no place.
Yeah.
So there's a cost. When we say there's a incurring cost that continues to worsen the environment, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and you can't. You can't kick this can down the road.
But why are we trying to save it though? Hold on, I'm asking the brothers a real question.
Save it.
We're not
I'm asking a real question. Let me disagree with y'all. If we're on the bottom of every scale, what the fuck are we trying to save?
It's not about saving it for saving's sake. You're trying to make sure you don't sink. It's like being on a boat, but you're on the bottom of the boat. It's like being on the boat, but you're on the bottom of the boat. You don't actually give a fuck about the people on you actually want the motherfuckers to drown. You would be okay with the boat drowning if you weren't on the boat too.
Z does propose a dilemma. And that is the degree to which the what's the term? The outgroup male.
The outgroup males.
The extent to which the outgroup males want to preserve the system that makes them the outgroup males. I think that is a legitimate question.
Yeah, like,
and I don't think it's one we should just sort of reflexively respond to. I think it is something to think about. And I'm not saying I wholly agree with saying let it fall, because like I say, I do think winter will come for us all. But I do think there is a legitimate question as to what degree, because I said it in the chat before, but it's not exactly the same as this, but it may help you to understand what I mean. I said that black men, the dilemma of black men is the tyranny of white men or the tyranny of everybody else except for us. That's the dilemma we face.
Wow.
And really, Trump versus Harris
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I get in real quick?
That's a good one.
Let me land real quick, Z. This is what I'm saying. I heard the brothers ask a question earlier about the difference between every other group of males and us. Every other group of males, the reason they're willing to burn it down is because they wasn't born in captivity. For when we talk to FBA men, we've always had to capitulate and think about everything else to survive. That's why being the winner and on top is not the most important thing to us. Just surviving is. For every other group, survival is not enough. They want to thrive. There is a group of men in every country that doesn't compromise. They doesn't give up. That's why the Koreans run Korea. The Chinese run China. The Russians run Russia because they would not capitulate. They would not. It was kill us all, or it's over.
See, I think that's a bit of revisionist history. I will say this.
But this is the reason. Let me just land real quick. The reason FBA men don't feel like that is because we've never controlled anything. We've never been ahead of nothing, and we've never had our own to be in control of our autonomy.
Let me say this. You got to remember, if we're gonna say that, you got to remember the Americans that came to America were the losers of Europe. The Australians that are in Australia were literally prisoners. The white Australians, they were the losers of Europe. That there's a bit of revisionist history going on here. Because let me say this. I don't actually believe that the white men will burn this shit down for real. Let me be very clear. I do. Let me say. There's a whole lot of talk going on. These fuckers don't actually want. We think all these white boys know how to hunt. They don't, and I'm not just talking about the liberal ones.
No,
they're not actually built for the world. No, I'm saying that. No, I'm saying that. No. Listen to what I'm saying, G. No, you're missing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're all talk. Them fuckers were scared when the government started looking for them. They were scared after January 6th when the government was like, when Nancy Pelosi was like, oh, they're gonna shut on my desk. Find them. Them fuckers were in the airports trembling. Them fuckers were scared. They thought they could run up on the Capitol building and Nancy Pelosi was gonna roll over. If they're scared of Nancy Pelosi, nigga, you think they really built like that? They not built like that. They a lot of talk.
Them wasn't the real white.
They were
I'm talking about the real
temper
white
tantrums.
boys.
No, you're talking about a handful of Midwestern and Southern with guns, and that's really about that.
You know, I'm talking about the white boys that control the missile codes, nigga. They the real one. They gonna shoot them motherfuckers, bro. And you don't need a bunch of people when
but once again, that's the outliers, G.
Yeah,
that's how we said earlier. Go ahead, Line. Go ahead.
Outliers. They ain't gonna do nothing. You know what those same white boys? What's happening to them? They're getting pushed out in their mobile homes for these new houses to get built. That's what happened to them.
I'm not talking about the bottom rank.
Let me real quick, y'all. Let me read this real quick. Because it's been up forever, and I finally think I should read it. In Southern Purchases, I have a white colleague dating a I have a white colleague doing a documentary, America After Corona. I sent a live you did 3 months ago. I forgot who said it, but black men are the only Americans who know the America top to bottom. Changed his whole approach to the documentary. His words. First, let me say this. Because I'm not just talking about my channel. I really do think a lot of these ad execs, media personalities, I really do think they're getting a lot of the stuff that we're doing on the internet randomly, and they putting it in their movies, a lot of sayings, a lot of phrases, and like you can never really prove it for the most part. So whatever. I ain't gonna sue or nothing like that. I'm just saying. Number one. Number two, just like I said to Obsidian, when he was talking about using shout out to Trell, our quote of NASIC, niggas ain't shit industrial complex. Just like he was like, Z, could I use that? I was like, yeah, just give me credit, right? So I'm gonna buy the book eventually and then see if he actually put it in and gave me my credit, Mr. Z. That's all I want. And actually, but if y'all using Mr. Z's channel for whatever, I actually want money from these people. Money. Obsidian could get the niggas ain't shit industrial complex. He could get that for free. But all the rest of it, I want my goddamn. Don't make. Hey, I know attorneys via Sister Z. Don't make me come after y'all. Anyway, all right, y'all. Go ahead. And thank you for the super chat, Southern Purchase. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And G, you were saying something. Go ahead and then Compassionate.
Well, I was G gone. I think
okay. Go ahead.
Like Uru pointed out.
Okay, go ahead.
We do, like to G's point, we do have that, that we have that dilemma. It's hard to reconcile that dilemma when if you accept the fact that we are on the ship, though. We're inextricably linked to the ship. We point out all the time, only a certain percentage of black men gonna be able to practice passport bro shit and like essentially fly off the ship, get off the ship and go to another place where you're not linked to the ship's fate.
Yeah, my point is, to what degree are you willing to be a threat to the status quo, to compel it at the very least to change? And
that's the question, I guess.
And if you think about how the people on the other side think, you know, you have to at a certain point, your enemy must bleed. At a certain point, like in order to really have a change, and I'm using bleed both figuratively and yes, in some cases literally, obviously. But you do have to, like, we're at a similar sort of point here with this Kamala Harris thing, and the extent to which black men are willing to make the Democratic Party and or black women, or you know, in to some degree bleed by the possible loss of Harris's campaign, and black men being perhaps a deciding factor in that. You know, if she wins and it's in part because black men helped her to win, then that's just the status quo, particularly of our relationship with the Democratic Party and especially with black women. If anything, it worsens.
Yeah, it does. It would say a lot if she was to still win and we still support it. Yeah,
because let's be very, because I want to actually keep on going from where Black Guru and Compassion are going. Because what you show as black men is there's no level of verbal abuse, public spectacle. There is no level of abuse of black men that
not only
you will not turn your back. Yeah,
it basically confirmed that the shit worked.
Yeah.
Yes.
It basically said that abusing these niggas work.
Yeah, you de facto the underclass, the permanent underclass we think you are. Yeah.
So the last thing we need, really, after what they've done as of late, the last thing black men need is for that woman to win. Now, I'm not making any assertion for anyone other than myself. I'm not expressing, obviously, any political opinion for your channel, Z.
No, you can go ahead, Black Guru. No,
but I'm just saying, logically, based on what they have, especially what they have recently done, the last thing that would be a benefit, in my view, to black men would be for that woman to win the election.
Well, here's my question about that. Here's my question. What shows that men are cool with the abuse more? Actually, when the numbers come out and it shows that a lot of black men voted for, or the fact that she wins?
It'll be kind
no, if she wins, but it's not without black men. Yeah.
Well, no,
now, her winning without black men's help would be one thing.
Well, I think that would be logistically impossible. That's a Earth 2 scenario.
I agree.
That's just not going to happen. So I'm going to put that one aside.
Yeah.
So then it's really well, she's going to get a high percentage of black men vote, which is unfortunate, but we know why. But certainly her winning would be the worst case scenario, because then that actually confirms her actual power and legitimacy of whatever agenda that's associated with her. That would be the worst case scenario for black Americans.
I think this last cycle with us being in the news about, you know, all the black shills they sent out to kind of shame black men into voting was a perfect time for us to instantiate or put forth the black male political agenda. You know, it was a perfect, and like to you, I think that is an act of what you speak to, Black Uru, of challenging the status quo officially. I think that was a perfect time for us to say, no, well, she gave us a black plan, but we got an agenda. Give us something off that. And that would have been a perfect, it still is the perfect time. But I think we got to start thinking, we got to just start thinking differently about the situation that we're in. And I think hopefully to your point, Uru, hopefully the outcome of this election is going to tell us if black men significantly are prepared to make that type of change in how they see it.
Yeah, I
that's
think
a possibility, but
it will.
I'm kind of against it. I mean, I get it. I understand how it would be a lot more potent about her winning, and I would get it. But I think as far as black men, just less black men voting for her outright would actually be a little bit more of a statement, regardless if she won or not.
Well, if she wins in just a little bit, with a
But
little bit
brother,
less
if she
black male
has the
vote, it wouldn't make no
presidency,
point.
she has the actual power.
No, but
I mean, there's
I
no,
understand.
there's no statement that could be made versus her actually being the commander in chief of the United States military.
But she doesn't. But what I'm saying is she doesn't necessarily need every single. She doesn't really need all the black men because black men are what 6% of the population, right? How many percent? What percent of the black men are actually eligible to vote?
Well, we didn't even go down. We don't got to go down that rabbit hole.
Black men are 5% or somewhere in the range of 5 to 6% of the electorate. However, as we have witnessed, especially over the last 40 years or so, these the elections turn on a few voting districts.
Yeah.
Elections have been won and lost in this country. The 2000 election was won and lost in what, a handful of Florida voting districts.
Facts.
Yeah,
So easily a few black men here. Hell, if black men could vote in Florida, George Bush probably, black ex-felons could vote in Florida. George Bush probably, Al Gore is probably president.
Well,
He was president, or at least he won.
Well, yeah.
The shaming tour that they went on is proof that by at least their metrics, the black male vote is definitely relevant.
They don't do that if we're not critical,
right?
To her possibly winning this election.
Yeah. So if black males vote below 70 or below 75 or 78% for Democrats, they could lose.
Yeah.
That's the way.
It's even higher than that. It's not 70. It's closer to like 82, 83%. Because the margins are too close.
Minimum.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that would be. That's what I'm saying. I think it would be more. I think that actually shows more of a statement. Technically, in my mind, it technically shows more of a statement of less black men supporting it, whether she wins or loses.
Well, if she wins,
but if she wins, then again she has the power. She has the actual president.
And if she wins, it proves that she got enough of the black male vote that it would render any of us saying it's a black male renaissance
and
irrelevant.
then she don't have to do a damn thing for you once she gets in there. If anything, she will be a living confirmation of the gynocratic order.
Oh no, I know that's not where I give pushback. I don't think doing that shows that we're not. It shows that we're cool with the disabusement. That's not my position. That's not my argument.
No,
my argument, yeah, that's not my argument. I know it shows black men are cool with it. I get it, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm just talking about the outcome as far as her winning or losing. I know her winning. I think black men voting for her shows that they're cool with the amusement more than her actually winning or losing. That's all I'm saying. I just think the act of just voting for her, whether she wins or loses, shows that black men are fine with it. That's where I differ. That's where I differ. You know what I'm saying? That's where I differ. I get what y'all saying. I
mean, look, you're never gonna get all of black men to be enlightened. So that's why when you talk about elections, particularly a presidential election with everybody involved,
it's slim
you're
margin.
going to be referring to the collective of groups, and so then the percentages of what those groups do is meaningful. It's meaningful that 60% votes for a candidate versus 70%, particularly amongst black people, black men, because of where they are situated and in these swing states and that sort of thing. But I would agree with you. In our logical mind, you might ask, well, why would any black man vote for her? So I understand your point in that regard. But it's kind of like a football game.
throw an interception, you know, incomplete passes, fumble, but did you ultimately win or lose the game? That's really the issue. And her winning or losing the election is what, regardless of whether an interception or fumble occurred, did we actually win the game?
No, I mean, I got you in the grand, and I understand where you're coming from. Like in the grand scheme of things, I know her winning is a whole lot. Where I know her winning is worse regardless. But what I'm also saying, as far as the support that black men are giving her, as far as the disabusement, when you bring up about her abusing, like, you know, the disabusement of black men and men still supporting her, I think that speaks volume.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we splitting hairs. You're right.
Yeah, we splitting hairs. I mean, we're splitting hairs, but you know what I'm saying.
No, I get exactly what you're coming from. I think this election also got the opportunity to reveal the potency of alternative media. Because, like, when I see standard,
they're coming for us. Black Uru said it. Whether she wins or loses, obviously, if she wins, it's worse. Compassion, I'm gonna let you go back in 1 second. But especially, even if she loses, I still think the Democrats come out after us. They just won't have the same type of power. When they eventually win, they really gonna turn it up. But if she wins, oh boy, because it's exactly what you said. This shows the power of alternative media. They know who we are. They know our voices, and it really hit me. It really hit me when I saw MTR's name on that list, and I was like, but he's not even extreme. And I was like, that's the point. Number one. Number two, real quick. Number two, the way, and I'm gonna say her name, Kim Foster was speaking about passport bros. She was damn near begging the U.S. government to come do something about these Negroes.
I swear,
and it really spoke to me like, oh, okay, that's where we are now.
If Kamala Harris become president, look for some kind of trafficking.
Train tracks.
Look for some kind of trafficking thing to be aimed at the passport bros.
I swear that Miss Piggy No Neck having ass. Oh,
Kim Foster.
Yeah, it's always.
I'm serious.
Always the bros with no neck. They got something to say.
Hysterical. To be aimed at the passport bros if Kamala gets in there.
The funny thing about real quick, the funny thing about Kim Foster line is that she's not even heavy. She's not even heavy. She's just built different.
I've seen her.
She's not even heavy, but she built.
I've seen her when
fat face women.
Yeah, when her and Obsidian was having that back and forth, and he actually like was doing a play-by-play of one of her videos. I was looking at her, I'm like, why is it this chick ain't got no neck? Why is it always these chicks with no neck?
Let's be very clear, and we could tie this to the delusion. The thing with women like that is they are quick, they're witty, and they have the you know, like that ADHD that actually makes you borderline superhuman. I look at Kim Foster. She is smart. I will not take that away from her, but she is. She's quick, but that comes from like a different type of, like, the way her brain clicks. Right. The problem is because women like that were never the it chick. They pretend like that shit doesn't bother them, and much of the reason why they speak the way they do, why they advocate the way they do, the particular brand of feminism that they practice and believe in, isn't informed by being the unattractive chick, right? Whether you were part of a group of unattractive chicks or whether you were an unattractive girl and a group of attractive women, either way, because they act like, oh no, that's so shallow and that's beneath me. And she said that one about the passport bros. Like, me and these other women are not even playing the same game. And she was pretty much saying, I'm above that. I don't play those little games about desirability and which y'all. I don't care what y'all Negroes find attractive, and it's a bunch of bullshit, bro.
It is bullshit. You know why? She contradicted herself when she was reacting to one of Brittany Renner's videos. She was talking about going to the gym and how she reacted and all that pushback she had. I'm like,
and that says everything.
What happened?
Yeah, that says everything.
Say what you want to about Brittany Renner. She's right.
That says everything.
At least she gets it. She understands that.
Someone do me a favor and read Mr. Donnie Mac's comment for me, please, the super chat, because I actually think it applies to what Black Guru was speaking about earlier. And then I'm gonna put KMS comment up because that applies also. So somebody read Mr. Donnie Mac's for me. Go ahead. Because I'm about to jump on the expressway.
The family photo album of yesteryear is extinct. If you can't show off on social media, it doesn't count. Lifestyle over everything. Yeah. And I say status over everything. You just show off a lifestyle because we see it on the social media. Like I mean, millennials are very familiar with it. Just presenting yourself a certain way is really all that matters. You can really not. You can be damn near getting evicted out of that penthouse.
Yep.
Niggas are still
We
real
learned that from
cold.
Aladdin, though, right?
Right. Exactly.
Pictures
So
worth 1,000 words.
yeah, it's people are playing with. I mean, I think they got niggas exactly where they want them. They not prepared to push back on this shit. I think to y'all point, I think y'all was saying earlier that the so-called radical white boy militia types is prepared to challenge the Leviathan. Them niggas ain't. They not built for that shit.
Well, even if they were, this is the problem. You get a Stalin out of that. So the problem is that you don't get the actual thinker revolutionary. You get the one that was hanging with them but had the big guns. And that's who Stalin wasn't Lenin.
And they already
Vladimir Lenin was the thinker, and the other one, I forgot his name. There was three of them. It was Stalin, Lenin, and goddamn, my lady always get me correct on this one. I forget. Yeah. Trotsky, those are thinkers. Trotsky, thank you, Trotsky. But I'm not saying that they would have been right? But I'm saying those were the thinkers. Stalin wasn't the thinker; he was the bronze. And there you go. So that's what you get if you get the militia white boys with the guns. Even if they were, let's go all the way with it. Revolution happened in America, cities burning, but the white revolutionary white boys win. The thinkers are pushed out the room instantly or murked. And then you get the white boys with the guns that's in there. So they eventually bring about all those women that, Handmaid's Tale. That's how you get Handmaid's Tales, you dumbasses.
And keep in mind, too, we live in an anti-intellectual society, so
and there you go.
Get smoked.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how you get a right, the right looking up to Donald Trump.
And thank you for the super chat, Mr. Donnie Mac.
Like Donald Trump's a revolutionary figure to the white people, to the white folks.
The rich white boy that was born with a silver spoon up his ass, who's 80 years old, acting like a 12-year-old, is the goddamn revolutionary. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Exactly.
That's it.
He also refused.
And after this, we'll get Socrates.
He's also the same guy that refused to go into the military when called upon too.
Thank you. That part too. Him and George W. Bush. Oops. Anyway, go ahead, Socrates.
That's your hope.
He's also probably the least evil president we've had since Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree with that too. I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
He's also
Blackwood chose his words very carefully. He said the right way. He said it the right way. He said it the right way.
He's also part of he's also one of the first presidents in a long time whose family didn't own slaves.
Nah, probably the only one.
He's German descent.
I think he's the only.
He's the only one.
Jimmy Carter
Obama.
family couldn't
I
own
think he's
slaves.
the only one who wasn't
That's correct.
Don't tell me Jimmy family owned slaves.
Well, Jimmy from the South, man.
And Georgia on top of that.
Yeah.
Georgia. Hey, Barack family owned slaves. So what else you need to know?
Barack's family.
God damn! Don't say.
And Kamala.
Wait.
Jimmy family had a peanut farm. Of course, his family owned slaves.
Exactly.
You can't tell him that though.
Damn.
If Ben Affleck family owned slaves, Jimmy Carter family definitely owned slaves. Goddamn, what's his face off of CNN? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Anderson Cooper family owned slaves, so you know Jimmy Carter family owned slaves.
That's an unwritten prerequisite to become president.
I'm just saying.
Your family had to own slaves.
100%.
I think JFK family didn't own slaves only because of Irish, right? Or whatever the fuck.
Oh, that's
I don't even know how true I am about that. By the way,
they hate the shit out of any president whose family didn't own slaves.
You didn't own these niggas? Goddamn. Go ahead, Socrates. Go ahead. We cutting Socrates off. Go ahead.
Nah, I'm good. I came out a little late. What was the topic of the conversation?
So we had everything, but really it started off as delusion being the solution when it comes to pretty much everyone.
You need to change that title. Z. I hate to do
but
that.
Yeah, delusion being the solution.
No, Z,
gotcha.
you got to change the title. It's delusion is the new religion.
That's probably true.
But delusion is the solution. It rhymes.
I've been saying for a long
Right.
time while I talk to Mr. Z about the fact that that I don't know how the situation is rectified because of the length of delusion, and because the delusion not being confronted, they're chasing symptoms instead of the actual problem, which is delusion. So for instance, the wages and things like that. Like I'll give numbers. Like if you were to increase the per capita by 100,000, so the per capita income in America is now 100,000. It actually wouldn't change anything. All it would do is shift the medium further, but everything would increase.
100 would become 40,000.
Correct. So basically, and status creep will still keep on happening, because it's not about necessarily how people are doing, it's how they're doing relative to other people. So that's the reality. What we have in America is a situation where people are not concerned about how they're doing individually. Their self-esteem and their psychological health and their stress and their well-being is tied to how they're doing relative to other people. And as long as social media and whatever exists displaying that other people are doing way better than you, especially the women are quite susceptible to this, there's a undue pressure on them to put pressure on men to say, why aren't you putting me in the top 10, 20%?
Well, wait a minute, Socrates. Socrates, read the screen. Read the screen.
Okay, hold on.
You missed this part. It's the neoliberal assessment.
It says everything you need to know. Read the screen. The screen, not the super chat, the actual screen. There you go.
Absolutely. I know this was done through Disney. This was done through television, marketing commercials. I get that. I would have hoped that there was a check from intellectuals and cultural critics. I would have hoped that would happen, but obviously it didn't.
Yeah,
so here's where we find ourselves. We find ourselves in a situation where there isn't a resolution to this through monetary or materialistic endeavors. There isn't.
I
You
think
cannot
accelerationism
yourself. Go ahead.
So accelerationism is a solution. Let this bitch have a hard reset, and it's
gonna happen.
Top takes it, hoards it, holds it, waits out the hard reset.
Hey, I'm going to a dead zone, so I might go to a dead zone, so Black take over the show until I get back. If not Black Hood and Compassionate. Okay, y'all go ahead.
As Black Hood was saying, there has to be some type of reset, because as long as people have this fantasy, and it's really a fantasy, that the average person can basically be rich. By definition, the average is the average. It will always be the average. There's no fault to them. There's not, a condemnation, but 20% will always be 20%. You can't move the 80% into 20%. It doesn't work mathematically. So there will always be a top 20%, there will always be a bottom 20%, and the rest of society will be in the middle of the 60%.
And how do you tell? How do you tell that society that that's not true, that they can't be rich?
I don't know, because neoliberalism since the 1970s, ever since after World War II, and this is a big problem, because I said that the American dream is a fantasy, and has always been a fantasy. It literally takes a point in time in history, 1950s after World War II, which was an exceptional situation where the whole entire globe was literally bombed and depleted, except America. And America was able to sell to the rest of the world, basically control globalization, control global hegemony, and take export all that wealth to Americans and allow them to have a quality of life that exceeds everyone else on the planet. The problem is, you can't do that once the rest of the world catches up, which has happened. The rest of the world caught up. Now they're innovating. Now they're working. Now, so your wages are going to go down. That's actually what we're experiencing in terms of wages
Socrates,
going down.
give them the time. It's about 30 years. Like 30 years we're talking about. Everybody's focused on 45 to like 75. 30 years.
I would say sooner than that. I wouldn't even say 30. I would say 15. I would say like the fact of the matter is that what's happening is supposed to happen. They think it's a quirk. It's not a quirk. Wages are supposed to go down as long as globalization continues. The more globalization continues, the more trade continues, the more prices go down. That's economics.
But there's one factor that I agree with everything you said. You did a wonderful job explaining what's happening, but you cannot exclude from the analysis the wholesale calcification of wealth at the highest level. That you did not have that at any point in the history of this country. You certainly didn't have that in the 50s. Look, in the 50s, you had high-end federal income tax rates exceeding 80%. You had to share 90%. Wealth more. Yes, you had to share wealth more. You had to invest in communities. You had to invest in pensions. You had to.
They was coming out the Gilded Age
to share the money more. So in addition to everything you said, you have on top of all of that, the wealthiest people just hoarding and grabbing hold of everything.
Yeah.
That's that in addition to everything you said, is the fundamental issue. And because they control the political system,
It
we
goes
saw
unchecked.
it at both conventions, in particular the $5 million suite here at the convention, the $10 million suite there at the convention. They were just like styling and profiling that shit at that Democratic convention here in Chicago. So
let me actually say this to.
Go ahead.
Real quick, Black Root. Going. You know what though, Socrates? Everybody could touch the 20%. You just got to knock the 20% out. The problem, that's another problem. We don't have the dimorphism. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm
Black Root wants to finish up. You can, Black Root. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Socrates.
Yeah, I want to respond to Black Guru. Yes, I understand your point. The classification of the top. So the classification of the top is a very unique situation, primarily because of how large it is. Since in American history, no one has had this amount of wealth at one time because there wasn't that much amount of wealth to begin with. There wasn't that much money. After globalization, America was able to, shoot to the sky, skyrocket to the sky, never turn back, and all that wealth.
Well, America was able to steal from all over the planet. Steal,
sure. Yeah, it goes to the top.
And sabotage. Yeah.
So the reason why the calcification is occurring, in addition to the delusion and everything, is because of the capture of our institutions. The university system has now been completely captured by these wealthy people, where it was actually somewhat separated, where the upper class used to go to university, but not because they were looking for jobs. It was more of a cultural status situation. Now it's about money. So now the moneyed interests of America have captured our universities. So now professors don't critique them, which is very fascinating to me, how Harvard, Yale, and all these places are supposed to be quote unquote liberal and socialist, but they never talk about their billionaire donors. They never say, actually, we're a hedge fund with a school attached to it. That's what really Yale and Harvard is. They're actually hedge funds.
Let me
investment companies.
Let me back up something that you said real quick. 70% of college enrollment is from the top 20% of folks, right?
Sure.
So
yeah,
the 70%. Yeah. So just I think it's like 4-year, like your state schools and up to your near Ivies, your Ivies. 70% of them are from your top 20%. And go ahead.
Yeah. So what's happening is that there is no check. Because there should be trust busting. I know people say, oh, you're a libertarian. Why would you be against trust? I said, because I'm for competition. Trusts aren't fair. Monopolies are unfair. There are a lot of monopolies that I'm seeing occurring with Apple and with a lot of with Google that should be broken up. But there is no interest in our federal government and the Federal Trade Commission to actually break out trust. All they do is sow division and delusion. It's really division and delusion, right? The double Ds. They pit people against each other with racism, homophobia, blah, 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 which is distraction. And they tell you things like, oh, it's Mexicans or it's foreigners, when in reality it's internal. It's the fact that there is unchecked power at the top. Our politicians are captured through money interests. Our institutions are captured money interests, both in the federal and the university and the cultural level. There's a destruction of the family, so there's no actual pushback for the local level because people are disenfranchised and deculturalized. And this is where we stand now. And this is why I say it can't continue, because in order for it to continue, you still need some semblance of functionality in the populace. And that's no longer occurring. The populace are becoming so dysfunctional due to disenfranchisement and marginalization that they're not capable of buying into the system anymore. And that's why inevitably the 20% are going to destroy themselves, because they will not have a working force that's going to be there to actually keep society going. Because they don't
you can't get blood from a rock. That's pretty much that's what I heard you say, Socrates.
Yes. So to conclude, these women who compete, who have this aspirationalism as lifestyle, and thinking that they're going to be hit with a megaton wall when they realize that, listen, not only are your dreams of aspirationalism not going to occur, there's probably going to be a global correction because it's based on fiat currency and just putting a lien on the future to fund now. That's basically what our system is doing. The entire global system is currently doing. And you can only do that for so long.
Yep. And i.e. it'll be wholesale systematic crash out.
Correct. And after this, if you don't mind, Black Group, because this is directed towards you, KMS has a comment for you. If you don't mind reading this, and we'll go after that.
KMS, thanks for the super chat. Playing catch up at 2 times speed. Did Black Guru give the Billie Jean theory? I'm glad he brought that up. If so, this money is towards that and his channel. If not, please have him speak on it, then start his channel. Okay, all right. So the last answer.
I don't know about the channel part, but we can maybe get him to answer the question.
Well,
Go ahead.
here's what I remember. There's certain flashpoints I remember about history, about society, thinking back. The great thing about getting old is it gives you a perspective of things. And I remember, I remember when the Billie Jean video, because there were music videos, but they were all cheesy, mostly white rock videos, right? And so video was just kind of an aid to music, and maybe sort of an introduction to the artist, so people could actually see whose albums they were buying, that kind of thing. And if they couldn't go to a concert or whatever, so they know who the Who actually were, that sort of thing. But when Billie Jean was released, it visually changed, in my view, how you listen to music, how you certainly how you viewed Black music in particular, and sort of Black entertainment. And there were these magical elements in that video. There was Michael walking on the pavement, and the pavement lighting up, and the glove and the socks, and Michael was obviously a great singer, very, very charismatic image. And I remember, and almost immediately after that video was released, because I remember it was all this thing about MTV didn't want to feature any black artists. In fact, I think that might have been the first Black video that was featured on MTV. The whole music industry and popular culture almost immediately began to change after that video was released. And then certainly he did Thriller after that as well, and Beat It after, which we were talking about the influences, and Michael Jackson is by far my favorite singer, and I really admired and looked up to Michael Jackson because he was just such a great artist. But he did kind of help to create a lot of magical thinking that factored into a lot, and this was the 80s, and in the early part of the 80s, and in Reaganism. And you had the photos of him with Ron and Nancy at the White House. So he was kind of used as a way of introducing this sort of magical thinking that started to influence, and because of his image, because of how wonderful of a dancer he was, a very sort of magical, almost like an elvish sort of image, if you will, to kind of use, I guess, a Lord of the Rings or whatever, almost a supernatural kind of figure. He really kind of changed, or helped to kind of introduce a lot of this magical thinking. And then it started being featured a lot in music videos, and then later in movies. And then he did the movie of the E.T. thing, movie that he did with E.T., which was also a very magical and a form, which, because at the time, I think at some point, E.T. might have been the biggest selling movie of all time, or something crazy like that. So you had a lot of these magical elements that kind of were ushered in by Michael Jackson in the 80s, that contributed to, then there were connections to the Disneys, and then later the Nickelodeons, and this sort of childlike, this sort of sustained, he presented himself as sort of a Peter Pan figure, this sort of perpetual youth figure, and it kind of started with that Billie Jean video.
Yeah.
And I can only, I would not at all been able to see this real time, not at all when it was happening. But when I think back on, as I was listening to you all speak about all the elements of things that have happened, I see them starting with that video. I see them starting with Michael Jackson. I'm not saying other people didn't not play into it and did not contribute to it, whatever. But I think Michael Jackson was the biggest individual initiator of a lot of the fantasy stuff that I saw happening over that time.
To back up your point, it's pretty much well accepted. Michael Jackson most definitely was, and his music video essentially is credited with the popularizing the music video itself as a tool of the musician. But I think you're speaking to essentially that intersection of media and corporate interests, and really what this whole neoliberal experiment has relied on is that how media, starting with the boomers, because I think if I'm correct, boomers were the first generation to have TV. So starting with the
to grow up with TV, not with the first ones with TV, but the first ones to grow up.
As a mainstay, as a normal.
Shout out to the silent generation.
Media device, like as a standard media device, they were essentially the initial generation where that was something normal or even known about.
The leave it to Beaver generation.
Basically, exactly. And that was the archaic nowadays, an archaic form of media, and how that was weaponized throughout the 50s, 60s. And as media became scaled and innovated
and more sophisticated,
you get into the 80s where then you, like to your point, Uru, music videos are introduced to go along with music, and they find out that how influential a music video could be by looking at Michael Jackson, and which again starts that intersection between the corporate interests and how they use media to their advantage to get advantage in the market, which I think it's just become at this point completely unchecked and out of control.
You know what's crazy when you mentioned that?
Wait, hold on. Who is this talking just now?
Right now, Vince.
It was Compassionate talk.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Compassionate. Yeah. So there's two concepts I want to introduce. I have some bad news. I went to Black Uru's point. I do believe he has a point, but the manifestation of that was actually a delayed effect. So back in 1830, Alexis de Tocqueville came to America to research America, the budding colony, see how it was doing, do his research on a sociological level to see what kind of culture they was creating. He experienced a phenomenon. This is 1830, okay? This is 1830, where he said, they call this the Tocqueville paradox. He said that Americans are doing so well, okay, that their survival and necessities are met to the point where what troubles them is not their basic necessities. The Tocqueville paradox is that when people do well, when their necessities are met, what aggrieves them and what bothers them is no longer necessities. It becomes tiny fringe things, mainly how they are relative to their neighbors. It's a real thing. Look it up. The Tocqueville paradox.
Utopia illustrates that.
Yeah, basically. So this is before they did the Mass Utopia experiment.
No,
I talk about this.
Understand? I was not saying that it was created by Michael Jackson.
Oh, okay. I see.
I was saying that when you look at how the certain ways in which things were done, the specific details that got us.
I gotcha.
Like, for example, I don't think you have a Disney Channel or whatever without Michael Jackson. Because Michael Jackson was such this magical figure that he inspired a lot of other magical thinking, a lot of other colorful thinking. Now, would it have happened? I'm not saying I can't guarantee it wouldn't have happened, but he was such a potent image figure combined with being so talented and being so unique, in his talents, that he just, like I said, he became this kind of a wizard kind of, or elven kind of a figure that provoked a lot of creative energies in Hollywood and the music business and sports all over. That again, if you're not old enough it's difficult to explain to somebody who is not old enough to have seen the world before and after Michael Jackson. You know,
Okay,
it's
I have another.
to, you know, visually explain that. You know,
I have another point to give you. So
but if you're old enough,
mm-hmm.
you know the world changed in the early '80s with Michael Jackson. You know, it was a seismic change.
Let me say it before you go, Socrates. Let me say this before you go. Before you go, real quick. So the way I hear it, from boomers and Xers, mainly from boomers, is Michael wasn't just a musician; he was culture.
Yeah.
Right. Like that he was bigger than just a musician. He was culture, and it was culture shifting, watching his ascendancy. Go ahead, Socrates, and then we'll have everybody.
So two things I want to leave with everyone. So my first thing is about Tocqueville paradox. If it's true that once society reaches a certain level of material acquisition, that people relegate their discontent to minutia and petty things like clothing or just petty things. That's what the paradox says. How is it possible to avoid that situation if society becomes a certain level of success? That's number one. And number two, the something called consumer dependency. The question is, do commercials create desires or do they answer desires? Now, here's a question.
So
right?
Yeah. I actually have the answer to the first question. I don't know about the second one. So the first one, there was only one Mouse Utopia project that worked. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there was only one Mouse Utopia project that worked. It's when you gave the mice and the rats something greater to aspire for. So they put the wheel for them to run on. I think they gave them little things to do. Right. There was the only one. So to be honest with you, you would have to give human beings a greater calling. This is what Europeans did to not kill themselves off. You remember? They gave themselves a greater calling, quote unquote, colonizing the rest of that. Yeah, but they use that as an opiate. That's not actually. Let's see. I don't want to be insulting to the religious folks. You can say that, but really, let's be honest. The elites weaponize religion as an opiate, right? No, I'm saying like a great. I think when we realize when we finally find out that we're not the only intelligent life form in the universe, when we try to colonize space ourselves, hopefully not trying to kill off other species like we've done to each other, that's when maybe you can get a slight lessening of the materialism and of the violence towards each other, maybe, possibly, hopefully. And I think that's my answer to your first question. Now the second question,
talking about like a
Star Trek, Star Wars type joint. Yes.
So Mr. Z, you're saying that we're either going to evolve into a fascist society that colonizes the rest of the universe, or we get religious.
That's going to be the.
Or we get religious like Dune. Like we have Bene Gesserits like Dune, because that's what I actually think is going to happen. Either we marshal all our interests in subjugating other life forms in the universe, or we become we internalize it and become religious fanatics.
Hey, let me ask y'all something. When we say red pill, are we being honest about red pill all the way, or are we just talking about the women?
We just talking about the women.
No, it should. We normally would just talk about the women, but when it comes to red pill, you really should be.
Thank you. So if we're saying red pill all the way, I think that should give you the answer you're looking for, Socrates.
That's the reality.
Because I'm just saying.
I want to answer the second question about
what you saying. I don't know what you saying.
I'm saying somebody's gonna have to feel it, and if we don't want other human beings to feel it, then damn.
Wow, this is what we come to, huh? This is what we come to.
I'm not saying this is the way it should be.
This universe, man. I get out of here.
I'm not saying this is the way it should be. Let me say this. I'm gonna end up with this, and then I know Compassionate's trying to go better use up, so we got to let him talk after Compassionate. And so is Neymar. Let me make sure I say this. So. If I mentioned this before, and I think I put the link, it's somewhere in my community chat tab all the way down there. They found a goddamn 300,000-year-old, I think, was it? No. Yeah, 300,000-year-old tooth wheel in a rock in Russia. That means somebody's plane got blown to bits somewhere in the distant past.
Yes.
before human beings were even human beings, because we're like the human beings, the way we look at everything, we're about 250,000 years old, something like that. So before we were even what we are now, somebody either got hit by a goddamn asteroid or comet and blew their goddamn planet to shit, or they blew each other to shit, fighting each other. In other words, or somebody tried to colonize somebody else and they said, I'm gonna blow this shit up before you can take my shit over. Either way, right? No, there's violence out there happening anyway. I'm just saying.
Hey, watch the three body problem. Watch the 3-body problem. That'll answer that question. But to the question about commercials create desires. Look, I'm from Chicago. I got friends that went to the University of Chicago. The Chicago boys and economists. People forget economics.
I really always wonder. I always forget to blame y'all for that shit. Shout out to Black Mirror. I always forget to blame y'all for goddamn Milton Friedman. I always forget. Go ahead.
Chicago boys. We understand that they've essentially. Damn, I almost lost my train of thought. I'm from Chicago. I know guys. I know a couple people that graduated from University of Chicago. Economics. People forget economics is a social science. It's not hard science.
Yep.
The question, like you said, made men, marketing, branding has existed since the inception of this country. They've studied it. They have got to the point where they're completely engineering your desires at this point. You don't have a family that has a locus that orients you for a locus of disposition that's outside the market. That's where neoliberalism is really insidious. You don't have anything other than the market to orientate you. You are being deliberately given your desires. You're not the author of it at all. Your forefathers are not the author of it, of what you desire, what your worldview, what your principles, your value system. So to answer that question, absolutely, the market creates your desires and convince you that they are your desires. It's not the other.
I will say, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Conscious. I would say, however, and I think one of the other gentlemen, maybe it was Socrates, maybe it was Ben, I don't know, sort of mentioned this before or something similar to it. The degree to which you will be vulnerable to those influences are going to be a function of other conditions you are under, right?
Yes.
Environmental issues, employment issues, right? Familial issues. So while I agree with you that the media is a very potent and psychological, and we all have triggers that they can conveniently pull, you're whether or not you just lost a job, or whether or not somebody's a latchkey kid because their mama's got to work a double shift, that's going to enable or disable the influence of those things. So these things kind of work in concert with each other. And when you think about the plutocrats, you should not just think of the media company. You should also think of the defense industry. You should also think of the finance, because they're all kind of working together to create the environment in which the media can continue to influence you to do the things that the finance companies want you to do, that the defense contractors want you to do. They're all working together in kind of an evil cabal together, and the media is a part of it. They're not the only.
No.
They're an agent of it. They're a pillar of it.
What I was trying to speak to is essentially because like what you named is that those environmental fluctuations, like being laid off. Obviously, yes, 100% agree. Your environment definitely going to have a effect on how you react to those things. What I'm saying is they essentially have, like you mixed in a latchkey kid status, like a kid being born. I think what we got to recognize is the as human beings, our first initial locus of orientation is our relationship with other human beings. Before the market comes into play, before your employment status comes into play, before economics comes into play, it's your association with other human beings, and we can illustrate that simply by a family dynamic, familial bonds. That's the most ancient way we see that manifest, that instinct manifest. What I'm saying is neoliberalism has essentially eroded that institution, which that traditionally buffered you from the environmental shifts of economics, the inevitable, maybe fucking even natural disasters. It buffered you traditionally from the effects of that. So socially, you weren't bound strictly or you weren't oriented based on the market inevitable fluctuations. You had a cocoon of humans, not a market, not a corporation, a cocoon of humans that you probably shared a familial bloodline bond with, that you had a higher order aim than just market accoutrement and material acquisition. That's gone now, though. That was the whole purpose of neoliberalism, to whittle that system away. So then you just threw that in the same pile as environmental.
We have to remember. You know what? Let me. I think the best way for me to kind of say this, it is what Compassion is saying. Remember, neoliberalism comes after anti-war movement, comes out of civil rights, comes after civil rights, comes after anti-war movement, comes after tree-hugging hippies and environmentalist movement. It comes after all of that. And the answer was, nigga, we gonna hit y'all so hard with the market. We gonna hit y'all so hard with neoliberalism, you'll always come back to the marketplace for the ideas. We're gonna hit you.
Neoliberalism did not come after those things. Neoliberalism actually destroyed those things.
Killed those
that
things.
was part of the reason why neoliberalism was created, was as an antidote to all of the things you just described.
Telescope said, real quick, my bad. Telescope says neoliberalism is a fancy way of saying socioeconomic fuckery. So yeah, that's funny.
It effectively extinguished what they had to worry about coming out of the civil rights movement. That's what the power. They recognized they could take us out at the knees, and then they wouldn't have to worry about revolution. They wouldn't have to worry about unions. Look at us now. We don't even fucking form unions anymore. Like they understood, okay, the solution to the people trying to run this bitch like an actual republic is take them out at the family. Once we got them scattered at the family, and they're all individuals.
You mean they used the black model against everyone else?
Yes. They tried it first on the blacks, and it worked to a fucking T.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Blackwood. Go ahead. Well, and then after this, we'll have Better You in this Namer. Go ahead.
I will never forgive Ronald Reagan for taking
the air traffic controllers.
Air traffic. I remember being. I remember being concerned at the time. I could not believe a president would take down the air traffic control unit.
Yep.
Now
and then they started fucking selling air traffic jobs in like the newspaper and shit. I couldn't believe that.
It all makes sense.
I remember being like, what the fuck?
Yep.
And the president did that.
They were hitting us ideologically at the core.
Well, Compassion. We gotta make that more visceral for people. Reagan had to do that to send a message, nigga. I'm here with the corporatists. I'm here with the rich men. Y'all little people. I'll talk your language, but really,
yes,
I'm here with Milton said, Duck, and then the experiment.
You don't know how gangster. You don't.
Yeah,
you had to be around then.
Yeah.
I'm visualizing motherfucking planes falling out of the sky at that time. I mean, really. So when he did that, everybody was afraid.
Yeah,
everybody was afraid.
That was the point. He
was starting.
And remember, I want to stress this. Shout out to Els Active. You guys in the UK with Margaret Thatcher and us over here with Reagan, we still got a light work. You know who got really punched in the face? Chile. Chile got knocked the fuck out with killing Allende and then putting Pinochet in there.
Z, I think what most people miss about that correlation you just made with Margaret Thatcher, they were fucking doing this all at the same time. This was international ploy.
Margaret Thatcher with the coal miners and steel workers in northern England.
They were doing this
simultaneously.
This was a real cabal type.
Yeah, it was a worldwide effort to break
the working class
proletariat.
people.
And it worked.
And it worked.
And they didn't have to fire a shot. It worked.
Yep.
All they had to do.
No, well, they didn't have to fire a shot, but they left it for Chile.
Yeah, no cap. Yeah, it was so.
They did fire a shot.
They used technology and media as the insidious thing it was to curate and socially engineer us into people defenseless revolutionaries. Essentially, like I said, that's why I say millennials,
a rebel without a cause.
You said it perfectly earlier, Z. You said we're going millennials basically sniffing the fumes of the last of the remnants of the structure.
The last vestige of shit.
You know
Yeah.
how they kept us? One of the ways they kept us all in place.
Say that. I already know you go.
Russia. We gotta be worried about Russia.
Yes.
Oh no, I thought you were gonna say these hoes being on their side. That's what I thought you was gonna say.
We got Russian spies. We got the KGB.
Yep.
That's all Reagan was doing throughout the whole 80s. Communism, Soviet Union,
80s.
communism. They're gonna kill.
Even now,
we were all
Good
distracted
point.
by all of that fear mongering
You were
associated with the Soviet Union.
Everybody was looking left.
You mean the current fear mongering with Putin?
No, wait, everyone. Neighbor, go ahead and say what you were gonna say earlier. You say that quote you were about to say, and then we're gonna get better you, and then we'll come back to you. Go ahead and say that, because I know what you was gonna say. Say it.
In response to what Black Guru was this, and this took place in the 80s in Berlin, and Ronald Reagan said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall."
Okay, we'll pause on you real quick, Neighbor. Go ahead, better you, and then we come back to Neighbor, and then I think Big Kev just came up. Go ahead, better you. Man, y'all didn't get. I done moved Neighbor out of the way. If y'all let Neighbor go, you know you're gonna go for like 10 minutes,
Better
right?
you,
I'm just letting you know.
Well, Better You is dealing with some shit with the Bedside Baptist Church. You know,
Maybe.
bullshit still going on.
And let me read this real quick, and then we got you, Neighbor. And L's active says celebrity equals status, teen life equal freedom from consequences. Going to the video, and exactly. And shout out to L's active, exactly. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. That's exactly what it is.
But that's why I mentioned Michael Jackson, because the whole celebrity, wealth.
You said it, Peter Panism.
The whole Peter Panism, he was kind of a living fulcrum of all of that. And he was so successful and so outstanding and outlandish and kind of gender blending a little bit.
Androgynous as motherfucker.
Not a little bit.
Frankly.
Prince, everybody.
That he kind of was in himself kind of a sort of living representation of how everything kind of went bad. And it started out a certain kind of way, but then it all easily corrupted into a lot of other different things.
Yeah.
And like I say, sadly, he was very much at the beginning of it. Again, I'm not saying he created the mentality, but he definitely was an effective tool to sell it and market it, especially at that time.
Well put.
Yeah, I think so, because Prince and who else? Am I thinking about Bowie?
David
who else
Bowie,
was who else was on that? Yeah.
I remember Gigi said something about
way back in the 80s.
You got to go back to because remember, I mean, if y'all remember the Chappelle show when Charlie Murphy had the story about Prince and everything.
Yeah.
He talked about in the 80s how everybody was dressed.
Game blouses.
The guy,
go ahead.
Dude, he said the funny thing was in the 80s up in LA, the dude who looked the most like a bitch was getting all the girls and shit.
Yep. Yeah.
But do you notice that as
I remember
Prince got older, he kind of gave up all that shit.
That's
and what you realize is Prince was marketing. That wasn't entirely who and what Prince was. And the interesting thing, when you hear Charlie Murphy talk about him, he was much more of a quote normal dude than
he was down to earth
by way of his image. So that was largely marketing. And some people even said a lot of what we saw about Michael Jackson himself.
Eddie said that. Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin used to chill with Mike, and he says it all. He says Mike was more on some G shit than what we think.
Y'all got to remember that the sexual revolution is the 70s. So
that's when they're coming up.
It's the remnant of that gender. It was the beginning of the gender theory bending to what.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I remember. I don't think I'm sure you've never. Excuse me. I'm sure you've never heard of a guy named Sam Dunn.
No,
Sam Dunn?
no.
Okay. And I got to shout out to a homegirl back up here in Norway. She introduced me to. He's a documentary filmmaker named Sam Dunn. His anthropology thesis was about the history of metal. So he had this document. He had a series of documentaries about metal and rock and everything. And so I was watching this documentary called Metal: A Headbanger's Guide, and they were talking about what was this image revolution of the hairband. And what they were saying was like guys were, with exception of somebody like Rob Halford from Judas Priest, most guys like Steve Tyler and whatnot, of Aerosmith, and all those other groups, or Metallica, why they were growing their hair out, why they were looking very effeminate, why were they dabbling in makeup and stuff like that. It was a form of rebellion because they didn't want to be the straight-laced person. Even if you go back to the 70s, the hippies, why were they growing their hair out and growing beards? It was as a counterculture, and because they wanted to embrace their masculinity in a way which was against the straight-laced look of the clean shave, high top, keep it short, or just a mustache look. It was to say we wanted to be ourselves, and we wanted to be ourselves and rebel against the And in the 80s, they said like the best way to rebel was to look as effeminate as possible.
Talking about that, Nemu, we are leading the counter-revolution, and that's the fear.
Yeah.
We are the thinkers of the counter-revolution, right? That like what we're engaging in right now.
Which is a huge reason why I don't want a Kamala Harris presidency, because I definitely think that there will be a major effort taken against the voices of black men if that woman were to become president.
Definitely.
I think it would be an active element of her presidency. I don't think it'll be a benign effort at all.
Yeah, no, I say all the time. I think the black manosphere and the black male media itself, the wider market, is like the new hip hop. And I think black men have a history. To your point, even earlier with the Billie Jean story, Uru, of how.
Wait, compassionate. I need you to clip yourself. I need you to clip that and put it on your chest. Say that again so you can clip yourself. The black manosphere being the new hip hop. Go ahead. Everybody quiet up so he can say that. Go ahead.
I believe that black male media and black male manosphere, by extension, is the new hip hop, and by that I mean in terms of like a perfect analog for how influential and revolutionary hip hop was. I think this is the phase. If you could compare it to hip hop, this is the phase when we're just breaking out. We're taking record players and we're starting to scratch them. Like we're at the phase of no one really know, and maybe we're a little past that. Maybe 2.0 was that phase. I think we might be in or Kevin Samuels, I don't know. We're in the phase of this medium or black men's, and I think Black Uru touched on it with the Billie Jean shit. With Michael Jackson as a black man and our history of the impact we've made with media has been, I mean, is a clear phenomenon. It's clear as day. I mean, I think to your point of Kamala, administration like Kamala's getting in power, I think they see us being that beginning of hip hop, and they already know how effective hip hop was and empowering the voices of black men. And I definitely think they will cut this shit off before we can even get to a point where this shit becomes something.
Let me say this. I think we're past the scratch era. I think we're in the era of KRS and Rakim and them. I don't even think we're in the Biggie Pac era. We're not there yet. We're in the Kevin and them, Angry Man and them,
Run DMC,
BGS.
Run DMC.
Yeah. We're there. We're like later 80s right now. With the black manosphere, right? We're Easy and them are not there yet. We're not easy yet. We're not with Easy and NWA Impact and Drop yet.
Well, the sad part about hearing this analogy is considering where we ended up.
I know. I thought it when I was saying it. I thought it.
Because you got to include the fact that like right now as we speak, black male media is being bought off by DraftKings and a lot of corporate interests. We are already on a platform we don't own,
and that's exactly what happened.
So we're on the trajectory of doing. We're on the trajectory of repeating what we do with all the media black males end up using as like a revolutionary.
With that, you don't get Pac without Dre and without NWA.
Yeah, you don't.
You don't get that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask this question. Was Pac worth getting NWA and Dre?
I'm not sure. You guys are forgetting about Digital Planets. the digital underground.
I'm
Name
not
it.
sure
Ask
Pac
that
is
question
worth.
again.
I'm
No,
not.
ask the question again before you make the statement, Black Roof.
Worth also getting Dre and Snoop Dogg.
Was Pac worth Dre and
Getting to okay, I want to get
Yep.
Tupac, but in order to
Yeah.
get Tupac, I also got to get Dre and Snoop Dogg. Was
I
that a
say,
good deal?
I say grand
Yes.
scheme, yes.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
it exported the art form to such a magnitude, or it helped export. And it was also part of, I mean, obviously part of his distribution was to our disadvantage from, other people's interests.
Yeah.
They exported specifically Pac the way they did for, reasons that we can obviously weren't in our best interest, but inadvertently they did still make rap, hip hop, the most powerful art form on the planet.
If you don't,
I think that was worth getting.
Here's the thing:
And
if you don't get,
why was it worth?
Well, I think
I'm saying looking at hip hop, not through the whole history going back to Grandmaster Flash and them. I'm saying from the point of Tupac and Dre going and Biggie going forward, was it worth it?
I'm saying as an out group subordinate male, we got to take what the fuck we can get, and if we can get another vector of wealth acquisition, because it was used to be only sports. It really it's always been sports and music for us. So that was always a vector of getting some ground in this wilderness of North America we've been in, and we got to take what we can get. I mean, at this point, I think I see your point. We did hip hop, gangster rap did do some deleterious shit. We did lose a lot from it, but we also to this day still have it to stand on and use as a tool and a weapon.
And if you didn't have Pac, you wouldn't have Kendrick. And if you didn't have Kendrick, you wouldn't have somebody that could put an end to a Drake and what he was ushering in through his artistry.
We could have got a Kendrick, except he probably would have been able to sing like Marvin Gaye. We had a Kendrick, it was Marvin Gaye.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe not. But what I'm saying is, we had a Marvin Gaye before. He did exist.
But time out, Z. I know you not saying Drake is Kamala Harris.
Yes.
No, wait. I'm saying Drake. Let me list my channel. I'm saying Drake and Obama came up at the same time for a reason.
Yeah, they didn't sing.
Good point.
They are musical and political.
Drake and if we're gonna go there, it wasn't real quick. I'm Socrates, and I'm gonna let you go. So not only that, I'm saying, I'm gonna really go there. I'm saying you only know Devon Patrick and Cory Booker's name because of Barack Obama, because all three of them niggas could have been staying in that White House. It could have been any one of them.
Great. So now
Drake, Kamala. There's another like 2-3 names that I'm forgetting right now. That their faces are in my head. I can't remember their names. That were all light-skinned Negroes. That was all pretty much included. If they wanted to pick what's your boy? That was Barack friend. Hill Harper. He could have been any one of them Negroes. Could have been sitting in the White House. I'm just saying. Go ahead, Socrates.
Drake, Obama, and Kamala are the same phenomenon. They're descendants of the slave master. Like back in the day when, especially in South America, in South America or the Caribbean, they would have descendants of the slave master who would preside over the plantation because he was raised in the house with the slave master, even though he has quote unquote darker skin. But his mentality is that sitting in Haiti when you had the mulattoes actually fight on the side of the French, right? Because in their mind, they're white, right? So I'm like, Obama's a white guy, right? I'm like, you think, he cosplays a black person. He was raised by his white mother, his white
certain Indians in India that were mixed with all that same crap too. Go ahead anyway.
100%. If you think about it, Obama was raised in Hawaii with his white mother and white grandparents. At what point does his experience converge with black Americans? At what point?
When he started dating a Chicago and gynocrat.
Yeah, that's after he graduated undergrad. That's after he went to Harvard. That's after he left his white girl. He left his white girlfriend.
Wait. That's not. Wait, Socrates. Wait. He proposed to her twice. She said no twice. The third time, she's the one that was open to him, and Barack Obama told her, according to her, actually, I can't do this with you in Chicago. It's more than Chicago because he had eyes on the White House. I can't do this with you in Chicago because these Negroes will not support me if I pull up with the white girl.
Tell them.
Yeah, that
So
that,
my
was,
whole
that
thing.
was him spending enough time in Chicago.
Right?
Not only that, he said he also said it.
Enough time
Go
in
ahead.
Chicago. He
Yeah,
figured
and
it out.
real quick. And Indigo Flow says we knew about Cory Booker. If I think you're implying what I think you're implying, who told you Barack wasn't on that same type of time too, low key? I'm just saying.
For real. No,
Yeah,
not only that,
if
but
we're all, we ain't gonna say it, but if we all talking about the same type of thing, then he's on the same. And homeboy that tried to expose him is no longer with us. Apparently, I'm just saying.
About Barack.
Not to mention that he also said Barack said in his biography how this is how you know this guy's like a chameleon. He said this in his own words. He said he used to read Karl Marx and Foucault so he could bed the more radical liberal girls on campus.
Oh, okay.
All right. 100%. Look it up. He said this on his own. Now, I'm like, he's obviously a psychopath in my mind because I'm like, yo, bro. Even if you did that,
I refer to him as the super adaptoid.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically can. He basically can become whatever he needs to be in whatever environment.
that's a psychopathic.
The absorbing man.
Yeah.
You know,
But here's a question for all of you,
inclination.
Yeah.
Let's call it thing a thing. When you look at Barack, when you look at Bill Clinton, I'm saying those particular names. When you look at Ronald Reagan, when you look at those three men in particular, but including Bush, including Trump, aren't they all true? But the names I'm saying, I'm reciting them back to myself because don't they give you a special type of perniciousness? I mean, like Bush Senior was blue blood and he didn't pretend, but Junior did. You see what I'm saying? Like.
Well, Bush, they were raised in different places. You know, the younger Bush was raised more Western, Texas, that kind of thing. So they had, even though obviously they're father and son, but they had a different sort of. The elder Bush had more of the gentry upbringing, and Bush Jr. was more.
True. But he was putting on a whole lot. And then like that this is what I'm saying, I think they're all psychos.
They are.
But I think if you look at all of them in terms of what they do and contrast it with, what they say or represent, I think you'd have to conclude that Trump was the least psychotic of all of them.
I would agree. I would agree. 100%. I agree.
100%. Now we have to really talk about what is being psychotic because it's a real thing, right?
I meant to say sociopathic. That's
sociopath. Yeah, Jason did correct me. Yeah, it's sociopath. It's sociopath. Yeah.
So people throw that word.
I would like
real quick. Let's go ahead.
I have to interject into this one because I do have a cluster B personality disorder.
Sure.
And what you guys are discussing are cluster B personality disorders. And as someone who has one, I can clear the distinction. All right. And there was a researcher, James H. Fallon. He talked about how there were researchers and biographers who came together specifically to do about antisocial personality disorder. That's a disorder for people who have psychopathy or sociopathy. And they compared and contrast notes to realize who were the more sociopathic or psychopathic presidents. And they found that guys who scored high on the psychopathy score were people like both of the Roosevelts. Clinton was up there. Bush Senior. Obama somewhere mid-level. JFK scored pretty high, but
he was an Irish playboy, of course, a good-looking one at that.
Yeah.
Of course.
Hey. FDR. Considering how well he was in betting women, even Billy C.
Well, I think FDR and JFK people to consider. What was interesting about both of them was they were ill men, and often drugged up because of their illness. So there was an abandon associated with them, because
JFK had back surgery from college.
They didn't necessarily probably expect to live long or to live comfortably, so they were enjoying life because of their condition.
Yeah, but
kind of hard to convince you to join a cabal when you damn near ain't gonna live.
Teddy Roosevelt, his thing was more like he was. They also said that like with Teddy Roosevelt, they found there's like a level of narcissism.
He seemed like a megalomaniac.
He really does.
Teddy
does.
Roosevelt was he was very psychopathic, very narcissistic. This guy was very impulsive.
Shout out to Puerto Rico. Go ahead.
Oh, that was not the only time he was ever, he was also impulsive.
I know, but I'm just saying. Every time I think about him, I just think about slaughter.
Where he was a big game hunter. There was a time he took a trip to Brazil and damn near died on that expedition. He did all kinds of shit. This is a guy. This is a guy who left his home in New York State to work on a dude ranch because he had aspirations of being a cowboy. This guy was also very well. He also believed in the strenuous lifestyle. This guy was knee deep into judo, boxing, amateur catch wrestling, and whatnot. This guy would. And he was really.
So he was just Baratheon before the pig got to him. Anyway,
well, I mean, if you think about
the boar, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That many white men have about themselves. A lot of it is Teddy Roosevelt.
Yep.
I mean,
a lot of it is this rugged Renaissance man. I can read. War and Peace, but then take down this wildebeest kind of thing.
Yeah, that rhymes, by the way. Good. Yeah, no, that's true. I do think that's where a lot. As a matter of fact, that's the camo guys. Yeah, no,
that is why he's on Rushmore. That's why he's on Rushmore. Because he represents that fantasy of that great white man.
Yeah,
not to mention, he's the reason you have. Not to mention, because he was such an outdoorsman, you have all these national parks.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did. He did institute that.
He did institute that. He was such an environmentalist. In fact, also like I said, we're talking about like presidents or what. They also looked at how many of them are also narcissistic.
They're all
of them.
Teddy Roosevelt, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of them are what we call.
Well, look, I think you do have to be.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite.
Becoming American president.
Yeah, well,
I think the
true.
elements
that is
to the process are such that there's no way you can mentally keep that together, to keep all the attention and all of the focus and being able to play in the faces of everybody. I think you have to be a fucking narcissist to do all that.
Do we maybe have to real quick?
I gotta push back.
Let me say this because I want to say this before you say it because but just in case you might say it, maybe we have to go back to the era of Rome where you had to pretend like you were far more humble with your ambition. Because if I remember correctly, learning this in school is like the Roman leaders they had other people lobby for them to be in the position, right? They were aspirational, but they had to have a thin veneer of like humble, right? I don't know if we're there. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, in the case of somebody like somebody like Julius Caesar, for example, he along with Pompey and Crassus, the original first triumvirate, there was a word that were used for them. It was populare, which means they were populous. And they were known for giving tribute to the people. You know, the whole bread and circus thing. To show, to prove that you were of the people, you had to be willing to provide the people with bread and circus. Basically, provide them with enough wheat for the city, as well as entertainment in the form of the Coliseum games and shit. You know.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk about people who try to present themselves as of the people or humble for the aspirate, humble and whatnot, you have to look at dictators, tyrannical leaders, because many of them rose up to prominence by trying to claim that they were of the people, like they were humble and everything.
Stop talking about Mao and Stalin and go ahead.
Ceausescu,
Right?
Castro, Lenin.
Khrushchev, maybe I was talking about Khrushchev, or in the case of also this most of us of those on this side of the African continent, someone like Idi Amin, or in my case, the Derg,
or Kamala would thank a union member.
Oh man.
I come from a middle class family.
Yeah.
Yeah, middle class family. I knew a middle class person.
Everybody's getting on her about that.
She always talks about how she knew a middle class person. My mom's friend was middle class. Like, wow.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you grew up, you were raised by two highly educated elites, one Jamaican, one Indian, highly educated PhD elites.
Aristocratic
class. Gotta hide that.
No, wait. Her parents divorced when she was 5. Remember?
True. No, name it. That's not the point. Name it. That's not the point. You were raised by two PhDs, or your parents are two PhDs. Number one. Number two. And remember, what year was Kamala born?
1960 something or
in the 60s.
Yeah, for real.
Military service was
I'm just saying.
Used to be the
But Daddy, if you ever saw a picture of
no, the reason why I say that.
Can I get in?
Yeah, we can.
Go ahead, better you, and then we'll get Socrates. Go ahead.
So I think the whole middle class family thing is so dishonest. I have 2 cousins who are PhDs.
Yeah.
One of them, they teach too, by the way. At I ain't gonna say the college that they're professors at, but one of them is on the President's Health Advisory Board. He grew up in the same place that we did. We come from Hampton County, South Carolina. Hampton County is is normally the second poorest county in South Carolina whenever they release those studies. When I tell you that the wealth and what he's been able to do with his life is so highly impressive, and what they've been able to acquire, he has millions of dollars in assets. He's not much older than me. He's about 40. He turns 43 this year. He has 5 homes. He has investment properties. He has $1.5 million in assets easily. So to say like, my 2 PhDs who are world renowned and everything, man, get the fuck out of here! Like, you upper crust.
And by the way, you remember, I want to make sure we make this distinction. You're talking about your cousin who came from that. Kamala's not that. Even if we were talking about it, she's the kid of that.
Yes, correct.
She's your cousin's kid. That's what she is.
Correct.
She's not even even if we were to give her that, she still wouldn't be that. She would be your cousin's child. Even if we want to say, I'm just making sure. But go ahead.
No, it's a thing where, like, how, like, if you're from the Caribbean, right? Where my parents are from, and I have family in the Caribbean. People like to play this game that everyone in the Caribbean is poor.
Say that.
That's absolutely not true, right? Like, there are wealthy people in the Caribbean, like living like Pablo Escobar. And so when these families try to pretend until you know their last name, like in Haiti, the Bijou family, right? These bunch of mulattoes who actually run Haiti, and they say, "Oh, from Haiti," but they're rich. Like, there's a billionaire who's basically funding the gangs in Haiti, who's quote unquote Haitian, but he's Jewish and he's quote unquote Haitian. Just because you're from the Caribbean doesn't mean you're poor. That's absolutely not true. Especially if you're moving and shaking in politics, the chances 9 out of 10 times you're rich.
Here's the kicker: the politician would have maybe came from the struggle, but the person funding the politician in Haiti did not come from the struggle. Follow the money.
Colonization.
Am I lying, Socrates?
Colonization 101. You always need a buffer.
Thank you.
No, it's like because she tries to pretend. I'm from Jamaica. I come from these poor Jamaican, origin. I'm like, what are you talking about? There are rich people in Jamaica. Stop playing. Jamaicans know. People in the Caribbean know. Stop playing. What's your last name? Next question. What's your last name? Are you from that family?
Speaking of follow the money.
And shout out to Leon for the super chat. Leon says they got their look from James Brown. It's documented. He's talking about the hair metal. Somebody y'all mentioned, and he saying the hair metal.
Michael Jackson with the patent leather shoes and the white socks.
Oh, he was talking about Michael? Or I thought he was talking about one of the hair metal bands. Okay, he was talking about Michael. Okay.
Let me ask a question about Kamala's past.
And thank you for the super chat.
That to see if any of you all are familiar with this, because I'm not, but then I don't make a point of necessarily learning everything about her. But have you all?
Black Guru said he don't want to hate her more. Go ahead.
have you all witnessed any of her alumni, classmates, any people she went to Howard with talk about her?
Nope.
Not at all. But they haven't interviewed them either, though.
No, but
They
bro,
would've.
we're in social media.
Right.
I mean, and now, and I'm asking, I want you to understand, who on the panel has attended an HBCU?
No, not me.
I haven't. My brother, my brother attended the HBCU. Does that count?
Okay. Do you know how unusual it is for you to have attended an HBCU and have ascended to the highest possible level, in status, and there are no people that you went to school with, that you
bragging on you
on the AKA line with, your
That is true.
professors that may still be around. You don't hear any of them talking about her.
That is
Do you
true.
know how you an HBCU and how this is Howard. This is the White House of HBCUs.
Yep.
And you don't hear any of them talk about her.
That's facts, though.
What the hell is going? And now the reason why I'm emphasizing this point is she has sold herself on her connection to Howard.
Yep.
And her being an AKA. And by the way, the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority was founded on Howard. She was on the grand chapter of the Alpha Kappa, the nation's grand chapter of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, the first black sorority, the oldest black sorority.
My mama's an AKA.
And you don't hear from none of them.
Yep, and they the most loud mouth bitches on the
maybe if you didn't attend the HBCU, you don't understand. No, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Because from what I see, if a brother from Morehouse was about to become president of the United States, Morehouse brothers, the mighty men of Morehouse, they'd be jumping all over the joint.
Yeah. But I found some more. Speaking of which, I found some interesting information about Kamala Harris, or more someone close to her. You know who BlackRock is, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. BlackRock is just recently purchased some shares. They're up to 12 million shares for this company called Albemarle Corporation. Albemarle Corporation is in the look of starting up a lithium mine here in North Carolina near Charlotte. It's going to cost $90 million. And BlackRock just purchased 12 million shares from him. And guess who's a prominent investor in BlackRock?
Who? Her or her husband?
Her husband. Her husband.
Thank you. That's what I said. What I say? Her or her husband? There you go. I knew. Yeah, there you go.
Her husband.
There you go.
That's a play, man. Call out, bro. Come on.
No disrespect. I want to emphasize this point because we're about to vote for this woman, and you got black women and some black men, asserting her black bona fides, so to speak. You guys need to start asking who even know who the hell this woman is.
Hey.
Wait, hold on.
What evidence is there of her having any connection at all to black people, black women included?
Black identity has been co-opted by progressive Democrats to the point where progressive Democrats determine who's black and who's not. And the FBA movement has been a reaction to that, right? That the Democrat Party and the progressives and the politicians and journalists and intellectuals, they have co-opted black identity and turned it into a political identity, and they can dub anyone black they want. That's why when you question them, it's offensive.
That's why I made a point of providing you some example of how being FBA has really worked in this country. It is about what neighborhood you went to and who you graduated from high school with, who you were on the Omega line with, right? Who you pledge with. That's the real, and who you still, and 30 years later, 40 years later, you all are still ace coon booms, right? That's how black life really works, man. not this shit that they propping up with this woman. And when you all have these
Wait,
arguments,
but Black Guru, not just her, not that shit that they propped up with Mr. What's his name also. I'm just saying.
well, the guy from Chicago, is that
Yeah,
the guy you talking about? He came here when and this how slick he is. He came here when MJ was hopping, when
I'm saying.
when Walter Payton was hopping, when Harold Washington, the late great Harold Washington was hopping, when Carol Mosley brought Oprah Winfrey. So he was a smart dude. He came here at the right time.
I know what I'm saying. What I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Mr. Z. At this point, I'm like this. To all the white men that are listening, if you want to, if you want to get a real taste of what the black democracy is like, elect Kamala Harris. I dare you.
Hey, let me say this. Let me say this. Even if Trump wins, after Trump's out, if Vance doesn't win, you're still gonna get hit with it. All you do with Trump is hold it off for another 4 years. That's all you did.
Wait, I want to say something about Obama. Obama said actually he accomplished something that I never thought was possible. Because I actually believe that his rebuke towards black men is the most offensive thing I've heard in my life. Right?
Oh yeah.
And a lot of people might think I'm exaggerating, but please understand the implications of what he's saying, right? He's basically saying that despite the Democrat Party being in office for 3.5 years, despite their $1 billion or billions of reserves for campaign funds, despite their $1 billion donors, despite they having BlackRock and Wall Street in pocket, Hollywood in pocket, mainstream media in pocket, big tech in pocket, right?
What does it come down to?
Having Harvard, Ivy Leagues, and all the major universities in pocket, despite having all the federal agencies, including the DOJ, in pocket, they're claiming that if they lose, it's because of the poorest, one of the smallest demographic in this country. That is the most offensive thing I've ever heard in my life.
Let me say this. First of all, that's not true. No, I'm not saying that what you said is not true. What I'm saying is if they lose, it would not be because of black men. But if it was, let's entertain that. Let's entertain everything you just said, Socrates. Everything you just said.
True.
And it still come down to black men. Don't you think you should talk to us nice?
That's what I'm saying. That's another thing. So despite all of that, all you could muster to say is nigga act right. What?
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
Yep.
That was not hard, fellas.
Wow.
Actually, hold on. Let me twist the knife a bit. Hold on. If you go
and after this, we're gonna get AB back, and then we'll get Ed. Go ahead, yo.
Let me twist the knife a little bit and get on top of that.
And Big Kev, you talk whenever you want. Go ahead.
What comes next? Kamala's plan. And what does Kamala's plan entail? Weed.
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. That plan. This is add salt to the wound. Add salt to the wound.
Yeah.
Then she comes out with this plan. Has everyone here read the plan?
Y'all are
okay.
Ungrateful.
If you read the plan, I'm like, word. So basically, you're going to give. Huh?
We need crypto regulation, you ungrateful Negroes.
No, she said she's gonna give $20,000, right? $1,020,000 loans to black men and others.
Let me say this. Let me read this real quick because this is what I should be reading. This perfect timing. And no placeholder says the top of the pyramid doesn't float in midair.
Shit, with a helicopter.
You're stepping stone, Stacy, black men.
Hold on, wait a minute.
You are stepping stone, Stacy. Go ahead, yo. Go ahead, AB, and then we get Ed. Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, wait. Let's let Big Kev go because he was here for a while, AB. Let me let him go, and then AB, and then Ed. Go ahead, AB. Go ahead, Big Kev.
Well, yeah, going back to what you guys were saying earlier about the neoliberalism and whatnot, and how that creates the breakdown of the family. Like, don't forget, especially if you read the Communist Manifesto and whatnot, as well as, what was that one black feminist? Oh, like the Combahee River Collective and whatnot. Don't forget, it was also a plan of the radical left as well to like basically disintegrate like the nuclear family and whatnot. So, when people say, how neoliberalism destroyed the family, I'm like, it isn't just them. It's really like a bipartisan, kind
absolutely.
Reagan.
Well, the the thing is that neoliberalism, that's what people are confused. Neoliberalism has been the dominant ideology from the 1960s till now, meaning that Reagan was a neoliberal, Bush was a neoliberal, Clinton was a neoliberal, Bush was a neoliberal.
Yeah.
That's the plot twist.
Once again, the least neoliberal was Trump. The least. I didn't say he's not. I'm saying the least was Trump.
And that's the reason why I advocate voting for Trump, not because I care about Republicans or conservatives. I want a change from the neoliberal order. I just want to get away from neoliberalism. I don't care by any means necessary. Tariffs, destroy the Federal Reserve. I don't care. Just get rid of neoliberalism. Is a horrible. It's the worst. It's the worst of both worlds. It's not the best of both. It's the worst of both worlds. You have the material obsession with Marxism that says that your material condition, your environment, all that is, but we're also going to take away the family, take away religion, take away purpose, cause gender strife and sexual strife and all this stuff. And then it has the excesses of capitalism where status is the only thing that's important, money is all that's important. You get money or die trying. Yeah. Get money or die trying. And you merge both. That's a hellish situation. So not only
a neoliberal hellscape, that's why I call it that. But yeah, let's let AB go. Go ahead, AB. What's going on with you?
Yeah, so I read through that plan, and in my personal opinion, that plan was written for simp beta black beta male.
You a hater, AB. You a fucking hater, AB.
Father to mama. And I'm not
goddamn Indiana hater. You a hater.
You love your mother. Wait a minute, I could defend that. I'm not just talking about the policies that she was talking about, the weed, the crypto and all that bullshit. Almost half that plan was Trump bad. No Lordy D. Parts of 2025 coming. Oh my God.
Y'all tweaking. That was a love letter to black men. Y'all
tweaking. It was. Don't y'all niggas love weed? Don't y'all love weed?
Really, y'all are too dumb to appreciate. Go ahead.
So, Keith, there's a couple of things I want to say. First, go ahead, AB.
Wait, AB, you wasn't done? My apologies, AB. Go ahead.
But yeah, it happened with
goddamn Midwesterners be talking slow as shit. Go ahead, AB.
Whatever.
Go ahead, I'm fucking with you.
Y'all ad-libbing, man.
Yeah. Most of that was fear mongering, and it was total horse shit. And as I said before, any white boys listening, if you want a real taste of the black gynocracy, elect Kamala Harris. You're gonna fuck around and find out.
I agree.
Go ahead,
I don't think it's not going to be a lot of people. It's the average white dudes on average vote Democrat at what 35%, 36, 37, 34. So let's say she might even lose more. So let's say they go down to 32%, 31, maybe even 28. I doubt it, but they're going to hover at their early 30s. They're not going to vote for her. So that's a done deal on that one. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, well, as far as couple of things to piggyback on what AB was saying, what you're seeing with that plan is. Anybody that tells me the benign neglect is not real is correct. Just understand.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because it's not about what Kamala said. Remember, Kamala is the whole Democratic Party running. So the fact is, that's the best. Like technically, black men should be incorporated in the Democratic platform. So pretty much what you see is she had to literally cram for a test. Project on something. No, it's worse than that. It's like the teacher in the last 48 hours of a project being due added this like critical element that's not easy to put together. Oh, I know I told you too much, but it's one thing I forgot. And yeah, if you don't do this, you will fail, and this will most likely fail your grade because this is X amount a part of your your whole grade for the whole class. That's what they did. So she couldn't even pull for what the Democratic Party platform is. The fact that she even had to put a plan together at all for black men tells you that they don't have a program for black men in the Democratic platform. This is where and so it's not just her, everybody, including Obama, she couldn't even, of all the Democratic politicians, right? She couldn't even put governors, mind you, because Walz is clicked in with the governors because they have a club like that. They couldn't pull nothing from nowhere. I want people to keep in mind. So I get y'all joking, or sarcasm,
neoliberalism,
but that tells you the whole Democratic Party. I mean, that speaks volumes. That's just a piggyback on how
Ed,
serious
they haven't had to consider you. Real quick, Ed, and real quick, Socrates and Ed.
Her intentions on doing anything for black people.
Real quick, Ed. Real quick,
it goes back to what she said. She's not. So she's not. So all of this stuff is just her stuttering, stepping, and all that.
Wait. I don't know if Ed can hear me. Wait.
He's getting frustrated.
Ed, you gotta be talking to the car phone.
Ed, can you hear us?
Ed. Under these circumstances.
Oh, he on a roll.
Yeah.
You can argue vote for Hillary off the strength of how black people were with Bill, as far as black people made money under Bill, even though a lot of black people got fucked up. So it just depends on what part of the spectrum you're on that. You can justify that. You can't justify vote for her with it. Also, Hillary and Bill had a certain control over wings of the Democratic Party. So, which wasn't the most liberal kind. So there's, you could justify that even if people don't like it. You can't justify vote for Kamala if you're actually. And the last thing I wanted to say, this is the most important thing. I appreciate y'all giving me a floor. Is y'all are talking about a lot of philosophical stuff. I'm more of a practical guy. I mean, fuck that, because the truth is, you're not getting rid of neoliberalism like that, because Trump's going to be in there for years, and it's too many of them cooked that way. The fact that you saw Dick Cheney vote for Kamala Harris or say he endorsed it, that should tell you how bad that is. But I understand. I mean, I ain't telling nobody to believe, but that's just how serious that is. I prefer more practical approaches. Nobody knows how we got here. So, correct me if I'm wrong. What is it? Ain't the deficit like 30, 35 trillion?
Yeah, the deficit is. Can you hear me though? Ed, can you hear me? No, see, now you just realized Ed. The whole time we were trying to get your attention, you could not hear us. But yeah, you're right. It is 35 trillion. It is 35 trillion. Yes.
I was gonna say that.
Did y'all not hear me say anything?
Yeah, we heard you.
No, we heard you. You just couldn't hear us.
What I was gonna say to you
I thought
is
y'all
that
was really giving me that kind of respect. Because y'all were muted as fuck. I was like, shit. It must be the internet. It must be the internet.
No, but I want to say is that neoliberalism. Let me say this to real quick, everyone. Let me say this to Ed. Ed, you appreciate it. I don't think the average person, they never had to consider us for damn near 40, 50 years. They just kept on using black women and black women's uplift to benign neglect black men in specific. So of course they didn't have, even the governors didn't have anything. You're right about what you were saying about real quick. What you said about Tim Walz. The governors, nobody ever had to consider black men for decades. So there you go.
That means it's not the platform. So my main thing is, how do we get here? Because I don't want to get down and I'm actually going to fall back. So all of us are around a certain age, give or take 10 years. And so basically, this can go all the way back to Reagan, but I'm not going to start there. It starts when at the end of Clinton's administration, we were on the road to a surplus. We had a surplus, we were on a path to that, right? Bush is in there 9 months, 9/11 happens. We decided to do Iraq, we decided to do Afghanistan, we decided to make Afghanistan the longest war. Way after we killed Bin Laden, we decided, then TARP happened, that you could put Bill Clinton and them kind of on the hook for that. But TARP ended up happening, Clinton and Gingrich. But TARP ended up happening, which was, people forget, like $900 billion we just wrote a check for. The war was like $1 trillion, damn near extra a year, as far as the wars, right? That Nancy Pelosi signed up for every time.
They can't account for trillions of dollars, Ed.
It had to go through her, right? So my point is, you get TARP, then you get the restabilization of real estate because of TARP with other money. Now we fast forward till we get to a pandemic, which was $2 trillion out the door plus economic loss of the whole country, which means the budget was like another $1 trillion that you normally have debt with the tax revenue. Then you have Ukraine. Then you have this extra money we're giving Israel. Then the last thing, you have the middle class being gutted. This is the white middle class, because we know they don't care about Negroes. You have the white middle class that was completely gutted, which fostered a good part of the tax base. We get the 20% pays half of it, but the middle class paid a big part of the other part. Last thing is you have the all these abortions that we made popular. So So, because you want to talk demographics, through his whole time, 50 years we done had this abortion thing. So you want to bring these illegals in here to fix that, for tax revenue when you would have had the people you're bringing in, but you decided to tell black women and other people to abort them. My point is, we didn't get here by magic. Nobody really, all of that is known information I just said. But you notice how the media goes out of their way not to put all that together? And so
you did the social math. They don't do it.
Yeah, so they don't want you to know. That's my point. In fact, they're going out of your way not to tell you, so they can lie to you, so you're not voting on the right thing. Kamala is literally not a leader. See, if you vote, I'm not fuck who you vote for, but I'm just saying, Republicans don't even like Trump like that. A lot of them. So Trump is going to be a separate entity, even in a lot of Republicans. Hell, he's been a Democrat, which people always conveniently like to forget. So the thing about it is, with Kamala, you're pretty much voting for Democratic Party by committee. You don't know who fucking running that shit. You don't know if Schumer's running it. Reid is dead. Pelosi is 81 years old and ain't the speaker. Like, you literally don't know who the fuck is running the party. You know shit ain't. So I appreciate y'all giving me the floor. I say all that to say this 35 trillion didn't happen from magic. That shit was decision after decision that both parties made. And people wonder why you bring in somebody. How the fuck can you bring Trump in here? Because he ain't a part of none of your stupid shit. He's not a politician. That's why no matter what y'all do, folks keep fucking with him. Because he ain't y'all. And when I say y'all, I mean politicians. All right, I appreciate that. I'm done. Appreciate it. I'm done.
All right.
No, I mean, look, real quick, Socrates. He's not as anti-establishment as we think, but he wasn't part of. He was for politicians in New York, but he's more anti. He's more not part of the establishment than the other everyone else. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree. Go ahead, Socrates.
I was gonna say that no. They've always considered black people, no, black men, excuse me. They've always considered black men. The role for black men is to be in the bottom of the social hierarchy, because in order to create an item to be a high status item, it's only high status when it's rare. So, like, I used to be a promoter. How do clubs make clubs hot? By making sure a lot of people come but can't get in, right? So they need the people to come but not get in. They need people to vie for something but not be able to get it. So therefore, by putting black men in the underclass and putting their women over them who are consumer class, they can create this situation where people are aspiring towards things they can never obtain. The promise of neoliberalism is that neoliberalistic policies will create wealth for everyone, which is complete nonsense. But they have to keep that lie going in order for a neoliberalistic order to continue. Therefore, they want Kamala and the managerial class in power to promote tokenism and symbolism, which is really what they're offering to the masses, to keep them placated, make them feel good, while they continue to get their rights and their money expropriated to the people at the top.
All facts. If y'all, whoever else want to go after that, AB, if you want to go, but yeah, all facts.
I'll cut in real quick, just because I'm
go ahead,
go for a second. And I might be taking the discussion back a little bit, but for me, this election is bigger than just the whole Kamala Trump and the issues thing. I see this as an opportunity for us to break the Democratic Party and that Democratic coalition, which is at the source of the whole benign neglect. Democrats don't like that right now. The road to the White House and the road to power for them as a party in general goes through black voters. If they don't get black votes, that party and its influence and its hold on national politics is forever changed, and they can't even sniff the White House without us. That's why they're doing a whole lot of the things that they're doing as far as importing all these people and all this other bullshit. So for me, while Kamala might be the person there, I feel like, frankly, this is the most wicked system that we have. How the fuck you gonna demand my vote but not give me a goddamn thing? Like, nah. I view this as an opportunity to begin to destroy and rebuild. That's how I see it.
Well, neoliberalism, their audience or their customers is not the masses. This is a confusion that people have. Neoliberalism is to only help the top or elites. So their audience are elites. So what happens when they talk about black issues? It's the black people they choose to be in certain positions and then push it as symbolism and tokenism. So the problem that they have right now is the very idea that the masses are asking them questions. That's what they're upset about. The fact that the masses are demanding things. They don't want that at all. They want everyone, just like Genesis talked about that woman, pay and shut up. They want the masses to just buy, consume, and shut up. Don't ask questions. Don't question us at all. That's what they don't want. That's why they want
literally
censorship.
what me and Compassionate talk about when we mentioned the Powell memo. That's literally why me and Compassionate keep on mentioning the Powell memo. Go ahead, Socrates.
Yes, and it's, again, do not think it's just a left-right thing. It's both. It's both the Republicans, called the Uniparty. It's both the Republican, it's both the establishment Democrat Party, the establishment Republican. They don't want you to ask questions. They want to set the agenda for the rest of society. You accept it. Have their media and their university chills push it on you and convince you that it's acceptable, and you follow along. And if you question it, that's the offense. The offense that you're even questioning them. They don't want you to question their authority. They don't want you to question their expertise. Just obey, follow, consume, and shut up.
What expertise? Let me shut up.
That's a fact. Good Socrates, yes. Nema, you want to say if you have anything? AB, if you have anything, because I'm gonna be wrapping up in a minute. You ask.
What expertise? Being a hoe.
Are you at a drive-through?
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said.
No.
What he said?
What is Kamal's expertise? Being a hoe? Let me shut up. Ooh.
That's a good question. So the expertise, they determine what's expertise, right? So they determine the managerial bureaucratic elite class determines what's expertise. So if they come up with a study, let's say gender, acrobat, basket weaving, galaxy studying study, and they dub that worthwhile, they can literally make that worthwhile on their own. That's what they mean by expert. Now you're an expert. Why? Because we said so. Because we get New Republic and we get the New York Times to write articles about you. And then we put you on CNN. Then we put you on a TED Talk. Then we give you this job for an NGO to do a study on this research paper. Then we take that research paper and get the professor to promote it and to the students. Therefore, you're legit. That they create expertise.
Don't talk about Simone Sanders like that. Oh, let me.
I mean, like what Socrates was getting to, and actually, I don't even recall if it was Ed or Socrates that said this. It will be ruled by committee, I think, if Kamala wins. I don't know how much say she will actually have.
None. Right? Zero. She has zero say. I told you what you obey.
I do think it's going to be Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama and them behind the scenes, to be honest with you.
I ask people all the time, you think I'm speaking is going to work on Vladimir Putin? Are you really that dense and that? Let me shut up.
And it's not Nancy Pelosi and Obama that we running things. It's the people behind them. It's the man behind the man behind the man.
Don't talk about him.
Right, and that's a crazy part. That's what really frustrates me, because that's why I can't stand the current Democratic Party, because they're the most anti-democratic thing ever. Because they're literally in our face, knowing that the president is not in charge, not having a problem with it. Saying that, then who is in charge? Why are you even asking that question? Professionals are in charge. Shut up.
We saw this with Reagan. We've seen this before. We know this happens. This always happens. What's going on, Toya?
Hey,
Toya.
Hi, you guys. I honestly just came up to say hello because I haven't spoken to Black Uru in quite some time.
Hey, how you doing, Daryl?
Pretty good.
Hold up! Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute, Black Uru. Wait a minute. No, absolutely not. Why you coming into the next nigga? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Toya. Hold up. Wait a minute. The disrespect. I'm messing with you, Toya. God damn. Toya just walk right past the owner of the home and go hug the owner guy. God damn. God damn. Just right. Toya walks right. I open the door. She walked right past me and hugged Black Uru. God damn.
No.
Right? Yeah. Go ahead. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
That's her just playing friendly with the old guy in the nursing home. Don't worry about that. It ain't that big a deal.
Y'all know I love me some Black Uru, and I'm here to give him his blueberry.
That was hysterical, by the way, Black Uru. That was hysterical.
Well, here's the thing. I'm glad Toya is here, because I want to kind of propose something, but then kind of consider her female perspective here. Because I think, and I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm not saying it's going to work. In fact, I think it's unlikely to work. But what I propose is when you have these disagreements, particularly with Black women, that you start out from a disposition where, okay, we're not going to argue, right? We're going to respect each other's views and opinions, right? We're gonna presume we're both intelligent people, right? And mean well, and are operating from the interests, not just our own selfish interests, but really the interests of Black people, Black families, Black communities, and even the country overall. And let's just have an actual talk about history, about politics, about media policy. Let's have some real. I'm curious, Toya. How would you be able to make that kind of appeal to especially younger Black women like yourself? Is that an actual thing a Black man can do?
If he only comes into it understanding that Black women are not happy unless we have something to complain about, starting from there, and that most of us don't have any respect for the history with which you just referenced.
Okay, so all right. First of all,
Damn.
I mean, complain. Look, we can find things to complain about. I don't have a problem with women complaining, and maybe because I've raised them, I'm just kind of somewhat accustomed to women complaining all the time. But the whole the lack of intellectual and informational curiosity. Is there any approach at all that Black men can take to get to that particular threshold where you
You
can have
have
a
it in
real
your
earnest?
avatar. That's
Well,
the
damn.
approach.
Well,
That
damn.
tell them, Toya, tell them the truth, Toya. Toya, tell them the truth.
That's the only way. The grinder, Mirror, that's the only way.
So hold on, women want to hold the hammer? Is that what you're telling me?
No,
Oh,
they
you
want you to
got the
drop
real
it.
thing.
No, you gotta drop that motherfucker. That's what she's saying.
You gotta grind. Mirror means the grinder. That's what the word milder means.
Yes,
It means to mild or to grind. So basically to pummel.
Yes, you all told me what that was on Roger Report. I had no idea what that was before I had come across your avatar, and I asked about it, and you all told me what that was. So that's why I purposely answered it that way.
By the way, I take that as a double entendre. So I'm willing to be I'm just saying.
It's a double
Sometimes
entendre.
the grinding and the pounding, yeah.
You know it could not. You know you ain't on Z's channel if I ain't talking about double entendres and pun intended. You know you ain't on Z's channel.
I'm curious
right?
because look, as contentious and bothersome as things are, this is an opportunity to have some real potentially productive conversations. Because I've had conversations with Black women, relatives, my own daughters, and once you get past an initial threshold of anger and complaining and whatever, and you can get to the point where you can actually start talking about things that actually happen, some of which they may have be familiar with, some things they may have studied, some things they see in the context of other things that part of their life, and maybe because I have a relationship with them. At a certain point, you can't get past the bullshit that you see in social media. And I just think that if we're all going to be here and be alive and we have to live amongst each other, I think you have to at some point be able to attempt to have a cogent discussion with these people who you're going to be paying taxes into a system. I mean, like it or not, we are, as Z has frequently said, Black men and women, we are tethered to the hip, like it or not. This is the society we're in. Like it, and I'm pro passport and all that. And if you can find your nirvana on some, isolated South American island or whatever, go for it, brother. But as long as you're gonna be here, I think you have to make a real earnest attempt to establish some sort of actual process of trying to figure out how to work things out. I'm paying too many fucking taxes right now. I gotta get y'all to figure out how to
Here's the
make
thing.
this happen.
Here's the thing, Uru. I just want to say this. Here's the thing.
But
Uru.
I appreciate you contributing, but I really want to hear from Toya because my point is the whole notion of talking to and maybe not necessarily talking at black women and using
wait, everyone, wait. So I'm gonna read this, and then we're gonna get Toya, and then we're gonna get Toya, and then
current political environment as an inducement to do so.
And then after that, we'll get you, G, and then we'll get Line. So let me read this real quick. And no placeholder says Brianna Bree Renner should sell her DNA to cloning. Yum. I don't know. I think she's cute. Erica Mena cute. They both look like they both look like they related. So I think they're cute, light skinned, big forehead hoes that are crazy as fuck. Yeah, I don't think that's a coincidence.
I would make this distinguish between Renner. Well, I don't know as much about the other one, but I've seen enough.
Erica Mena, she's motherfucking crazy as cat
I
shit.
actually think Renner has above average IQ.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Spend enough time listening to her. So in addition to her looks, I might agree with her because I think she has above average IQ.
Yeah, but she's crazy as cat shit too. But she's less crazy than Erica Mena.
That's a part of it as well. I mean, if I'm gonna agree with her, I'm gonna have control of the kid.
Say that. Okay, and go ahead, Toya.
I just want to kind of lean into what I was talking about on my channel yesterday, because I kind of covered a similar subject, which is that, you have this dichotomy that exists now where you've got the Erica Menas and the Tia Mowries in the same boat. So for that reason alone, you've got to have as Black men, you have to talk to us with that understanding and point it out that whatever you did to get to where you got to differentiate yourself as women, you all end up in the same pile at the end because you've lost your way, you're unruly, and you're unwilling to adhere to what your counterpart is here to provide. You did all of that in spite of your Black male counterparts, only to end up right next to the very same women that you tried to separate yourselves from. So I think if you start from that standpoint and you bring it on home to like, hey, you guys are all looking at each other in detest or whatever you want to call it, but it's to your own doing. And if I were to be a man, I would say we're here to try to mitigate that. But in order for us to do that, you've got to listen. It can't be your way because your way is producing more of the results that none of you want in the end.
What's the definition?
Have you witnessed either amongst ideally family or friends of yours? Have you witnessed any? And maybe you can attest to it your own self, your own person. Women be able to make that to evolve as you describe into that kind of understanding where she was the hell-raising feminist or whatever, but then she really kind of either a combination of mentoring and counseling and her own self-discovery. Have you seen any Black women to actually make that change?
Very few. And if they do, most of the time, it's because they've been butt broken.
By what?
By life. It's how you guys refer to being post-wall and coming to the conclusion that whatever they could have done, they've already missed the opportunity to make the change to go back. And so this is what I mean when I talk about autophagy and we eat ourselves only to look up and ask you guys for help and directions back to the place that we were trying to go in the first place. So I will speak for myself and say that change has occurred as a condition of learning in this space. But even when I go into conversations with women and I try to impart what I have learned, I am met with combativeness, resentment, anger, hostility, you name it. And so while I think it's possible, it's rare. And what ends up happening is the more you keep on living, women, you end up getting to that point because now you are butt broken. You are butt hurt. You are butt broken. And you realize no one's coming to save you. Oh, but it's too late anyway.
Okay. Okay, can I get in real quick, Z?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, now I want to ask Toya a question. Because I noticed the brothers do this, and everybody think I be tripping when I be talking, man. How many intellectual black women do you know?
G, why do you do this to us, bro? Why do you
Because
do
no,
this,
I
G?
just want to prove like everybody act like I'm retarded or something when I be
No,
talking.
shit. I definitely don't think you're retarded. I definitely don't think you're retarded. But
No,
yeah,
now that we
that
have a
question right
woman
there.
here, no, we have a woman, and she's trying to like. We always talk about trying to rationalize, and and what have I been saying for years? You have to bully black women. They like bullies, man. You have to bully them. That's all they understand. If you do not bully them, they think you soft.
Especially the loudest and most outspoken of us.
Well, no,
I'll
I
be trying to
said
explain. Listen, I'll be trying to explain to y'all the most important thing to a black woman is dick, food, and how she's going to provide for herself. That's it. We're
I guess
thinking all this. Hold this. Listen, we're thinking all this intellectual shit. She's thinking about how she wants to get fucked tonight, what she wants to eat, and how much fun she wants to
yeah,
have.
but I don't think we could have an effective society long term where our default is women are just paid women.
No,
I mean I
agree.
understand your point, but at a certain point you have to try to take things in a more evolved direction. But go ahead, Ed.
No, you
Go
don't.
ahead.
No, you don't. We're already listen.
Let Ed
We're
go
already
ahead.
the most. We're already the most
Let Ed go
evolved.
ahead.
Let's let Ed go, and then
Sorry, Black Guru. I'm
if it,
sorry, Elder. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm about to get. Well, hold on. Well, before it goes, as
Go
I
ahead,
said
Lord.
before,
You got a woman. Just ask the woman. She
I
gonna
I'm
think
gonna
tell
go
you.
to
Ed was
this.
trying to get in.
Go ahead, Lion, and then Ed. Go ahead. Hurry up.
Well, I'm going real quick. I'm going out to this mixer. I'll report back with a full report.
For the love of God, I'll do a stream. I'm gonna try to do a stream tomorrow, and I'll bring up a panel. Yeah, definitely.
I will report back. I got to go get. I'm gonna go ahead and get dressed, and I have a full report for you to see to check.
Don't be funky out here, bro, because you know you're gonna be talking shit about us if you out here being funky. I'm messing with you. But yeah,
I trust me. I played the part of an agent to perfection. I got
it.
All right, y'all be safe.
Double O Leon, go. I mean, say Leon. Double O Lion, go ahead.
Take
Double O
some
Lion.
rubbers, bro. Take some rubbers.
Right?
They already in the car. Already
got him.
Already in the car, sir. Take care.
Oh man. All right, bro. Go ahead, Ed.
Damn. Shout out to y'all. One of them. See, y'all them niggas that y'all take 30 minutes to say bye. I tell people I bring to somewhere. Look, I'm going. You got 60 seconds. And if not, I'm in the car driving away, and I'm not turning the fuck around.
And if we go out somewhere and you drop me back to the crib, you better wait until I get inside. I'm not even one of them niggas that be like on some bitch shit. No, I'll wait until the boys get inside.
I'm known. I say, look, you got 60 seconds. I'm not fucking playing with you, and I didn't drink.
And so I'm gonna pull off on your ass and whatever happened, happened.
Yeah, I do.
Goddamn.
I've left people in cities. I've left people in Charlotte, and I live in Raleigh. Well, because of that, for real, I don't play. People know that, but that's kind of a joke, but not really. I'm dead ass serious about that in real life. But here's the thing: shout out to Toya, and shout out to that brother that just left. But even that shit where you got a woman on here, like stop acting like we didn't grow up with these people, like they're not our mothers, our sisters. This ain't Crocodile fucking Dundee, and we in Australia. We know who this black chick is. Toya just said, Toya, a woman, she can't get them to act right. Empathizing with them with a woman. And we've seen it before. We got a whole black female accountability department now full of multiple chicks with multiple different brands and all that, and they get called pick-me's and all that. So again, we know who these chicks are. As far as what G saying, I understand what he's saying, but Black Who is absolutely right. That is not sustainable. You can't bully them forever and then be in a default state. The proper way you need to deal with it is abandon them. You need to abandon them because when you abandon them, the women that already act like they got some sense are going to be all right. The women that need to learn quick or need to learn, that instinct will kick the fuck in and they'll learn. And then the ones that are true hyenas, they ain't going to care anyway. They're just going to burn on the cross that they want to burn on. So We got too many women that want to play hyena, and Grit spoke on this. They want to play hyena, but they're not real hyenas. They want to play hyena, but when shit get bad, then they want the help. That's kind of what Toya was talking about. When they hit the wall and all that stuff, those are the chicks that are not really about that life like that. And so now they trying to recalculate, do the reach back as accountable commentary.
Pause for the cause. Ed, when you're done, please read this super chat because you get shouted out here too. So you got a task. Go ahead and finish up and read this for me when you get a chance.
At the end of the day, and that's a black male problem. Until black men are willing, and BGS even said, he said black women don't respect you until you leave them. And I mean for real, not you leaving them.
He does say that.
This is why I always say y'all need to promote for black women to date outside their race. And the reason why I say that is not because I'm trying to be stupid. It's because as a black man, I don't need to change. I know I'm not the problem. So if you think you can do better, I not only say you should, I compel you to do so. Meaning I'm taking a broom and I'm swooping your ass out. Meaning as soon as you start talking that white stuff, I'm not even playing with you. You're gone. You're gone. And you're going to be in there like them Jews 40 years in the desert. And you can chase that white. For real, I'm not playing. Too many dudes be trying to fight for their hearts and stuff. And yes, G, I do know quite a few intellectual black women that are married to black men that know how to act.
Me too.
And the last thing I'm going to say with G, and it's not against G, but to speak on what G said, you know whose job, G, let me ask you this question. Whose job was it to bully black women in the past?
Black women.
Exactly. Black women, all these chicks I know that got some act right about them, it was their women that molded them into that. Whether they had
facts, I second that.
And it was even with Hispanic women, they'll tell you, even at the expense of their mental health. That is the women to do that. When men come in, men are coming in for violence and to reset stuff. It's the women that actually do that shaming and stuff because they're women. They do that, and women don't have a defense against other women doing that. And this is across all races. Korean women, all Asian women, they fear their mothers and their aunties. When they get in that circle, that shaming circle, and put her in the middle and never let her out, that's what they all fear.
Somebody play Shame from Game of Thrones. Shame. Go ahead, Ed.
They got rid of the older black women that did that, or let the ones that could survive that die on the vein. They let them age out, and then they got rid of the ones that weren't about that. That's the first thing they did in the gynocracy. They got rid of those make sure men used to be able to go to those women and say, I'm gonna knock this chick out, but I don't want to. Can you please cuss her out? Because quiet as it kept, if the chick talked too slick outside their mouth, you had to worry about Big Mama slapping the shit out you, and you won't go do shit. You would just go take that because you can't go to the cops. And those women have died out. So anyway, you put that thing up one more time and I'll fall back. The super chat. He said Hurricane Air random I popped up live AB Media on my past bedtime and Black Guru no channel having ass tax. Thank you all. I am humbled by the gentleman intellectual nimbleness and agility. I've learned so much. I appreciate that. I'm just nigga talking shit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, KMS.
KMS is on your head, tough, Black Guru. He on your tongue.
No, this is what
Stop that damn channel, Black Guru.
I've always heard people say stuff like that, Ed. I just never seen it. I wasn't born in the time where I've seen the big mamas do that.
See what? So, I've seen. No, let me hold on. I've seen. I've seen it. One of my best girlfriends. She's married to a black man. You know, she's mixed. Well, she's 3/4 black, but she looked like Steph Curry, like skin tone white. I remember I was in the car and she was in the front. I was in the back seat. Her mom was driving, and I think I was in high school. She said something small. And then when the way she raised her voice, and by the way, this is a chick that she get it from her mama as far as look. And the way she raised her voice on her daughter, like with the quickness, and I haven't heard her raise her voice. Like it wasn't even that bad. Yo, when I saw her got petrified, her shoulders like went up, like she was traumatized. It's that type of shit. See, those women are gone now because they let them age out. And she wasn't even that old. Like she's my mom's age, obviously. And so the thing about it is you may never seen it, and I get that, but it existed. Most of these chicks that got them act right like that, usually they got their mama, especially when you dealing with dudes like when they got nothing but daughters. There's exceptions rule. I'm not saying a man's not doing his job, but usually in situations like that, they act right with the dude, their father, because they don't want their mama having to deal. Because if their mama deal with them, it ain't nothing you can do. Your dad's the only defense to get your mama putting her hands on you, because you can't call the cops, you can't do shit. And so these women, and if it's not the mom, the aunties and shit, they used to work together, but that's gone now.
But
Now
what
you got
years was this though, Ed? I'm trying to figure out because
I mean,
I'm
it probably was
I
heavier in
grew
the
up in
past,
the
but it
90s.
exists.
It started to go away. It really started in the 60s with the Great Society, because whereas you had black family, you would have multiple generations of black women together, great grandmama, grandmama,
right,
mama, whatever, in the same house or in the same, whatever community together. They were policing each other. They were raising, the younger women's children, and so because they were all interdependent. The old was dependent on the young was dependent on the old. It created a level of respect and fear and dependence that made them able to manage it. And here's the other thing that here's one of the things that older women did that you younger men did not probably see, or did not see as much. They would tell younger women, child, don't do that. Don't you know how that's going to affect them boys? They would tell young women that. Girl, don't dress that way. You know how that's going to rile them boys up like that. Why you want to rile them boys up like that? Why you want to have them acting up and carrying on like that? So even like a lot of the hoish behavior and all that, the older women would say it as a way of protecting not only the women themselves, but protecting men, or protecting men from the exposure of their lesser nature, if you will.
Can I call you guys' attention
So
to
when
Erica
Big Mama
Badu?
went away, a lot of the control mechanisms of the current social decay we see today kind of all went away with her.
I mean, I
Go
see the women in the
real
house
quick, G.
together.
Wait. Let's let. What was that you was gonna say, Toya? What was that you were saying?
A few years ago, Erica Badu got
I remember.
trashed
Yep.
for
Yep.
talking about how we send our little girls to school and maybe we shouldn't be sending them to school in some short
I remember.
skirts and stuff. Folks was calling her all kinds of crazy. This is what Black Google was talking about being of yesteryear in terms of women calling each other into accountability about these things.
Yeah.
It is all but gone.
Yeah. Remember, who was it that spoke about the bonnets in the airport? Who was that? That was in Eon Low, right?
Oh, that
Monique.
was the comedian
Monique.
Yeah,
Monique. Yeah. So Monique was talking about the bonnets. I remember Erica Badu with what she was saying,
and
and it's
notice
somebody
how
else I'm
loving.
remembering too
No,
that
hold
said
on.
something. Yep.
Focus on Monique. Notice how loving she was when she
And it
told
still
them.
didn't mean nothing. Yep, I
She
remember.
didn't castigate black women. She
Nope.
didn't curse them out. She
Oh, yeah,
spoke to them like an aunt or a grandmother, and
right.
they flamed her.
Yep. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat, Leon. He says, social aggressions, ostracism, alienation, etc. Yeah. If you have to use those tools, as I'm not against shaming. Y'all ever notice that? Zena, that's what I do on my channel.
But I'm
That's what
saying
I do,
though,
right?
I
So
seen
yeah.
the women in the
Ding,
house
ding,
though.
ding, shame.
Right.
Ding, 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 shame.
I
Right. Why
seen the
not?
women in the
Go ahead.
house though, Zoe. And what it was, the women were in shame and they were harboring them. The older women were harboring. When I was growing up,
They harboring
they were
the
harboring
feminists.
the hoes. They were telling they was telling our girl cousins he shouldn't care if you got them kids. The man take care of them. Like, man, look like
Yeah. Good point.
all of
Well,
our
I mean that it's like any other corruption, G. You reach a certain critical mass or a certain percentage, of rot, and then eventually, the apple
Gives out.
rots all the way through. Which was why they would be quick to cut out the rot. so quickly.
Yeah.
Which was why they would be so quick to ostracize or whatever, because they knew, the older people knew in particular, you let too much hoism go on around us, and it's going to bring us all down.
You mean the tangle pathology? There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. And I'm Waffles. Thank you for the super chat. He said, Ed said, F your couch, ninja. For real, because Ed, you didn't know we couldn't, you couldn't hear us, but we could hear you. It was like, wait, Ed, everybody was trying to interrupt, and you just kept going.
But it really got away in the 60s with the welfare state, because then instead of little Denise or whatever listening to her mama or big mama have to depend on or whatever, she can go get an apartment somewhere else and get food stamps and all that kind of shit, and she ain't have to listen to nobody.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm saying.
Y'all, hold on, wait. Y'all mentioned the tangle pathology. Don't talk about Kurt Franklin on Gorilla's album like that.
Wait, is he on Gorilla's album?
Yeah, apparently she has a praise break song on her album.
Wait a minute, Glorilla got a praise break.
And it's Kurt Franklin and one of the Clark sisters.
That's the corruption.
Yes,
that's a symbol of the corruption, because 30 years ago, there's no way
in hell
you're gonna have those two things intermingling like that. That's not gonna happen.
Guys, that's progressive traditionalism. Don't you know?
Shout out to Melissa Ford.
That's why it's hard for me to fathom, because all the older women was just older versions of the young women.
Well, when you say older women, you're mostly talking about boomers. When I say older women, I'm talking about
Silent and Greatest. Yeah.
That's not even in our lifetime, man. We don't. That's not. Yeah, that shit was 100 years ago. Like,
come on, I mean, come on, man.
Why you sneak this in Black like that?
Methuselah, man. Come on.
Hey, Black Uru, you ain't hear this yet? Where they make fun of us and Toya. Real quick. And Toya know this. They make fun of us that were born they say we were born in the 1900s. So everybody that was born 2000 and after, they make fun of all of us that was born in 19 whatever by saying, "Oh, y'all was born in the 1900s," and that's his. Because it's true, it's factually accurate. But it's a funny little jab at us.
No,
y'all was born in the 1900s.
Think about it, though. See, y'all talking. Ooh, how old are you?
63.
So if you talking about your grandma, nigga, you talking about 100 years.
Yeah.
Well,
you talking about your grandma was probably born in 1900 or something. When was you born? Who was born in the 70s, the 60s?
When was she born? 1909, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Because remember, they were having kids quicker back then too.
Think about this.
Oh, G, you drop. G, they got you. Got it.
Got him.
Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I know there's obviously a generation.
Hold on, I'm playing Call of Duty right now. Hold on.
Right, look.
So I'm caught up.
Yeah, I know there's a stark generational.
I'm sorry, did they Call of Duty or Call of Booty?
No, name it. Let Black go ahead.
And it did start because the boomers were the first ones who were. Because understand, Z, if he's talking about old women, he's talking about women that are 60,
older Xers and boomers.
These are boomers. So the corruption, they were a part of the initial generation that corrupted women. The boomers in the 60s, they were kings or whatever, or in some cases a little older, or 20s or whatever. But they were a part of that initial generation that got that. They were a part of that first group who got the welfare and got the government subsidies and moved into the projects and all that kind of shit.
But just think about it. Just think about what I'm saying. Like all the dudes of my generation, we was born in the 80s. All of our grandmothers had multiple baby fathers too. We didn't know nothing about that shit. Like they were just older versions, and they taught that shit.
Let's pause. You didn't say even your mother's generation. You said your grandmother's generation, which, by the way, is the same thing for one of my grandmas, not the other one. But so that if we were all born 80s, we're talking about women that were born 40s, maybe.
Your grandmother was an
30s,
adult
40s.
in
Go
the
ahead.
60s.
Mm-hmm.
Your grandmother was
Yep.
an adult in the 60s. She would
Yeah.
have been a part of that first wave of Great Society and all the feminist
Yeah. Yep.
and social welfare programming bullshit.
G, don't feel bad.
So she would have been the first wave of that.
Yeah,
Oh,
G, don't.
I don't feel
Hold on,
bad.
hold on, wait a minute. G, don't feel bad. I did not. True story. I'm 41 now. I did not know my biological grandfather's first name until I was 30, when my mother told me before she died.
Listen, man, this shit's so bad. When my mama died, I found out half of my aunties and uncles wasn't from my grandfather. you know what I'm saying? We don't know this shit. Man, we living with these women's secrets for the last 100 years, nigga. This shit ain't.
Wait, G. Say that again, because what you're saying now, being Haitian descent, this apply to, you know, like I said, one of my grandmas was doing her thing back in the day. The other one was pretty much a Saint Ain't No horror story. The other one, So say what you said again. We've been dealing with what for 100 years? Say that one more again.
Man, we been caught up. We thought that shit was normal to be like, man, she got more than one baby. Like, we thought it was weird when a nigga had one baby. Like, when the mama was all y'all from the same daddy. We thought that was weird. And we meeting the white boys, and we trying to talk to the white boys and the Mexicans who ain't never seen their mom.
Damn, you broke up again. By the way, I don't know. I don't know about the Mexicans, but the Cubans was getting down over here. Don't let the Latinos lie to you. They was out here getting down too. Don't let them get it twisted. Kids by multiple different dudes too. If you don't believe me, go ask Darlene Ortiz, and she's Mexican descent. So yeah, but she's more Americanized. But still,
in the barrio, especially like in the barrio, you would see that shit. Man.
No, they be getting down to the Latinos is out here also. So don't let them lie to you.
Don't get it wrong. I'm
y'all hear
Afro
me?
Latino. Yeah, I'm Afro Latino. Like, technically, that's my descent. I'm Afro Latino. So technically,
we talking?
Well,
you know what I'm saying. So I know it's but it doesn't matter what.
Hey, you breaking up?
It doesn't matter who you was. If you was black, that was the paradigm for all black people. It don't matter if you was Afro Latino, Jamaican, Haitian. You know what I'm saying? ADOS, nigga. If you was black, your grandma had multiple baby daddies.
Well, one thing you got to keep in mind is everybody was raised to do United States.
And you're breaking up really bad. You got to get in a better place. Yeah, you're Borgin.
Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick. When I told y'all about those conversations I had with my mom and the issues and who straightened them out, my grandmother is 87. She has multiple baby daddies, okay?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can.
There is no one.
Let Leon land with that, and then we got you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Leon.
There is no one that could have straightened that shit out but a woman that could check my mom. That when it comes to respectability politics, and she attempted to use it, and I sent a text to my grandma. And I told y'all, the reason why it really got dealt with is because I held on to the other part until the end. Like, I don't think I'm coming down for Thanksgiving. Like, I held on to it until the y'all think I'm joking. This shit is real. Like, there is no one that can check a black woman other than the elder. And it's under the circumstance. Okay, when do you ever hear a black man withholding his child from the child's grandmother? Other than me saying that shit.
So wait. So in other words, because I want to kind of make that succinct. In other words, what black women have, and this goes to why BGSA's godnocracy and not matriarchy, is an inverted white patriarchy. If the only person that can shame them. Go ahead.
Well, let's be very clear here, because this doesn't often get said, but I'm gonna say it. I mean, if black men really wanted to check them, I mean, we absolutely could. I mean, we're willing to get violent and just beat their ass to the ground. Most of these chicks ain't never really felt. I'm not saying that's what we doing, because we're not going to jail about that. I'm not going to jail for these chicks. That's why I preach abandonment. So, but it gets to the point now where people actually forget that can't happen, and that's important because other groups of men will do that. This is quiet as it's kept. Another reason why women don't date out because they say something wrong, and literally these
Damn, you breaking up, Ed.
Again. He breaking
Damn, you
up
borg. You
Ed.
borg.
Yeah,
God, you borg at the end.
but like look, all groups of women, the elder women control the younger women. So
Yep.
that's not unique to black women, ADOS women, Afro Latinas, or whatever. I mean, in fact, it's really better, more natural, and more effective for women to police each other. You know, because it's easier for women to see themselves in other women, and they can always blame men for being men. They can always blame anything that's going on wrong, or any kind of disagreement, or any kind of misunderstanding, you know, as a kind of a defense mechanism. They will blame us, will make us the fault or whatever. And it can be very annoying and troubling and whatever. But in an environment in which they've been raised a certain kind of way, and there are elder women that still has some oversight over things they do. I remember one time I'm sure I told this story, but I remember one time my wife hit me. And of course I didn't hit her back, but I told her grandmother. And I told her
damn, you playing dirty, Black
while she was there. And the response, well, her grandmother loved me. She adored me. So when I told her grandmother, the look and the shame, at first she didn't even say anything. she just looked at her. And she started saying, "I can't believe," and whatever. And there had been apparently some DV issues between her grandmother and her grandfather that she had shared with us. So the fact that my wife had hit me after she had already shared this stuff about her own self, she was just like mortified. And my wife broke down, started crying. Now this happened, man, what, like 25 or more years ago, like more. If I mention that today, my wife will get upset about it. She'll be about to cry just for me just mentioning that today. The level of shame, the command, the presence that my wife's grandmother had over her. I mean, you can't even really describe it to you younger men, unfortunately. But yeah, that one experience, and I almost even at a certain point felt bad. I was the one who got hit. But I was like, damn, she broke her down to like basic elements down.
That's her grandchild. She's known her whole life. She knows how to break it down.
That's the power structure that exists in the gynocracy, okay, amongst the women, okay.
It's an inverted white patriarchy. It's granddad saying something to the son.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah.
Yeah. In other words, and this is funny because it's really weird. Is because in most cultures, right, a man will ask the father for the daughter's hand in marriage. It doesn't exist in the black patriarchy, in the gynocracy. Okay, you got to go through mama.
Yeah, that's true.
If mama don't like you, then guess what? You probably not going to get that woman. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
I was gonna say when you were saying the mama, I was saying somebody please play the Boys to Men, but
Dear Mama, Dear Mama by Dear Mama.
Boys to Men, because it fits. And let me read this real quick. And Eric Deadman says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. He says, the reason the Dems can demand black men vote without giving you anything is because black women were tasked with keeping the black men in line voting Dem, and black women were extremely effective at their job until now. And
the black masculine turn, the Ice Cube effect. Shout out to Dr. Neil, because he's the one that told black men that you did have a choice and you have a right. You have a right to ask for something, and it didn't exist before. Okay,
should have never gave you niggas the internet.
But I want to say about black men thinking they have more power than they actually do, because you said you could put hands on them, right? Okay. I remember, and this is 1963, maybe 62, 63 in Dallas, right? Okay. Okay. Every other weekend, my father would put hands on my mother, and guess what? He'd be in the back of a Dallas police squad car headed to jail for the weekend.
Yeah, I addressed that though. I addressed that. Like maybe
Yeah.
I got cut off before I
Abandonment is
said
no,
that,
no. You're right. No,
but
I heard you use abandonment. That's a good
yeah, because
defense
I
of it.
said the thing is you gonna have to. I said I'm not going to jail for no chick, and then it's not like you doing it once it's gonna work. So it's something you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to do it for years, and that's not something at a scale that black men. But this option that we can't.
Okay. Listen to me, Ed. Listen to me, Ed.
Not
Okay.
hearing me.
I am hearing you. Okay. The thing is, Ed. Okay. You are younger than my son. Okay. You're younger than my son. You're telling me about something I lived through as a child, okay? And this has been the case. The sheriff could always the white man could always come get you on the black woman's word, okay? Always. That has not changed since slavery. The white man will always come get you on that black woman's word, okay? We have never, ever had control over our women like that.
So let me start here.
Okay.
I am for abandonment.
You are now.
And me bringing this up came up from another conversation I had before, kind of, I guess you were listening.
Okay.
What I said is, if black men are willing to be suicidal, then yeah, because all the stuff you're saying don't matter if you don't care. This is why when you look at the type of
And you
dudes
got
that they
and basically you're causing your mic to distort, so you're gonna have to tone it down a bit.
this is why the dudes that typically do put their hands on chicks don't have nothing to lose. So I'm not disagreeing with what you said, but what I said is there's this idea of the women have this posture of a man can't do it, to the point where even dudes that don't have nothing to lose, they actually get shot. I'm talking about a dude that don't care. That he been in jail and he cool with going back. So I get what you're saying. And dudes are not willing to do that. I'm not willing to do that. Which is why I said, because there was this idea, that G was saying something about, I forget what he was saying, but it was something that prompted me saying that. And and so it wasn't just me saying, well, you can just put your hands up. It's just this idea that women actually believe that men are not physically capable of doing it. Sure, you're going to go to jail, but if you don't care about that, it won't matter. And so it won't matter. So a lot of these chicks think you, to the point where they literally think they can beat you up. That's how psychologically mental they are.
It's called violence against women, okay? And those laws have been essentially, especially since OJ, have been very strict, okay? And that's why a lot of guys that used to put their hands on women, even against the wrist, don't do it no more because it will ruin your life.
Well, absolutely, and from a practicality standpoint, this is why I came in before I even said all this. I came in the door saying abandonment is the only option, because I forget. This is even she said something about you got to do this to do no. Okay, she said you have to. Hold on, let me say this, and I'm gonna stop. She said you have to bully the women. And I said
but I wasn't talking about hit him though. I didn't say hit him.
I know you did.
Ed, you're gonna have to tone it down because your mic is distorting. Because your mic is distorting. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and I'm toning it down. So, and I took it. G did not say hit him. I took it to the nth degree, because even if you're willing to take that to its upper limit, it doesn't work. Because bullying women does not, because eventually they can call a white man on you if they think you bullying you and make something up. It doesn't work, and it requires too much consistent energy. Now, last thing, if they're gonna and then this is what I also said, if we're gonna go with what G said, then the women have to bully them. That's where we got into the me talking about giving that example that kind of led into the matriarchal talk with my girlfriend and how her mom checked them, and then Black Uber gave his example. The bullies have to be the women if you're going to go that route. And they don't exist anymore like they used to.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're talking about a different time and place, and that thing is the time back and place a long time ago. Okay, number one, you didn't have the control, and you didn't have the option, because black men didn't. Black men have in the last 20 years have way more options than they have in the last 200. Okay, so now, now you can't easily, like even in the past 10 years, right, with SYSBM marrying out, getting on a plane, importing women. Okay, black men didn't have that option. Okay, before. Okay. So now, so
Yeah.
so
But
this, this go ahead.
bullying women is
One of my
not gonna
best
work.
friends,
You
one
don't
of my
have to.
best friends
Go ahead.
will often say to his wife when they have a disagreement,
Mm-hmm.
he'll tell her, you keep that up, I'm gonna divorce you, and I'm gonna go get me a white or Asian one.
Yeah.
I mean, these people been married 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And here's the thing: when he says it,
Yeah.
she usually don't say anything back when he says
It can happen.
And you know
it's
she
an
get.
effect, and
Yeah.
it infuriates my wife. I
Mm.
just whenever he says we're together and we're
Mm.
drinking, whatever,
Yeah. Yeah.
and and he says it to her.
Yeah.
I look right at my wife.
Yeah. Because
Human.
yeah, because they know it's true. Because they see it. It's not something that's not
Yeah.
apparent. They see it. They see it all around them, and so we
But
getting all this.
she
Go ahead.
gets
I'm sorry.
now, and this is a tough woman. This is a
Mm-hmm.
woman earns 6 figures in her own right. She
Yeah.
travels, whatever. This ain't no punk woman at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
Next up, Cruz.
But when he mentioned going into Asian woman, and then
Yeah.
he started describing how his life gonna be with Asian wife.
Yeah.
I will say this: the closest.
Hey, she can because she no matter how much money she has, she can't duplicate what he can do.
No. I will say it's the closest I get to
can
that
I
is.
step in after
Hold on, Leon. Let me
Real
finish.
quick.
Let me finish, Leon.
The closest I get to that is when me and my girl, the few times we've gone into it, like, babe, I will go buy a chick and put her on retainer. I was like that. I'll make enough to put a chick on retainer.
You know what
I've said it a couple of times.
You know what I used to say. I said it to my fiance. My fiance was gorgeous, beautiful, and very successful. Right? I said I will help you find my replacement. Okay.
I like you said that before. I like that one.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Leon.
Leon was trying to go, and then we got you, Nima. Go ahead.
Okay. Leon, you're up. Leon, stop the bullshit.
The gynocracy has.
Okay, so let me read this, and then we'll get you, Nima. And then Cam
I'm right here. I was talking to somebody else. Go ahead and read that.
You got to wait now. Now you have to wait.
Now you got to wait until the super
I said
chat.
go ahead and read that first. I said go ahead and read.
And then Cam S says, and thank you for the super chat. Black Pill statement. Kohlberg hierarchy, stage 3 is good boy, good girl. Stage 4, the stage above that, 4, law and order, and 5, justice. Most women do not excel past stage 3. Forgive me because you know me. Unless forced by society. I hear you. I see what you're saying.
True.
We hear.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Leon.
One time.
So the part about beating women, let me be clear. My grandma ran.
Goddamn, could y'all not be so on the nose? Go ahead.
My grandma ran one of her husbands out of the state, not out of the city, out of the state of Alabama, the entire state. Okay. This is the thing that I know Black Uru and BGS is gonna agree with. You don't get that your aunties, your cousins, they give your poor cousin a sandwich. He sleeps over once or twice. And the moment that you think that you just gonna punch a woman or put your hands on her, all she's gonna do is go to the youngest teenagers and the 20-year-old guys, and they're gonna jump you. They're gonna beat your ass. And
that's part of it.
It's the simplest thing of these small things that women do for us when we're little kids that you're not gonna turn that you can question her behavior. Let's just keep it on it.
You've been okay. This is something that I've talked about. Dr. Johnson's talked about. You have been socialized to do this over 200 years. You're not going to change socialization like that. It's not just what they do for you as a little kid. It's what you see around you and how other people and other women and other boys react to, with their mothers. Okay, you've been socialized for this. It didn't just happen overnight. Go ahead.
Well, my question to you is, BJ, if memory serves me correctly, but you also mentioned a couple of stories about your family, regarding this whole violence thing. Like you said, like was either your grandma or your dad, whenever they came home drunk, grandma
yeah.
had a pot of grits ready.
No, it's pot of water. Okay, this is
water, okay.
Anybody that's from the South, like Louisiana, especially Louisiana, Texas, right? Okay, if Pop's been out drunk and gambling, he knew he gambled away a part of the check, right? And he's getting ready to start some shit. He always goes to the back door because in the southern house, the kitchen is closer to the back door, right? And he listens. Okay, if there's water boiling on the stove, he goes someplace else and sobers up before he comes home, because that's what's waiting for him.
Let's be real here. And I hate to go there because it just never gets said. And it's probably something I should have said on my platform.
Mm-hmm.
But let's stop acting like so y'all talking as if these chicks be 130% lying and they just never get touched. They are sexually attracted to crash out kings. They are actually sexually attracted. Like Kevin saying, "Oh, I was abused. I was abused. I was abused." So either all these chicks are 100% lying. I agree with what y'all saying, but people acting like it's zero and it just doesn't happen.
I mean, why do women try to lie to the men that marry them and date them, and we know them? There's no good. We know who you are. We seen it with we seen it with our mamas. We seen it with our grandmas. We seen it with our aunties. We seen it with our women. We know what it is. So them coming out and saying I'm abused, we know there's bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean I know dudes don't be doing it like that. I agree with y'all, but understand
if you stay
with had a conversation the way they.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. If you stay with a man who beats on you, are you being abused?
I mean, legally you probably are, but I always say you're sexually that's your love language.
You know what Ellen Pritzker actually found out? This is in the UK amongst white women, right? Okay, with women in women's violence shelters, what they found out, the women was just as violent as the men that they left.
It went both ways.
I said that about Rihanna with the Rihanna and Chris Brown situation. And by the way, just so y'all, because I don't come from a
Rihanna was punching Chris Brown in the head with the goddamn phone when it happened.
And by the way, I don't.
One time.
Go name Morgan. You've been waiting.
Sorry. I remember.
Hold on, you guys. Okay. Go ahead, Neymar.
As you were saying, just to piggyback what you were saying, because it was more than just she was hitting him on the phone. She was hitting him in the head with his phone.
Yes.
While he was driving.
While he was driving, yeah.
While he was driving.
A Lamborghini.
A Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And first of all, ladies, when is it ever a good idea to go through your man's phone? If you don't want us to go through our phone, if you don't want us to go through your phone, don't go through ours.
And guess what he did, right? After they got into tussle, he got out of the car and walked away, right?
He tried. Oh yeah.
He tried to at least. Okay, just like what's his name in
Jonathan Majors.
Jonathan Majors. What did he do?
No, he ran.
He ran.
No, he ran. He bolted.
And she chased him 6 blocks, and he still got prosecuted for domestic violence. Okay.
So keep in mind, I don't come from a family be hitting women. I understand what G is talking about with the bully stuff on a practical level. You know, my mom's cousin, I don't know, my mom didn't want girls for some reason. She wanted all her sons to have a ponytail. I said F that crap, but she kept on growing my middle brother's hair.
Mm-hmm.
And it got to the point where it just didn't look right.
Mm-hmm.
And so my mom's older cousin, he said, F this. When she was gone, he took my brother's head and put it in a sink, and the level of like product that came out of his head, I will never forget. But he cut his head, and my mom went off, and he said, "You're not gonna turn that motherfucker gay because you want some other shit." Ronnie, which is my mom's name. Long story short, that was probably the best decision we ever made. So, G, I do know what you mean when you talking that bully, that veto. We gonna do it anyway. You just gonna be mad, and I don't care because I know what is right. I get what G is saying, and I took it to that level. But I took it to that level to illustrate that even if you're willing to crash out and do that, because make no mistake, that is crashing out. It doesn't work because these women are not like these other women where you do that once, they might get scared. No, these chicks are gonna fight back. I can't even tell you how long it would take to keep doing that. And Lord knows we can't do that. So abandonment is the only option. And I quoted what you said, BGS. You gotta leave them. They won't respect you till you leave them.
That's
at least
what
once.
I'm saying.
But wait, G. Let me read this because this goes with what Ed just said, and I'm gonna let you go, G. And KMS says the older I get, the more the once esoteric knowledge about the nature of women is quickly coming to light. Hashtag the chronic track 16. And if y'all don't know what song he's talking about, then what are you even black? But I'm just saying, we already know what song he's referencing. Anyway, y'all go ahead, G.
This is what I was saying, Ed. You know, we've been talking to each other now. I'll leave. You know, I'd rather lead too. But if I'm in a relationship and I care about this woman, I'm going to try to bully her for. I know that's what I'm going to try to force her.
Where'd you
If
learn
she
that?
if
Where'd you
she
learn that?
fights me,
Where did you learn that?
just over time dealing with them, I know like you
No,
can't
no.
capitulate.
Where did you learn that?
Learn what?
I'm gonna stay there and try to. If I care for her, I'm gonna try to bully her into acting right. Where'd you learn that?
Just that's how we've operated our whole life. You press. If they fight back, they don't want you. You leave.
Where
Either
did
she gonna
you?
bow down or not.
Where did you learn that?
From my mother and my father.
From mother and your father and your friends and the people around you, right?
Yeah, my dad just did what the fuck he wanted to do. He didn't ask no permission. He didn't give a fuck. If he left, he left. He went to his other woman's house. My dad always had multiple women. So that's why I'm like, I've never like my dad, I've always never capitulate. Just go to your other girl house.
So why would you stay and try to bully her instead of going to the alternative? That's what I'm
Because he
asking.
That's when you
cares.
just leave. Because eventually what a black woman is, she'll leave you.
Okay.
You don't ever really have to leave. You can just do what you want, and when she gets too tired, she'll leave you alone.
In other words, basically, what happens is that you go to another woman knowing that she'll leave, and instead of trying to leave her. It's better that she
Exactly.
leaves.
Because I'm always gonna have multiple women, so I'm not even worried
Okay.
about it.
In other words, I always ask. Okay, this stuff. I'm trying to point out that this does not come in a vacuum. How did you learn how to operate this way?
Oh, just by seeing all the dudes that
Yes, yes. That's why I call it gynocracy.
You think it's normal, but that's the thing, it's not normal. Like even when what you just said, and I'm not trying to make you wrong. My mom had all my brothers. We all got different dads, so I'm not trying to act like I'm above it all. But what I'm trying to say, G, is you said if I care about her, I'm gonna try to bully her.
Bully her, yes.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. I get that, but you understand that she'll remix that into he was emotionally abusive. So I popped him upside the head with a baseball. Like they have words for that even now. And it's important you brought it up because a lot of dudes really believe that. They believe that to you bullying her is fighting for her love. That's a love language because you're meeting her where she wants to be met. So I understand the place that comes from. But the thing is, you're playing on her court, and that's what has to stop. If you have multiple women, great. The purpose of having multiple women is to be able to abandon and cut the ones off without messing your own stuff up. Not to, I want to have multiple women and they're being problem children. No, it gives you a greater capacity to punish them because you have other women that can pick up the slack. If you're going to go that route. But that's not how men approach it, though.
But this is the thing. What I'm saying is when I'm forcing her to capitulate to me. I'm not trying to make her do shit she don't want to do. If she don't want to follow my program,
that's literally the same thing.
It's the issue. It's a different thing because the way it's formed, like I'm never going to admit to having I'm never going to tell a woman I only want one woman. I've never did that with anyone. There's no point in doing that because they know I'm lying. That'll be a flat out lie. I'm lying to you. I only want one woman, and I'm not going to let you tell me where to put my penis. That's just how I operate. You know what I'm saying? Especially if the woman, especially if she already got kids, like, oh, bitch, what? I'm really not tripping.
Okay. The thing is, most of the world does not operate this way. So where did we learn this? Okay, because this is gynocratic behavior. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about cooperation. I'm talking about sustained cooperation. You talking about
hold on. I'm trying to make a point here. Okay. Right. I'm trying to say. The thing, because we're doing this shit the way we're doing it, we think this is not matriarchal gynocratic behavior, but it is. Okay, I'm gonna put my dick where I want to put my dick, and women are gonna accept it, and yada yada yada. That's gynocratic behavior because that in a matriarchy, men do this shit. Okay, they have multiple women, and women have multiple men, and the babies are actually taken care of by as Kevin says, the coven, the tribe, the coven, right? Yeah. Okay, and that's nothing new. That went down on the slave farms. It went down after Jim Crow. It goes down in the South. My grandmother had 9 kids by 4 different guys. Okay. And some of those guys had other families. What I'm saying is this is not new, okay? I'm trying to get guys to actually not examine what I did, okay? Why do I do this, and where did I learn this from? And this is this normal for the rest of the world, or is this particular to us?
Yeah.
Well, I
Let
mean,
me.
and how do you, in that environment, create people who are competitive with those other people?
And
Exactly.
that's the
Yeah.
problem.
So,
You know,
so no,
because
Because notice,
it's one thing for you just doing your own thing that's convenient for you to do, G.
yeah.
But then
How do you
you're in
scale
a
that?
world in which other people are operating very differently and very cooperatively amongst each other, and have specific plans to blunt and manage and mitigate your effectiveness in this particular world.
No,
And
I
they're
know
making,
that.
because one question I always have about the Black Manosphere is, okay, but these other folks are having children.
Yeah.
They having families, they having children, they making people.
At
So
least they
20
were.
years from now, how does this shit all look?
At least they were.
But that's the thing. That's why I get disconnected, because I don't plan on having children. So I don't have any.
but
See, that's a
notice
different
how,
side
Oh,
to it.
one time.
but notice how betrayal of the women, putting your dick, I'm not saying you're wrong. Putting your dick in another chick is not betrayal of that woman. That's just doing business. But when we talk abandonment, that's when you betraying.
Okay, what's okay? What do
Black men don't like to talk abandonment because that's what you're really
when you say
to them.
abandonment, what does that mean?
What that means is that chick is not operating like she needs to be operating. You get ghost. Not no,
Okay.
I'm gonna do this tug of war shit. I'm not even saying abandon all black women. I'm just saying if a woman is not what you need because she refuses to be that, and you know you're giving her way more incentive than she needs to do it, then you replace. It's like you getting another employee or something. But see, black men see virtue in the fight. This is why when the women when women say, "Oh, you were weak," a real man. See, a real man would do what G doing. To try to bully her, try to deal with her, cheat on her, to show your dick into value.
Distorting
That's what a real man does.
And where, Ed, like I asked him, I'm going to ask you, where do we learn that?
Oh, I mean, we definitely learned that from a matriarchal situation. I
So,
mean, even the story I gave with my that story I gave earlier, which I won't repeat, that I realized even though she did it within a that was a matriarchal situation, even though she did it within more social norm. But technically, it's a stepdad situation.
yeah.
The chick knew her dad, But I'm not gonna act like that's not at all matriarchy. It's just not as subversive.
I'll give you an example, right? Why do both black men and black women love the Balloon Pop TV show, right? Broadcast, right? Even though it's ritual humiliation for black men, right?
Wait a minute, BGS. Wait, before anybody answer that. BGS, now you got to read the super chat because we going right there. Go ahead, read the super chat.
Apparently, the Harris Walsh campaign has released a Pop the Balloon inspired campaign for ad for black men. Yeah.
There we go.
Because I can't tell you how many black men I talk to. I said, this is humiliating black men. Yeah, but it's a guilty pleasure for me because I laugh at it too.
You know what's another humiliating show, cuckifying show that's on TV that's very popular? That
What's
damn Paternity Court. That's a cucking, humiliating. It's very popular. It's got a black female judge.
Yes,
that part.
It's just the worst kind of shit. Where you have black men line up to be told that some other nigga made a child you raised. It's just horrible.
I appreciate that show. That is a godsend because that shows, no, for real. Because like real talk, I don't watch the show. But as somebody that said that knows somebody knows paternity fraud is a problem, and these women across races are petrified of it. And that tells me all I need to know. You need stuff to establish. Even Maury Povich and them. I'm glad he stayed on that because that needs to be established.
Yeah,
just saying it, they're gonna lie. But as far as that balloon popping show, if that was what I would tell those dudes that said that, if I was gonna not just start talking shit, I would say this. No other race of men would be cool with a show like that, except for y'all.
They're not, and that's why and they know that. Okay, the thing is that I'm trying to get people to examine why do you actually engage in this kind of behavior? Why do you like this stuff? Okay, you like it because since it came out, I can understand all the women content creators that's going through the balloon pop, whatever it is, right? And this guy got rejected for this, blah blah blah, right? That's normal, right? I see just as many male content creators use the show. Okay.
Well, part of that is it generates views. It's good rep. That's why it's being material. And I'll say this too. Shout out to those brothers that's on that show. They're starting the new ones. It's starting to pop the women's balloons that they don't like. So they're starting to flip that shit a little bit.
Yeah.
But anyway, I get what you're saying.
In other words, I want black men not to examine that they enjoy, but why do you enjoy it? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the reason that you enjoy it?
Well, I mean, they've been conditioned to be the woman.
They've been conditioned that
the roles have. Whereas in the past, the men would pick the women and pop the balloon or not pop the balloon for a woman. It's been totally turned on his end now. Yeah. So they
unfortunately
hold on.
Men have been conditioned to want to be the pretty woman.
Yes, you have. It's gotten worse because now the guys have to arch their eyebrows, put on tattoos.
They got the beard and they got the hair, and they like girls.
Yeah, like girls.
And unfortunately, this comes back to the only option is abandonment because it's the culture that's the problem. And a lot of dudes that leave. This is why when black women always have this thing about why black men deal with non-black women, and a lot of times black men can't articulate it like they should. They just don't know. That's what it is. It is a rejection of this culture in its current state. That's what it is. Sometimes it's cooling, but a lot of times that's what it is.
And that's why it's most pronounced with this big burly black football player who's been raised gynocratically, yet he's now this powerful man. So internally, he don't want to be a damn gynocrat. He don't want to necessarily be under some black woman. I'm this big, powerful, rich black man. Yeah, I want to hold her to do what I tell her to do.
Let me read this because Afro National says we live in a Twilight episode. Now, I get what you're saying. When you said Twilight, going to it like we were saying about the dandies that stayed dandies, Mr. Z used to be one. Twilight the movie. So when you were saying that, I'm also thinking about Twilight, the little vampires that sparkle in the light, right? These vampires sparkle in the light. So when you're saying that, I'm thinking about that also, these pretty boy ass vampires, right? So no, this is Twilight. This is, men sashaying around, and we're talking about even straight men sashaying around for the attention of women because women still want to play with their dolls.
Well, in the Twilight movies, one thing you'll notice is the men are prettier than the girls. The vampires.
God damn!
I had to take my younger daughter to these movies.
Yep.
And that was the thing and the guys are all shirtless and whatever and walking around and notice, in the sun and whatever. I'm like, what the hell?
Notice who the real men were though. Wait. Who were the real men in the movie though, Black Guru? Who were the real men? Thank you. The werewolves were the real men. They operated a pack.
Also, the prettiest and the most nakedness and walking around with their shirts.
Good point too.
Black Guru, hold on.
It was a teen flick. I'm saying though, but go ahead.
Hold on, so let me land real quick. What you just described is all the dark-skinned, dreadhead baby daddies in the black community, boy.
That's it. It's the same thing.
That's the archetype, a black slim nigga with dreads. That's where all the kids coming from. Like, that's the archetype. It don't matter if she 300 pounds or 110 pounds. They all want that nigga with dreads and slim with tattoos.
Yeah.
That's the archetype right now. Lil Wayne brought it in. Future made it prevalent, and that's just what it is. Like, that's why I don't even, when we get to talking, I can't take it serious when we talk intellectually with black women because they fucking copycats. They copy.
No, but what it is too is
they trying to one-up each other. They trying to one-up each other with that shit. Go ahead.
Well, black people, there's a reason black people don't like talking about culture. Like, as far as cultural problems, they don't want to get in in the street where that's potentially, huh? Who said that? You said that?
I think I think BGS was saying something. BGS.
Go ahead.
Okay, because people be swearing in the comments that I be lying about it. Black people talk about, no, we don't. When we examine our own cultural issues, I'm not talking about just on YouTube. I'm talking about even in real life. Whenever the conversation gets close to it, black men and black women do everything they can to try to take that train off the track. Like, they literally will get emotionally disturbed.
That's why I invite them up. I said, okay, now tell me about yourself. And 9 times out of 10, what we're talking about shows up in their real life when you actually examine it.
Yeah, even in real life,
Men don't want to talk about it because at a certain point there's gonna be some arguing or some crying or whatever, and nigga ain't got time.
It's gonna be a lot of
they have to yell. You gonna tell me? So either you're in a bubble and you never see it in your life, and you don't go to outside your little bubble, or you have to see it. And people from Atlanta lie about it all the time. I don't see what you're talking about. Since you live in Atlanta, how can you not see it?
It's going on, and if it's not talked about, it's because dude know that when I bring this shit up, there's gonna be some furious shit going on.
Yeah.
But BGS said something very important. It's good. What you're going to hear is so you're gonna wait.
Sorry about that.
BGS, when you said so you gonna tell me, you know that's how the sentence gonna start.
Yeah,
that's always how the statement starts. So you gonna tell me?
No. So I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you to tell me. Yeah, I am going to tell you. So now you tell me, okay? And don't lie about it, okay? Like when women say that I accidentally had a baby, okay?
That's
but
the
you gonna tell
funniest thing in the world.
you gonna tell me. And so I said, okay. I think I did this on a controversial counsel, right, with a chick that normally have been combative, right, and she said she had a baby out of wedlock when she was 19 with a college friend, right, okay, and she said it was unintentional, it was an accident. I said, okay, so I said, was this your first boyfriend? No. Was it your second boyfriend? No. Did you date in high school? Yes. Did you have sex in high school? Yes. What time when you start having sex? At 15, right? So from 15 to 19, and you had a couple of boyfriends, that you don't get pregnant, right? Okay. Well, all of a sudden you get to 19, you get into college, that you should know better, you get pregnant. How does that happen?
Wait, I got to do this solid for Compassionate real quick, BGS. I got to do this solid for Compassionate. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. So I got like 99 watching right now, like 100 watching, and we got like 82 likes. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, go ahead and like. Yeah, BGS taxes in effect. But I see the super chats. You got blessed today.
The super chats has been super chatting today. Right. I'm about to end out in a minute because we had 8% battery life. So yeah.
Okay.
That part.
That's
how BGS, and then we'll get Meech after that.
That's why I had that discussion with so long with Hammer, right, to get it all out. You know.
Yeah, Jesus Christ! I kept coming back to that video, like, goddamn, you still talking to this motherfucker?
I still haven't listened to it yet. I've been hearing about it. I still haven't listened to it yet.
Because he dragged out all the stuff, so I made him go through and actually examine everything. Okay. Yeah. Examine everything. Because
and another thing too is it's harder to jump on VGS with that, but usually what they'll do before you even got the right to do the questionnaire thing you were doing is they'll do the deflection. So if you don't have kids, if you have kids, you can't prove you get bitches, or maybe you're short, maybe you're like, they'll do whatever, or you ain't street. See, they can't say that to you, so you don't have to deal with all that BS to get to the question. But that's usually what they'll do to kind of, if you get turned on the street, we about to examine culture. They start knocking, they start throwing all the Wonder Woman, the deflectionary shit from Bullseye. Yeah, but with you, it's harder to do that because you got kids, grandkids, LA, so they gotta say, damn, all right, now all the shields are over, we gotta answer the question.
No, Ed, they direct that type of stuff to people like me and Ed. They trying to direct that type of talk to.
Yeah. I always tell people, I said the break areas with your mama and your grandma and what they talked about. Okay, so I know what they talk about.
What did she end up saying?
Huh? So what?
With the 19-year-old, did she ever admit that she actually wanted to have that kid?
She did, because she had 2 babies by the same guy, and never got married.
But how did the panel respond to that?
There's one guy that was trying to defend her. Okay, he said, "Man," I said,
"Of course."
Well, you trying to make her a victim. I said, and she had agreed with me. I'm not a victim. I knew what it was actually doing. So I'm not a victim.
Yeah, and notice that's something I didn't even bring up, because most black men don't even accept that these women, they actually believe that. That's why you have boys watching all the, you need to take care of these kids because these dudes are deadbeats. Time out.
Go.
Haley, hold on. Haley Bailey.
Yeah,
You think she didn't want to have that baby by DDG?
Yeah, and same thing with what's his Osaka, right? Same thing, right?
Oh yeah, well, what's her name? Yeah, the tennis player. Yeah.
But that's why they simps, man. That's why they call simps.
They're not simps.
No, it's not that.
All
It's
of them
where
aren't
their
even
man.
simps. That's the
I
crazy
would
part.
argue it's where their manhood lies. For them, they need women. They need to see women in that role for their manhood.
Yeah.
They can't see women as thinking, breathing, feeling people that do what they want to do with who they want to do it with. They gotta tell themselves, you tricked her, or you lied to her, or she didn't know who you really was. They gotta tell themselves that.
And they listen, but at the same token, they listen to the women tell them what it really means to be a man, and take their marching orders from there at the same time.
You trapped her. You can't trap a black woman into having a baby.
And where do they learn that black men or men trap women and having a baby in this day and age? Where do they learn that shit?
Feminism.
From their mothers?
From their mothers, from their sisters, from their grandmothers, right? Okay, and they accepted it as real. Okay, they learned that.
Do y'all, we were on a panel one time. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Roger Report. And a girl actually got up on the panel and she said these words to me. I said the girl was 21 years old, something like that, right? The girl we're talking about. And she got pregnant when she got off of birth control. I said, well, she got off birth control. She knew she was going to be more likely to get pregnant. And the girl on the panel said, well, how do you know if she knew that or not? I said, did she grow up in the United States? Yeah. But how you know what's in the head of a 21 or 22-year-old girl?
My God.
My jaw dropped. I said, I was like, it's in the name. Birth control.
And they literally
there's a reason you were on it in the first place.
Yeah.
There's a reason you were on birth control.
Yeah.
So the opposite happens when you stop taking it.
But what BBS would respond,
wait. Chris Rock said, I'm about to pull a name right now, reference entertainment. Chris Rock said it in the stand-up. Distance in irritation.
Never Scared.
The women realize that say reference it again.
The comedy the comedy special you're talking about is called Never Scared. It's from 2004.
Oh,
and there you go. So he said, when you're in these conversations,
don't argue with the woman.
They already know.
Hold on,
No, but Nama's right. Don't, because this is the thing. It's about protecting that image. It's about they know she's full of crap. They know women are not dumb by a long shot. I would argue most of the time they be slicker than us.
Shame,
but there
guilt, and the need to be right. Okay.
Yeah.
And the last thing I'm gonna say, because I know you said you're running out of battery.
Literally at like 4%.
A lot of things you dealing with people dudes that are running. This is not the majority, but dudes that are running game, which they know what the real shit is, but they just gonna lie anyway for their benefit and play the game. But you're dealing. The worst part is you're dealing with people like Sub-Zero used to say. These people have worldviews, and when you talk about this stuff, you're attacking their worldview and their view on reality, and that has a very physical effect on them from a feeling. That's why some of these people wild out like they wild out. I'm talking about dudes, because it's 2024, and you got dudes that are still talking like this in 2024. The other thing I want to say too is the first line of defense when you're starting to talk about culture, especially with women, is usually going to be a man trying to crash out for her. That was what G was talking about with the dude trying to be a victim. Then it's like they're going to start trying to play the examination of you, which means you need to prove you that nigga to even talk about this. Then you get to the BGS questionnaire thing where you get to ask questions, and you got to know the right questions. Because if you don't know the right questions to ask or the way to ask them, you're either going to turn into an argument. Like, for instance, I'm not talking backseat quarterback, but BGS probably would have asked, well, why do you take birth control? And then she wouldn't have been able to argue that way with it being playing stupid because she had to have said that. Or is there another reason she would have took birth control? then she would have had to admit that. So even in that questionnaire, and this is true for me, because you know me, I just be wanting to talk my shit. Fuck a question. I'm just gonna get you told. But if you don't ask the questions right, then they'll play games with the questions. It's all this bullshit to just
Right.
not answer it. Anyway.
Let me pause you right there. Black Uru, if you want to give your benediction, you can, because we working on like 2% right now. So we gotta
You know,
Oh,
I think
it
we're
ain't
going
gonna make it on
to pass
StreamYards, man.
this time. I think we covered a lot of different things, so maybe I'll do one next time.
Next go.
Yeah,
All right.
that's gonna hang
I
up on
think
you.
you say you may do a stream tomorrow, or
Tomorrow, yeah,
perhaps.
because tomorrow, if not Monday at the latest. But yeah, we'll try to get it in.
But
Right.
as always, thanks for having me.
Dre says, shout out to all of y'all for holding Z hostage. It got me through my appointment. Hysterical, right? So on that note, we will
All right,
pause
take it
right
easy.
here. No, that's good. Thank you for coming up, Meech. G, thank you
Yep.
for coming up. It's been a little minute. Name thank you for coming up. Pause
Just
right here.
remember, y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
And we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. For the love of God, and go touch some grass. All right, Mr. Z out, y'all. We just dropped the 1%. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.